the office, a man sat across from the girl, adjusting his glasses. He excitedly told her she wouldn't die, as she had been misdiagnosed. He asked for her forgiveness. The girl, her violet eyes wide with shock, could hardly believe his words. Just recently, Lariette Blanchett had been diagnosed with only 3 months to live. Nervously, she laughed. She had spent those months doing everything she'd ever wanted, believing her death was near. The doctor, however, was confused by her reaction, thinking the news would bring her relief. But Larette's mind was already spinning. She was being pursued by Duke Candle, the great sword of the Empire and god of war, who had sworn to find her wherever she might go. Now, learning that she'd never been sick at all, she felt utterly lost. Jumping out of her chair in a panic, she couldn't understand how to process the new reality. Meanwhile, the doctor, oblivious to her inner turmoil, shared in the joy of the good news. It had all begun 3 months earlier. Lariette had started feeling strange and decided to visit a doctor. She had complained of insomnia and feeling unwell after eating spicy food, as if her heart was racing. After listening to her symptoms, the doctor adjusted his glasses and warned her not to be shocked, as he suspected she had Radura disease, a rare and incurable condition. On hearing this, Lariette was stunned. The doctor explained that Radura occurred in individuals born with an excess of mana and had a 98% fatality rate. He then dropped the devastating news. She had 3 months to live. In a daze, Lariette barely remembered leaving the office. She wasn't ready to die, so she resolved to make a bucket list and complete every item on it. Back in her room, Lariette sat as her maid, Anne, combed her pink hair. Suddenly, Lariette declared that she would fulfill her entire list before she died. She turned to Anne and asked what she would do if she had only a short time left to live. Anne, caught off guard by the unusual question, quickly composed herself, picked up the comb and playfully spoke into it as though it were a microphone. She declared that besides wanting to serve her lady until death, nothing else came to mind. Lariette, touched by her maid's loyalty, told Anne she wanted to buy all kinds of cakes and take a bite of each, without caring about the waste. Ignoring Anne's practical concerns, Lariette insisted on her plan. However, Anne directed her lady to dinner with her family, knowing they couldn't miss the meal. Lariette wasn't eager to go. She had a strained relationship with her family, and sitting at the same table with them was always a challenge. Her father, the 5th Grand Duke of Blanc, was bent on selling her off to a wealthy older marquis to salvage the family's finances. Once a powerful and influential family, they had gone bankrupt. Her mother, Duchess Blanchett, shared her husband's ambitions, pushing Lariette to marry for money. Lariette, despite being the second child, had received no formal support or education. Her brother Ron, the beloved heir, had completed all the inheritance courses, while she was only trained to work in his office as an assistant. Still, Lariette played the part of a naive fool, knowing it was safest to stay silent, to avoid her family's ire. Suddenly, her older brother Ron burst into the dining room. Loved by the family, he always looked down on Lariette. With an irritated tone, he asked why she was there. Unfazed, Lariette calmly replied that she was also part of the family, and had every right to be at the table. The main character suddenly grinned and asked her brother if he was struggling with his studies, mentioning that Joel, their personal magic tutor, had been unusually quiet and gloomy lately. This remark visibly embarrassed Ron, and Lariette couldn't help but smirk to herself. She knew she could outshine her idiot brother if she wanted to. In response, Ron grabbed a glass from the table and, with an exaggerated "oops," poured its contents over Larette's head, drenching her hair and staining her dress. His actions were obviously out of spite, though he pretended it was an accident. Looking at her with a dissatisfied sneer, he announced that she had ruined his appetite. Turning to their parents, Ron said he wouldn't eat until his sister left the room. Lariette stared at him with eyes full of hatred, waiting for her parents to finally reprimand him. But instead, they shocked her by asking her not to provoke Ron and to be respectful. Her mother even ordered her to go upstairs and clean herself immediately. Stunned, Lariette had no choice but to obey. As she walked to the door, she glanced back at her family in disbelief. Her brother got away with everything, and her parents always took his side. But in that moment, Lariette didn't care. After all, she was going to die in 3 months, and none of them would care when that happened. Opening the door, she began to realize that nobody in that room would be affected by her death. This thought made her heart ache. No one needed her, and she didn't want to die being seen as a naive fool. From that moment on, Lariette decided she would live for herself and do as she pleased. Later, sitting at her desk, Lariette stared at a blank piece of paper. On April 3, 732, according to the imperial calendar, Lariette Blanchett had been given a 3-month death sentence. Quietly, she began to write her wish list for her remaining time. The list only had 5 items, some serious and others simple, but each represented her new resolve to live for herself. She completed the list with a sad smile, realizing she had no real regrets. She had devoted her entire life to her family, but now she wanted to live for herself. Her first wish was to treat Anne, her maid, to a cake. Seeing the joy on Anne's face warmed Larette's heart a little. As they travelled together in a carriage, heading somewhere special, the vehicle suddenly jolted. The girls nearly jumped from their seats. The coachman quickly apologised, explaining that one of the wheels seemed to be stuck in a hole and he would try to fix it. Lariette peeked out the window and offered to help, suggesting she could quickly handle the problem. Anne also looked out, assessing the situation. The coachman, flustered, asked them to stay inside, as it wasn't appropriate for a lady to involve herself. He then warned them to stay discreet, as a carriage belonging to Duke Candle was nearby. The Duke held a powerful position in society, and his family was considered the strongest in the empire. There were rumours that he was a monster, and even Lariette felt a twinge of fear at the thought of him. But then, hearing a strange sound, she instinctively turned toward the window. She was met by the piercing blue eyes of a man standing just outside, incredibly close. Lariette, as if enchanted, couldn't look away from him. The dark-haired man, with seemingly effortless strength, lifted their carriage with one hand, freeing the wheel from the hole. It was the Duke himself, helping them in the most unexpected way. Afterwards, the Duke turned around and walked back to his carriage, leaving Lariette to mentally thank him for his unexpected help. The Marquis of Sarah, confused by her avoidance, pulled her into an embrace, suggesting that once they were married, she would never leave their bed. Lariette recalled her to-do list for the next 3 months, and item 3 was clear. Break off the engagement to the Marquis, preferably with a scandal. The Marquis leaned in close, whispering that he found her face delicious, and that he was very attracted to her. Lariette recoiled in disgust as a sly grin spread across his face, his intentions clear. Escaping his vile embrace, Lariette realized she could no longer stand it. Item 3 had to be completed today. With a fierce determination, she began to wave her hands, casting a spell. Strange symbols appeared in the air, and a force pulled the Marquis upward, hanging him upside down. Lariette decided that today was the day to rid herself of all the unpleasant things in her life, starting with the engagement. The Blanc family had long been known for producing powerful wizards, and Lariette was no exception. She was a true sorceress, gifted with magical talent that surpassed even her older brother Rayon's. Rayon, the family's heir, had always been jealous of Larette's abilities, and though she wasn't supposed to, she often watched him practice magic. However, She had never learned to use her skills properly, as her family focused on training Rayon, while Lariette was left to do menial tasks. Back in the present, Lariette used her magic to suspend the Marquis upside down. A massive vine appeared from the ground and wrapped around his leg, holding him in place. This magic was the result of lessons she'd taken with a teacher who knew of her talent. Looking down at him, Lariette declared that she would only explain herself once, and that he should listen carefully. She leaned in close to his face, grinning as she announced that she had no intention of marrying him. From that day forward, their engagement was officially over. Placing a hand over his mouth, Lariette told him he was nothing more than trash, who valued people only for their wealth. Just as she was about to say more, she was interrupted by the familiar voice of her father. Her mother and father rushed out of the estate, shocked and fearful. They had planned to sell their daughter to the Marquis for financial gain. The head of the family used magic to free the Marquis from the vine, and the man fell from a small height, trembling as he glared at Lariette. He vowed he would never forget the humiliation she had caused him. Her parents immediately rushed to apologize, explaining that Lariette was simply immature and foolish for her age. The Marquis, however, insisted that they pretend the engagement had never happened. Lariette couldn't believe her family. They cared more about money than their own daughter. The Marquis, too, was no better, buying people as if they were slaves. Exhausted by the entire situation, Lariette watched as her father escorted the Marquis to the mansion to calm him down. Meanwhile, her mother scolded her, calling her crazy for ruining everything. Lariette responded that she had actually been too late to do this, and that at least someone in the house wasn't completely mad. Her father, hearing her defiant tone, approached her and slapped her across the face, leaving a red mark on her cheek. Lariette had not expected this kind of punishment from him. He was furious with her, but she felt as though she were in a trance. Each passing minute only made her more disillusioned with her family. Her father demanded to know if Lariette understood what she had done. He explained that he was already determined to pay off the family's debts, but Lariette wasn't going to let him off that easily. She gently placed a hand on her cheek, a faint smile appearing on her face as she asked her parents if it was her fault that the family was in such debt. Why should she be the one to pay for their mistakes? She told them plainly that they had done nothing for her. They had shown no interest in her well-being or love, and her father had only decided to sell her to secure money and fame. To him, she was nothing more than a commodity to be traded. Her mother and father immediately reacted, listing all the things they had provided for her: clothes, food, a roof over her head, and claimed that she owed them for living like a princess. Lariette, looking up at them, retorted that she had done more than enough. She had taken on her brother's responsibilities with the estate's office work and had become nothing more than a bargaining chip to cover their debts. They didn't understand why she was rebelling now. Her father, enraged, insisted that he had cherished his daughter, but now he saw her rebellion as an unforgivable betrayal. He declared that she would be erased from the family register. After hearing her father's words, even her mother became visibly nervous. But Lariette understood that the family's threats were nothing more than words on a piece of paper. She explained to them that, for so long, she had been afraid of hurting their feelings, but now it didn't matter anymore. Bowing her head, she thanked them for everything before turning and walking away. Her father shouted after her, warning that she couldn't take anything with her, but Lariette didn't even look back. She wasn't sure what emotions she was feeling now. Perhaps a sense of liberation? It had seemed like something she longed to do for a long time, but she never had the strength to act on it. As she walked away, her brother Rayon caught up with her, calling out her name. She stopped, but made it clear that she didn't need his company. Rayon, grinning, suggested they would call it a regular farewell. And then he asked, with a hint of arrogance, how she could dare to spoil the family's mood just by being there. He believed himself superior to her, even going so far as to mock her magical ability. Rayan sneered that his sister didn't even know how to properly use earth magic, let alone any other element. Determined to teach her a lesson, Rayan directed a powerful stream of energy at her. Lariette didn't flinch. She knew his tricks were weak. Without hesitation, she pushed his magic back with a wave of her own, the force strong enough to move him from his position. Rayan was taken aback, clearly shocked by her power. His own energy boomeranged, knocking him backward. Lariette stood her ground, the situation now entirely in her control. She managed to trap Rayan in a swirling magical vortex that sucked him into his neck, leaving him panicked and struggling. But Lariette, with a determined look, ignored his pleas and walked away. Once outside, she felt a rush of freedom. Finally, she was away from that suffocating house. She thought of Anne, how she had once cried when her maid had left. Lariette had been desperate to follow Anne at the time, but now she felt a little relief. She had completed 3 items on her to-do list in just one day, leaving only 2 left to accomplish. Since the main character had only 3 months left to live, she planned to make the most of her time. One of her goals was to meet a man with more experience, someone easy to date in the short time she had left. She had already imagined various types of men she would like to meet in the next few months. Though Lariette had some money, she knew it wouldn't be enough to live freely. To truly live without relying on others, she needed more. And to get more, she had to do what she was best at. Opening the door to a rather mysterious establishment, Lariette hoped to secure a better job as a purification magician. Purification magic wasn't as popular or as effective as healing magic, and it demanded a lot of mana. It couldn't be used on people with higher or divine magic, nor could it be used on oneself. When she asked about a position, the employee coldly informed her that they weren't looking for purification magicians. Healing magicians were far more in demand, and Lariette was quickly dismissed, told not to waste their time. After this first failure, Lariette felt defeated. She wasn't sure if she should even bother looking for another job. Just as she began to lose hope, something unexpected happened. 2 men grabbed the bag from her belt and ran off. Lariette immediately screamed, hoping to draw attention to the theft, but the passers-by ignored her. They mocked her for being a purification magician, as if her magic posed no threat. Feeling the sting of humiliation, Lariette decided to act. She called upon her elemental powers, summoning a burst of fire to throw at the thieves. Without hesitation, she ran after them, determined to retrieve what was hers. As the thieves screamed in terror, Lariette knew she couldn't let them escape. They ran, glancing around in panic, but they still clung to the stolen bag. Just then, a man in a tuxedo appeared, walking calmly ahead of them. It was unclear whether he had heard her cries for help, but as the thieves drew closer, he slowly turned his head to face them. When they finally saw his face, it was as if a divine hand had crafted it. His features were nothing short of perfection. Dark hair, thin black eyebrows, and piercing blue eyes. His face was a masterpiece, each part fitting together like a work of art created by a deity. His appearance could be called the most ideal in the world, so striking that it could captivate both men and women alike. However, as the thieves approached, they were hit by an overwhelming, unpleasant smell. Decay, like the scent of rotting corpses. The man looked down at them as though they were insects, and the thieves immediately realized who stood before them. The Duke, Monster Cadell. With a swift motion, the Duke drew a sharp blade and, without a hint of hesitation, sliced through the thieves with one clean swing. They were cut in two, not even a blink of his eye betraying the brutality of the act. The rumours of his nickname, the Monster, were clearly true. Lariette wasn't particularly surprised by this. The Duke picked up the bag from the ground and handed it to her. It was only then that Lariette realised that the coachman who had helped earlier wasn't just any coachman. It was the Duke himself. The Duke, from the most prestigious ducal family in the house and empire, was none other than Esser Cadell, known as the greatest sword in the empire. He was a military genius, having won a war that seemed impossible to win, and was infamous for his cruel leadership. But for Lariette, the most striking thing about him was not his reputation. It was his beauty. His face was so perfect that, in her current situation, she could almost feel it wouldn't be a pity to die looking at him. Though she noticed the unpleasant scent the Duke exuded, Lariette found herself oddly unfazed. His face was so captivating that it seemed to overwhelm all her other senses. She turned away, suddenly thinking that, with a face like that, he would certainly be a popular figure in romantic circles. But she knew he was famous for his composure, which meant that courting him was probably out of the question. The Duke regarded Lariette with indifference, likely assuming she came from a noble family and was unaccompanied. As he stared at her, it seemed he was still searching for something, perhaps something he hadn't yet found. When he took a closer look at her, Lariette realised she was slightly frightened. Not of him specifically, but perhaps because everyone else seemed to fear him. Without hesitation, she reached out and pulled on his sleeve, asking for his forgiveness with a smile. She then asked if the Duke had a girlfriend, explaining that she was simply drawn to his appearance. With no hesitation, she boldly asked if he would be willing to meet with her for 3 months in order to check off one of the items on her list. Realising that her approach might have been a little abrupt, she introduced herself with a smile and asked for his name, apologising for the bluntness of her request. The Duke, looking slightly dumbfounded, answered her question. His voice, deep and resonant, fascinated Lariette, and she immediately complimented him on it. To her, it sounded like music, and she found herself enchanted by his voice. The Duke, however, seemed perplexed. He couldn't understand why this girl wasn't terrified of him like everyone else. He assumed this was some sort of joke, and before she could say more, he asked if she had seen how he had slain the thieves. His cold gaze and aura of death were undeniable, and his reputation as a monster was well earned. Turning away, the Duke told her to stop joking and walked off, casting a few glances back at her. Perhaps, he thought, she was a little interesting, but he couldn't bring himself to take her seriously. Lariette, on the other hand, was thrilled. She found him incredibly attractive, and his charisma only added to the allure. But there was one glaring issue. He didn't have a heroine like herself in his life, and she was determined to change that. Later that evening, sitting in a bar with a drink in hand, Lariette found herself pondering how she could meet the Duke again. As if on cue, she overheard a conversation about the Duke and an information guild. She immediately perked up and moved toward the discussion. One of the men was talking about rumours regarding a purification wizard. Lariette joined them, sitting down at their table and asking about the rumours. They told her that the Duke was under a terrible curse, one so powerful that anyone who got too close to him could smell death in the air. The curse was apparently so strong that only a purification wizard could remove it. While they spoke, Lariette nonchalantly ate from their table, absorbing the details of the conversation. It seemed the Duke was desperately searching for a purification wizard to lift the curse that had haunted him for so long. While Lariette continued to eat, the man at the table spoke about how rare purification wizards were. He explained that this type of magic consumed far more mana than other forms, which made it less popular. It was needed to dispel curses, but more people died from swords than from curses. which is why finding a good purification wizard was so difficult. Listening to this, Lariette began to think that she had to venture into the tiger's den to save Asha. She was determined and would do whatever it took. A week later, she arrived at the right place. Smiling, Lariette approached the Duke, catching him off guard. He was standing next to another man, both of them studying papers. They looked up, surprised, clearly not expecting anyone to arrive so suddenly. Lariette smiled again, explaining that she was sure the Duke might be frightened by their unexpected meeting. Without hesitation, she asked if they could at least start with a simple employer-employee relationship, wanting to approach the situation carefully to avoid scaring him off. Asha was uncertain whether he was surprised or scared, trying to process her boldness, but before he could react, Lariette introduced herself once again, bowing to him. This time, she gave her full name and declared herself the best purification wizard in the entire empire. She boldly stated that she could save the young Duke from his curse, which caused him visible surprise. In return, Lariette didn't ask for money or marriage. Instead, she made a simple request. She needed housing. As she spoke, Lariette handed Asha a piece of paper and asked him to sign it. She then explained that the reason she knew the exact moment to arrive was because of the man standing beside the Duke. She threatened him, revealing that information about the Duke's search for a purification wizard had been leaked, something Asha wouldn't appreciate. In exchange for silence, she had made a deal with him to turn off 3 light bulbs at the entrance as a signal for her. The man, still eyeing Lariette with an unsettling expression, seemed curious to know if she could truly back up her words. He warned that if this was a joke, she would never see the light of day again. Lariette, however, was not afraid. She had studied magic her whole life, and purification magic was no exception. She knew this was her only chance, especially since her time was limited. Lariette grabbed the man's hand without hesitation. At first he was confused, but then it became clear. Lariette demonstrated her magic, focusing all her energy on healing his hand, even if just for a moment, to prove her words were true. As she touched him, light filled the room around her, but the curse consumed much more mana than she anticipated. It seemed to drain every bit of her strength, and when she finally released his hand, she felt completely drained. Asha looked at her, initially skeptical. He had lived with this curse for so long and was certain that nothing could change it. He had been warned long ago that the curse would cause his flesh to rot and spread the smell of death wherever he went. He expected nothing from Lariette, thinking that once again he would be disappointed. But when Lariette removed her glove from his hand, Asha saw something he could hardly believe. A perfectly healthy human hand. The miracle had happened. It was as if the curse had been broken. Lariette, exhausted, handed him her contract once more, urging him to sign it. Moments later, she collapsed from the effort. The Duke, astonished, realized that this was the only miracle that could truly break his curse. He caught her before she could fall to the floor, gently holding her shoulders to prevent her from collapsing. Asha made up his mind then. He would never let this girl go until her work was complete. He gripped her tightly, remembering the terms of their agreement. He would provide her with room and board for the next 3 months. When Lariette finally awoke, she found herself lying in a soft bed in a luxurious room. Asha was sitting next to her, waiting for her to regain consciousness. He explained that she was now in his family's estate, in the Duke's quarters, and that he had brought her there because it was part of the contract. If she found this rude, he offered to take her back to her home. However, Lariette quickly replied that there was no need. A few seconds later, Asha handed her the signed contract, sealing their agreement. As Lariette gazed at him, a thought struck her. The Duke had signed her papers. He had agreed because she was the first person who had been able to influence his curse. Joy surged through her, and without hesitation, she rushed to him. Although a hug might be a bit too forward, a simple handshake would suffice to celebrate. She extended her hand, shaking his, while he looked at her in confusion. The girl reassured him with a smile, promising to take care of everything. Asher, still processing the situation, replied that their relationship would remain professional, just employer and employee. He then wondered why Lariette wasn't afraid of his hands. He couldn't quite understand her. She, on the other hand, suggested that perhaps she wasn't exactly his type, but with a sly grin, she mused that tastes could change for anyone. Asher, slightly alarmed by her words, even expressed his concern, suggesting she was still recovering and should rest in bed. He told her to take it easy today so they could talk tomorrow, then left the room. Lariette, still buzzing with excitement, squealed into her pillow. Her face flushed bright red, thinking aloud that showing someone your face immediately after waking up should be considered illegal. And then, as drug and Dresden was when they shared a bed, she still couldn't understand how someone like him could be so handsome. Meanwhile, Asher stood outside the door, listening to her heartfelt admiration. Her words embarrassed him to the point of madness. No one had ever spoken to him like that before, and it made him feel utterly perplexed. He thought to himself that Lariette was truly strange. The next day, when Asher was busy with paperwork and sipping tea in his office, Lariette unexpectedly appeared, silently watching him. Noticing her presence, Asher decided to ask if she had anything to say. She simply replied that she was waiting for him to stop pretending he didn't notice her. Then, she asked why he hadn't eaten with her earlier. Asher, taken aback, didn't understand what she meant. So Lariette quickly explained that she had been waiting for him because she thought they would have breakfast together. Surprised, he commented that it seemed she had a good appetite. Lariette, a bit confused, didn't quite grasp his point, but Asher interrupted, asking how much she knew about his curse. Pulling up a chair, Lariette replied that she knew nothing about it. Asher explained that it was a curse of the dead, a powerful curse that caused his skin to rot like the flesh of the deceased. He pointed to the bandages wrapped around his body, revealing that they were enchanted to prevent the odor from escaping. Even purification magic only slowed the rotting process, but it could never lift the curse completely. Lariette asked when he had been cursed, and Asher revealed that it happened when he was 7. He added that the curse was incurable, as killing the caster or destroying the curse itself was impossible. He knew it was a hopeless situation. Asher then thought that Lariette might run away from him after hearing such grotesque details. However, he was prepared to do whatever it took to keep her close, since she might be the one who could lift the curse. Unexpectedly, Lariette grabbed his hand, asking if the curse caused him pain. She didn't fully understand what he was going through, but she could tell it must be hard for him. Looking at him, she promised to remove the terrible curse that had tormented him for so long. Asher, staring into her eyes, was at a loss for words. No one had ever treated him like this before, and for the first time, he began to believe that maybe, just maybe, there was hope. Asher turned away, still trying to make sense of why this woman was not afraid of him. On the contrary, she seemed drawn to him. Everyone else avoided him because of his decaying skin, the result of the curse. But Lariette treated him as if he were an ordinary man, looking at him as if he were handsome and charming. This sudden change in perspective made him feel strange, and for the first time his ego stirred. Lariette took his hand once more, determined to ease his torment. She used her remaining energy to work her magic, and Asher, concerned, asked her to stop. But she didn't listen, so he grabbed her hand to stop her himself. As he did, he noticed how delicate her wrists were, and for a moment he couldn't look away. Quickly he turned his attention back to bandaging his own hands and told Lariette not to overdo it. She smiled, saying that she was just checking and wouldn't have enough mana to continue anyway. Looking at her left hand, she noticed it was already looking much better. The cleansing magic was still working within it. Sweat beaded on her forehead from exertion, but she felt the magic still present in his body. She shared her findings with him, explaining that his body could only hold a certain amount of purification magic at once, and until his left hand was fully healed, other parts of his body wouldn't respond to the magic. Asher, pouring himself more tea, processed the information. He was surprised, but he agreed to let her continue cleansing him, albeit cautiously. Lariette reassured him, promising she would take full responsibility and get everything done before her time was up. She took the tea from him and drank it, determined to see her work through to the end. The Duke couldn't quite understand what Lariette meant when she said she would do everything before she died. She quickly clarified that she meant she would complete her work as quickly as possible. After hearing this, Asher decided to ask her a question that had been on his mind. He wanted to know if she was afraid of him. It was clear from the way he hesitated that he had been thinking about it for some time. After all, he thought he looked terrifying. Lariette smiled sweetly, covering her mouth slightly with her hand. "Do I have any reason to be afraid of you?" she asked, her tone light. But then, her expression became more serious. She decided to address the rumors about him, the so-called demon of war. After all, Duke Candle had single-handedly won a war that had seemed destined to fail, earning the title of national hero. Lariette was convinced that envious members of the imperial family had spread these rumors to undermine his influence. She also believed that the curse he bore wasn't a result of his own actions, but rather the malicious intent of the magician who had cast it. Her words shocked Asher. He had long been convinced of his own terrible reputation, but Larette's perspective was the complete opposite. She told him that he was not the source of fear. Only the magician who had cursed him deserved that fear. Lariette gently placed her palms on his face, smiling warmly as she spoke. "I'm not afraid of you," she said, her voice steady. "I only fear that you might not want to see me again." At these words, Asher blushed deeply, suddenly embarrassed by the situation. He immediately asked her to let go of him, feeling flustered by the physical contact and her honest words. Turning away, he quickly suggested they meet for dinner at 7 that evening, a proposition that surprised Lariette. She quickly composed herself and gave a cheerful yes, even though in reality her consent wasn't necessary. Asher, now even more flustered, hurriedly left the room, leaving Lariette alone. As she walked through the corridor later, Lariette reflected on the situation. She realized that Asher was perhaps more sensitive to touch than he let on, as his quick agreement to dinner had seemed to stem from her touch. Just then, someone called out to her from behind. It was Holstein, the loyal butler of the Candle family. He asked if she had met with the Duke, to which Lariette smiled and replied that it was thanks to him that she had found her way to the Duke's office so quickly, which had allowed her to arrange the dinner meeting. This revelation surprised the butler, as he knew the Duke hadn't shared a meal with anyone for a long time. After the death of the former Duchess, the Duke had eaten alone. But now Lariette was going to have dinner with him. Holstein, smiling, asked her to take good care of the Duke. Lariette laughed, saying that they were simply having dinner together. However, it was clear that the butler had a different understanding of the situation. Later that day, Holstein appeared at Asher's office, carrying a large book titled A Guide to Successful Dates. The butler looked at Asher with confusion, but he knew that Asher had been taught meal etiquette as a child and that no new rules had appeared since then. Realizing the book wasn't about etiquette, Holstein felt that it might be about something else entirely. Asher, now looking uncomfortable, realized that he was actually afraid the sorceress, who was 5 years younger than him, might laugh at him during their dinner. Holstein presented the book to Asher, suggesting he read it. Asher, however, was not interested and immediately dismissed the suggestion, saying it had nothing to do with him. He brushed aside the book as if it were useless, which caused Holstein to become somewhat exasperated. In 27 years of service, Holstein had never felt more useful than now. After a few minutes, the butler opened the book in front of Asher and began reading a few of the rules that a man who had invited a woman to dinner might need to know. Asher tried to pretend he hadn't heard Holstein's comment, acting almost like a child before quickly leaving the office, just as he had that morning. Lariette asked if she could make a small change to their contract. Without hesitation, Asher agreed. Moving a little closer, she explained that the payment seemed insufficient compared to the amount of purification magic she had spent. Asher, surprised, noted how directly she spoke. He wasn't used to such frankness, as he mostly only communicated with Holstein. He quickly realized that while money wasn't a problem for him, the contract needed more than just financial adjustments. The additions she suggested were mostly about shared activities, mandatory meals together, walks, and covered expenses. Lariette, with a sweet smile, explained that these additions were, in her words, small dates. Asher was a little taken aback. It seemed strange to him that this was the only thing Lariette was asking for, considering she could have asked for much more. But he realized it would be much harder if she decided to leave, claiming she wasn't paid properly. In response, Asher decided to make his own amendments to the agreement to ensure he wouldn't be deceived. Afterward, he handed her the updated contract, mentioning that he had only added one condition. Lariette meekly agreed, but she couldn't help but think she would cleanse him anyway. So the Duke's fears were unnecessary. Both parties signed the contract, and it was finalized. Then Lariette turned to Asher, asking about a picnic the next day. She had noticed the estate was vast and filled with beautiful spots, and she thought it would be perfect for a picnic. Asher, however, explained that he would be leaving the next day. Not giving up, Lariette asked if they could have the picnic the day after tomorrow instead. Asher couldn't understand the urgency and asked why she was in such a hurry. Lariette, smiling sweetly, replied that it was just as important as winning his love. Asher sighed but agreed. Then they moved to the house. A few days later, Lariette gazed out the window, appreciating the beauty of the estate. She was pleased to live in such a place, and she also noticed that her condition had improved. Her magic had already been restored. Now, she needed to hurry and lift the curse before it was too late. She went to Asher's office, where he had been since early morning. Noticing her, he remarked that she was up quite early. When Lariette saw his hairstyle and outfit, she was momentarily stunned by his beauty, comparing him to the sun. She smiled and said, "The sun named Asher never sets," playfully adding that his face blinded her forever. Asher didn't know how to respond. Then, remembering the picnic, he suggested they hold it during the day, since it would be colder in the evening. Lariette moved closer, sitting at the edge of the table as she listened to him. Asher mentioned that after the picnic, they should return immediately, since he had a lot of work. Lariette asked if he really didn't have time to deal with the curse, which surprised Asher. He hadn't expected her to recover so quickly. Lariette explained that she believed touching bare skin would be more effective, so she had removed his bandage. Asher watched as she touched his hand again, and a bright light surrounded them. Lariette noticed that his hand was no longer as heavily cursed. Just one more touch seemed enough. Asher, looking at his now clean hand, could hardly believe his eyes. He had spent over 10 years searching for a solution, but he never imagined it would be so easy. He turned to Lariette, asking if she was okay since she had felt unwell last time. She grinned smugly, saying that she had gotten the hang of it and that she hadn't used up too much of her mana this time. The conversation shifted to the picnic, and once they moved outside, Lariette seemed a little cold. Asher reminded her that spring mornings could still be chilly. Lariette, clinging to him, replied that there was no point in going back now. They still had a date to enjoy. Asher, slightly unsettled, moved away. Lariette, with a mischievous grin, hinted that she would be much warmer if he gave her his coat. Asher, however, simply answered, "I don't want to." Asher, thinking about how his coat still smelled unpleasant, was surprised when Lariette quickly agreed with him, suggesting that the young master shouldn't catch a cold. This startled him a little. At that moment, Lariette eagerly rushed forward, jumping with excitement as she found a perfect spot for their picnic. She spread everything out and called Asher over, saying the sun was warm there, making it an ideal location. Sitting next to her, Asher couldn't help but remark that she was strange, to which Lariette responded that it was all because of him. She then tried to pull him closer, but he enjoyed the distance between them, which upset her. She wondered if he had been hurt in past relationships or if he simply didn't like her. Though Lariette hadn't had many relationships, she believed that touch was important, and she wasn't going to give up easily. Meanwhile, Asher found himself thinking about how he never imagined sitting on a flower bed. He felt out of place, but Lariette, oblivious to his discomfort, opened the picnic basket. It was beautifully packed, with wine and flowers neatly arranged. Lariette delighted in the sight, and Asher realized it was Holstein's handiwork. His butler had wished them a good walk before they left, and Asher wanted to disappear from embarrassment, but Lariette suddenly turned to him and asked what his favourite food was. He hadn't even considered it and answered that he didn't have one, which she didn't believe. He was supposed to have a favourite food, right? Lariette decided to share her own preferences. She told him she liked salmon sandwiches and didn't particularly like the smell of cucumbers, though she could eat them if she had to. Asher, thinking about it, wondered if she also didn't like cucumbers. She handed him a sandwich, and he thought about how, since she was a purification magician, her scent must also be purified, unlike his own cursed smell. He restrained himself from asking if she could smell it, but still, he didn't refuse and took the sandwich. As he took a careful bite, Asher looked like some kind of deity descended from the heavens, and Lariette couldn't help but admire him in silence, holding back an outburst of emotion. Afterward, she waved her finger in the air and used magic to make all the nearby flowers gather into a beautiful wreath. The wreath gently landed on Asher's head, and he looked up at it, like a small child, with delicate pink petals swirling around him. Lariette gazed at him in admiration, her cheeks flushed with surprise and her mouth agape. However, Asher immediately began covering his face and trying to get rid of the wreath, fearing Lariette would laugh at him. She tried to stop him, asking him to leave the flowers in place, but before she could, the wind swept the wreath off his head. She rushed after it, and Asher tried to stop her, but she didn't hear him. In the end, she fell into the fountain, soaking her dress and hair. The most unexpected part was that Asher, noticing she was about to fall, rushed to save her, and Lariette ended up practically sitting on top of him. Their faces were mere millimeters apart. Asher looked into her eyes and, in a low voice, said it was time for her to stop embarrassing him. He carefully placed his hand on her shoulder, which only made the situation more awkward for both of them. But that wasn't all. Asher, still looking into her eyes, gently touched a strand of her hair and asked what he would do if she caught a cold after all this. Lariette, looking away, replied that it wouldn't happen because she was strong and could withstand any hardships. Asher picked her up in his arms, saying it was time for them to go back. Lariette, embarrassed, asked him to put her down. She couldn't bear how flustered she was becoming. Once they arrived at the estate, Holstein took her temperature, which was higher than normal. Lariette had caught a cold, as Asher had predicted. Asher didn't say anything in response because he already knew. Lariette, embarrassed, admitted it was the first time in her life she had caught a cold. Asher looked at her with a disappointed expression, unsure whether she was joking. Lariette could only quietly ask for his forgiveness. After a moment of silence, Asher explained that he needed to go to the imperial castle and had already called for a priest. Lariette simply responded with a short, "Aha." Asher thought she might ask him to stay with her, but Lariette, though grateful, didn't want to burden him further. She decided to rest quietly in her room instead. After leaving her room, Asher rode in the carriage to the imperial castle. As he sat there, he thought about Larette's family. He couldn't understand how they could allow their daughter to stay on his estate so easily. He also hadn't realized that cohabitation with Lariette would be so difficult. While they were standing still, a white carriage drove past them, and long white hair appeared from the window. As Asher turned toward the carriage, he realized that it was the clergy, heading toward Lariette. He was relieved they had arrived so quickly, but then he noticed, with some surprise, a smile forming on his face. Embarrassed by his reaction, the Duke immediately covered his face with his hand, not fully understanding why he felt that way. The clergy knocked on the door and asked if the patient was inside. When they entered, Larette's face immediately turned bright red, resembling a tomato. It was clear why. Standing before her was an incredibly handsome man with long white hair and cat-like yellow eyes. He smiled warmly and explained that they had come from the temple. Sitting on the bed next to Lariette, the man introduced himself as Doha, a servant of the Allon temple. Lariette introduced herself in response, and he didn't hesitate to reach out his hands toward her head, stating that they would begin the treatment. His gesture confused Lariette, and she lowered her eyes to the floor. When he touched her face, the same light that appeared when Lariette freed Asher from the curse surrounded them. She instinctively raised her eyes to Doha, who was smiling at her. As the treatment progressed, he decided to make small talk, asking how she had ended up here. The question seemed odd and out of place, but realizing his mistake, he quickly apologized, looking away. Zohar explained that due to the Duke's curse, everyone was shunned, even in the temple, where there was a clear hierarchy. He added that, as a low-ranking priest, he was often ignored by others. Lariette remembered hearing that wounds like his were common among low-ranking priests who didn't have the money to seek help from more powerful figures. Once the treatment was over, Doha said that was all, continuing to sit beside Lariette. She stretched her hands, feeling the positive effects of the magic, and thanked him for the treatment. Still, she felt compelled to do something more. She whispered to Doha, asking if he could come closer for just a moment. He complied without hesitation. Lariette slowly placed her hands on his forehead, and once again a familiar light surrounded them as she used her magic to heal his wounds. This act confused her slightly, as it took more energy than she expected. When she finished, the look on Doha's face was one of surprise. Clearly, he hadn't expected a magician to be so skilled, and he was clearly impressed by what had just happened. A somewhat creepy smile appeared on his face as he asked, almost with a hint of curiosity, whether Lariette was a healing magician. Before she could respond, he made an unexpected offer to her. To work for him as a personal healing magician, he assured her they could easily agree on a fair price. Lariette was slightly taken aback, replied that she was busy and couldn't commit. However, Doha, now hovering over her, asked if she might be able to help him later, any time she was available. Lariette answered that it was possible. He smiled at her with his yellow eyes, pleased by her response, As a sign of gratitude, he promised to continue treating her for free. Furthermore, if she healed him, he would repay her properly. Lariette saw this as a good offer and agreed. Doha, clearly pleased, asked if they could now be considered friends and grow closer. As he moved even closer to her, he explained that he wanted to be friends because he truly liked her. A sly grin spread across his face. Lariette, not finding his behavior particularly strange, simply thought that she had no real friends yet. Before she died, it would be nice to experience friendship. Smiling, she wished him and herself good luck. He smiled back, and, still sitting on her bed in a somewhat inappropriate position, told her to take care of him. After some time, when Dohai had already left the estate, he arrived at the temple of Alton. As he entered, a man at the entrance bowed deeply to him, calling him the High Priest Michael Davin, which completely contradicted his earlier stories to Lariette, where he had complained about his low status in the temple. Apparently, his claims were lies. Inside the temple, Doha was greeted by another priest, who remarked that he was tired of the high priest wandering around wherever he pleased. It was then that he noticed the scar on Doha's forehead had disappeared. Placing his hand on his forehead, Doha, with a surprised expression, replied that a sorceress healer had done it. He still found it hard to believe. The red-haired priest was shocked by this revelation, realizing that the healer must possess the same power as their high priest. He couldn't understand how it was possible. Dohai, grinning slightly, responded that he was now going to find out everything about this girl and her power. La César. At the same time, Azar had returned and was sitting in the carriage, unsure whether he should get out or not. He didn't want to leave, but ultimately he got out and headed toward the estate. As he raised his eyes to the sky, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had to go to Lariette, even though he knew it was better not to. He didn't understand why he continued to care for her. When he approached the doors, Lariette unexpectedly leaned out to greet him with a smile. Asher was visibly confused, as he hadn't expected her to be waiting for him at the threshold. It was the first time anyone had greeted him like this. Despite his confusion, he decided not to react and asked her to step aside so he could enter. She thanked him for the priest's visit and, as they walked, unexpectedly grabbed his hand. The action took him by surprise. Lariette explained that in 2 days she would be fully recovered. She then placed her hand on his forehead, showing that her fever had subsided and she was feeling much better. However, Asher quickly pulled his hand away, responding with a short, "Aha." He considered her gesture shameless. But Lariette wasn't deterred. She rushed after him, asking if he wanted to see her and if he had thought about her. Blushing, Asher turned away, stating that this had never happened, but it was clear to Lariette that he was trying to hide something. She noticed his strange reaction and pressed further, asking again if he had thought about her. Asher, still blushing, replied dryly that no, he hadn't. Lariette then asked, somewhat teasingly, why he was suddenly blushing. Before he could answer, she shifted the conversation to what he would be doing tomorrow. Asher answered that he would be sorting out papers in the mansion, thinking she might want to purify herself tomorrow, but Lariette had other plans. She pulled out a ticket with a smile on her face and invited him to the show. Apparently she had already purchased tickets for both of them in advance. Asher took a closer look at the ticket and asked what kind of paper it was. Lariette, frustrated by the question, explained that it wasn't just any piece of paper. It had been difficult to obtain. Then Asher asked what the show was. Lariette, excited by his interest, explained that it was a famous performance and that they had premium box seats. Moreover, tomorrow would be the last performance. Without hesitation, Asher gave a firm and short response. "No." This immediately upset Lariette. She couldn't understand why he didn't want to go, but Asher didn't explain the real reason. His curse made him believe that everyone would avoid him and look at him with disgust as soon as he entered a public place. He didn't want to risk that. Asher couldn't understand why Lariette took his curse so lightly. He needed her to realize that not everyone would react to him the way she did. He didn't have the luxury of going to public places. Stopping, Asher looked at Lariette and asked again, his voice heavy. "Are you really not afraid of me?" Afterward, he explained that the rumors about the demon of war were not just fairy tales. Tens, even hundreds, of lives had been lost at his hands. Lariette, listening to this, looked a little frightened and confused. He continued, saying that it wasn't surprising others feared him, for a man who was so close to death was dangerous, not just in scent, but in action as well. She understood, but it wasn't as terrifying to her that she would run away. In response, Lariette suddenly struck Zasha's hand, something he hadn't expected from her at all. The Duke, taken aback, asked what she was doing. Lariette, clearly angry with him, responded, "Peace, Captain, peace, Captain, peace, Captain," her fists slightly swollen from the force of the blow. She exclaimed that she had just dared to attack Duke Candle and wondered what he would do about it now. She added that, on top of that, she often looked at his face, held his hand without his consent, and even called him by his name. As she laid out her grievances, the Duke looked extremely confused. Lariette then asked one thing. Was he planning to kill her after all of this? She couldn't understand why he was speaking about himself in such a way. Grabbing his coat, Lariette squeezed the fabric in her hand, demanding a specific answer to her invitation. Yes or no, and if the answer was no, a clear explanation as to why. She was eager to know whether Asher wanted to go to the show with her or not. His reaction, however, left him in complete surprise. He hadn't expected her to behave this way, and so he silently listened to everything she said. After a pause, Lariette instructed him not to worry about others and to focus on what he wanted for himself, something he had clearly not done in a long time. With that, she turned and walked toward her room, dissatisfied. She asked Asher to give his answer by the next morning, as he couldn't give it right away. She added that if he refused, she would go to the show with someone else. Asher stood frozen, as if he had been brought back from the edge of heaven to earth. He struggled to process whether Lariette was serious, or if all of this was just nonsense. His ears burned from the awkwardness of the situation. Sipping at his milk pitcher in the temporary silence, he realized. The next morning it seemed that the Duke had indeed agreed to attend the performance with Lariette, and she was overjoyed by his acceptance. They had already arrived at the venue, and Asher, like a true gentleman, helped Lariette out of the carriage, offering his hand. She beamed with happiness, but suddenly her leg twisted, and she stumbled. She would have fallen if not for Duke Candle's quick reaction, catching her in his arms. It almost seemed as if Lariette had planned the fall, because she was pleased when she found herself in his arms, even managing to secretly hold his hand. For this, he reprimanded her, but she responded that it was only because he had caught her. Asher, still firm, told her not to do that again. Looking around, he noticed a large crowd of people waiting for the performance to start. Lariette noticed how nervous the Duke seemed, his hands shaking slightly. She grabbed his hand, pulling him along, smiling radiantly at him. She reassured him that everything would be fine, especially since they had a private VIP box. She asked him not to worry as they made their way inside. Once the show began, they settled into their seats, watching an incredible performance with talented actors. Time flew by, and as they exited the VIP box, Lariette shared her excitement with Asher, telling him how much fun she had. He responded that it wasn't bad, to which she added that the lead actor was quite handsome. Asher, curious, asked if she really liked the prince, as he found him extremely ugly. Lariette laughed and replied that she simply appreciated beauty in all forms. Then she told him she was going to the restroom and asked him to wait for her in the carriage. Having finished quickly, she returned, her spirits high, looking forward to a nice dinner after their enjoyable day. But just as she was about to head back to the carriage, she heard someone calling her name, shortening it in an overly familiar way. It was Marquis Segre, who, with a smug grin, did not apologize for his previous rudeness. He seemed to take pleasure in the sight of Lariette, who was smiling brightly, while he casually embraced a lady who looked anything but pleased. Lariette reminded him that she had advised him to avoid meeting her again. Preparing to cast a spell to intimidate him at least a little, she was startled to find that he appeared completely unbothered. Without a hint of concern, the Marquis snapped his fingers. He then stated that Lariette didn't understand the situation she was in. Even if she resisted, her body, being so precious, shouldn't go to waste. At that moment, she was grabbed by 2 pairs of hands. 2 men gagged her and forcibly held her in place while Segre approached, his smug grin never leaving his face. He explained that he had been waiting for this moment because he still couldn't forget the humiliation she had caused him that day. Stepping closer, the Marquis touched her face with his palm and, smiling, suggested that since Lariette had become a commoner, perhaps he should make her his concubine. He promised to treat her with great tolerance, given her good looks. But before he could finish his sentence, something swept his hand away. And suddenly, the heads of the 2 men holding Lariette fell to the floor with a sickening thud. The girl remained frozen, terrified, as Asher stood next to her. The young Duke calmly explained that no matter how long he waited for Lariette, she had still not returned. Now he was here to collect her. He added coldly that anyone who dared touch what belonged to Mr. Candle would die. Looking down at her, Asher suddenly turned to Lariette, asking if she was disappointed in him. Lariette, confused and unable to collect her thoughts, didn't know how to respond. Before she could answer, the Marquis, shaking in fear, intervened, asking Asher if he knew who he was. The Duke regarded him with contempt, and staring him down, asked if the Marquis was seriously speaking to him like that. The Marquis, trembling, could only hiccup in fear, clearly too terrified to respond, his current situation worsening by the second. At that moment, Lariette stepped in, stopping Asher and asking him to wait. She explained that, for now, the Marquis was standing right in front of him, and continuing this confrontation would only escalate things. Asher, with indifference, replied that he was the Duke of Candle, but Lariette stood her ground, insisting it wouldn't change anything. The Duke couldn't understand why he should be concerned. After all, he was recognized by the Emperor and had his favor. Taking the life of some Marquis wouldn't benefit him. But Larry didn't let him dwell on it. Grabbing his hand, she pulled him toward the exit, urging him to just follow her and do it quickly. Without another word, they hurriedly left the scene. Already sitting in the carriage, the main character nervously tried to catch her breath. The Duke, however, thought to himself that he didn't care about Maris. His main concern was saving the girl. He turned to her and asked if she was okay, to which she replied, still out of breath, that she wasn't. Asher, turning away to look out the window, silently mused that Lariette would surely end their relationship now, having seen how cruel he could be. Yet, since they were bound by a contract, he reasoned that nothing else should matter to him. But things didn't turn out as he expected. Smiling, the main character praised the Duke, saying what he did was impressive, and adding that he was even cooler than the character in the play. Hearing this, Asher opened his mouth in surprise. After that, they drove in silence. Lariette still believed it was wrong to resort to violence so often, but the girl admitted that in this case, it had been self-defense. The next day, the same priest came to see Lariette, because, after attending the show, she had caught a cold again. Concerned, the priest asked if she was feeling better, urging her to be more careful. Lariette hadn't expected to get sick so quickly and decided to inquire if it was possible to cure an incurable disease with divine power. She seemed excited yet nervous as she asked. Smiling sweetly, Doha explained that an incurable disease is one that can't be treated by either magic or divine power. If there is any possibility of treatment, then it's no longer considered incurable. This answer left Lariette feeling upset, realizing that everything would still die anyway. But then, smiling wider, Doha added that it might be possible to cure such a disease with divine power equal to that of His Holiness the Pope. What Lariette didn't know was that Doha himself held such power. Using his abilities, the priest saw that the main character's mana chain was curved, a rare case caused by an excess of unbalanced and uncontrolled mana. From what he could tell, Lariette wouldn't die, but would suffer from bone pain her entire life. Healing would be difficult, but not impossible. Recognizing Lariette as a very talented wizard, Doha didn't mind investing in her recovery. He offered to help, saying he would treat her periodically. Upon hearing this, Lariette exclaimed joyfully and expressed her deep gratitude. Suddenly, Doha asked for her forgiveness and, without warning, pulled Lariette into his arms. Before she could even react, she found herself tightly embraced. Doha leaned in closer, apparently placing a healing kiss on her lips. A soft light illuminated the room as he gently held her head, using magic to heal her from the inside. Afterward, he pulled away, stating that the treatment was over for the day. Lariette blushed deeply, like a ripe tomato. Doha added that the procedure would need to be repeated several times. Lariette, still flustered, managed a quiet, "Thank you." Slowly, the priest asked if she could help him in return as a sign of gratitude. Slowly extending his hand, he rolled up his sleeve, revealing a large wound. Seeing it, Lariette gasped in surprise. She gently touched it and asked how he had suffered such an injury. Doha explained that it had happened recently. As he spoke, the room was again bathed in bright light, and the wound instantly healed. Watching this, Doha thought his theories had been confirmed. Lariette, exhausted, collapsed onto the bed, noting that the process had drained too much of her mana. Doha thanked her, acknowledging that it wasn't surprising she had spent so much energy on him, as he was a high priest. He then pulled out a precious stone and handed it to Lariette, saying it was payment for her help. She was puzzled by where he had gotten such a valuable item. Doha, of course, lied and said he had simply picked it up. Lariette didn't expect such a grand reward for just one treatment, so she told him she would treat him as a regular client going forward. Added with a playful tone, she added that there was no other sorceress he could visit except her. The statement made Dovoir laugh. After that, his expression shifted slightly, becoming more cunning, as if this was what he had been waiting for all along. Doha willingly agreed with the heroine, now determined not to let her go or allow her to escape. The next day, as Lariette walked through the corridors, she encountered the butler. He wished her a good morning and asked if she was looking for the Duke. She confirmed this and asked if he knew where Asha was. The butler explained that the Duke had returned late and was now sleeping, which initially upset Lariette, but then he brightened her mood by suggesting she be the one to wake him. Surprised, she asked if she was really allowed to do that. The butler, smiling joyfully, assured her that it was perfectly fine, secretly thinking how happy he'd be if she not only woke the Duke, but also eventually married him. He gave her directions to Asha's bedroom, and, though nervous, Lariette made her way there, feeling a bit awkward since she had never been in his private quarters before. When she reached the bedroom, she carefully opened the door and was taken aback by how large the room was. Approaching the Duke's bed, she softly wished him good morning. Asha reluctantly lifted his head from the pillow, recognizing the familiar voice, but not fully awake yet. After blinking a few times to focus, he realized it was Lariette standing above him. Squinting, he asked why she was there, still groggy from sleep. Lariette, sitting on the edge of the bed, explained that it would be best to conduct the cleansing ritual in the bedroom and suggested they finish it quickly. Asher, still not fully understanding, asked what she meant. Smiling, Lariette explained that starting from that day, she would be cleansing his upper body, and the curse would only be lifted if she touched his bare skin. Asher was taken aback by this and hesitated. The heroine, approaching him, suggested that he undress, to which he nervously backed away. Embarrassed, he stammered that there was no need for her to do it and quickly began unbuttoning his shirt. Once his shirt was off, he looked away, feeling incredibly awkward. His body was wrapped in bandages, and Lariette gazed at him with wide eyes. Looking up, Asher asked if he should remove the bandages too. Lariette, blushing, replied that the cleansing required contact with bare skin. At this, Asher turned red like a tomato, but, after a moment of hesitation, removed the bandages. Lariette, upon seeing his scarred but enchanted body, was shocked. Asher, in turn, quickly averted his eyes, feeling even more uncomfortable. Lariette was stunned by the sight, realizing that the curse was far more powerful than she had anticipated. Gently placing her hand on his chest, she began explaining that the curse was too great to be lifted in one session, but she promised to do her best. Asher, nervously covering his mouth with his hand, avoided her gaze, feeling more embarrassed by the second as she got closer to him. Suddenly, Lariette stopped, realizing that she had exhausted too much mana. Weakened, she collapsed onto Asher's chest, alarming him. He called out her name, confused because everything had seemed to be going well up until that moment. With her eyes closed, Lariette explained weakly that her mana had been drained because she had healed the Reaper the previous day. Asher, both embarrassed and bewildered, listened as she casually recounted how she had befriended the Reaper and offered to help him from time to time, as long as it didn't interfere with the curse purification. Still flustered, Asher, struggling to understand, asked if she treated the Reaper the same way she was treating him. Lariette, confused by the question, didn't know what he was referring to. Realizing his thoughts had wandered, Asher cleared his throat and mentioned that he always thought priests were usually women. He then told her to do as she wished. Suddenly, Lariette opened her eyes for a brief moment and, with an unexpected question, asked when he would finally fall in love with her. After that, Lariette collapsed into Asher's lap from exhaustion. The man didn't even have time to respond to her question before his expression darkened. He clenched his fist angrily, seemingly blaming himself for her weakened state. Later, Asher began avoiding her for reasons unknown, while Lariette searched the entire estate for him without success. One day, as she sat at a table drinking tea, she shared her frustrations with Lodin, confiding that the Duke continued to avoid her. She couldn't understand if she had put too much pressure on him, which embarrassed her. Lodin, who had become her close friend while they were searching for Escher, listened attentively. Lariette couldn't help but notice that Doris seemed surprisingly good at giving love advice, and from the way he carried himself, she was sure he had been with many women. Doha caught her gaze and smiled knowingly. Then, with a mischievous glint in his eye, he suggested a bold idea. Make Asher jealous. Slowly, he reached out and twirled a strand of Lariette's hair around his finger, gazing at her seductively. He told her that no man could resist the sight of the woman he loves with another. Lariette, a bit flustered, replied that she didn't have a suitable partner, thinking back to her lack of experience with boyfriends or male friends due to her complicated past with her ex-fiancé. Her innocence amused Doha, who suddenly placed his hand on the back of her head and pulled her closer, their faces just millimeters apart. Looking into her eyes, he softly reminded her that he was also a man, subtly hinting at himself as a candidate. Holding her close, Doha managed to talk to her while treating her wounds at the same time. Lariette was surprised by his boldness, and the idea of making Asha jealous didn't seem so bad after all. She even allowed herself to imagine Asha begging her not to leave him, pleading with her as he feared going mad without her. The thought made her blush, though she quickly pushed it aside, realizing it would probably hurt Asha in the long run. Lariette thanked Doha for his help, telling him that she would figure out her own way to handle the situation. She was confident that she could win over the Duke without resorting to manipulation, mentally urging Asha to wait for her. Late that night, as Asha quietly returned from his business and tried to slip into the estate unnoticed, a voice called out to him. It was Lariette, sitting on the steps. Her expression stern, almost like a mother who had been waiting up for her child to reprimand them. Startled, Asha froze, surprised and nervous to see her there. He asked why she wasn't asleep. Lariette, a bit flustered herself, replied that she had been waiting for him. She complained that it had been hard to get a glimpse of him recently, as his busy schedule seemed to keep him away. Rising from the steps, she approached him, raising her head to meet his eyes. It was clear to her that it was time to confront him directly. She reminded him of their agreement to take walks twice a week, and asked if he had forgotten. Asha wasn't sure if the ache he felt was from the stress in his stomach or a deeper pain in his heart, but one thing was certain. Whenever he stood in front of Lariette, he felt strange. It was precisely this strange, unfamiliar feeling that had driven him to avoid her in recent days. Not wanting to prolong the discomfort, Asha quickly invited her to take a walk in the garden tomorrow, then diverted his eyes to avoid her gaze. Lariette began to realize that she was the only one truly holding on to their relationship. As long as she continued cleansing him, Asha would be fine, but she also needed to consider her own well-being. After all, her time was running out, and she didn't want to face death by submitting and giving up like she had in the past. Forcing a smile, she suggested that Asha must have been very busy lately, which explained why he came home so late. She then added that he didn't need to feel obligated to walk with her or share meals together if it was too much for him. Lariette smiled faintly, addressing him as Duke, and remarked that he was busy, implying she was only distracting him with everything. How can anyone say they are Duke for the first time when she had always used his name? Asha's eyes widened in shock. Something had clearly changed, but he didn't respond. Lariette continued, saying she would go eat with her priest friend and that she would forego their walks and dinners, giving him the freedom to focus solely on his work. Asha, still speechless, watched as her lips trembled before she quickly turned away and climbed the stairs to her room, leaving him standing there alone, uncertain of what to say. Once in her room, Lariette lay on her bed and opened her notebook, the one her father had given her, much like the way he had once gifted Rayon a sword encrusted with precious stones. She remembered her brother recounting how his skin had tanned from his journey to the west, sharing joyfully about the refreshing air, the pristine water, and the wonderful people he'd met. Lariette felt a pang of sadness, realizing that she had never been on any trips herself. Despite her desire to do so, she'd always been left out of discussions and decisions. Now, she questioned why she couldn't do what she wanted, even in her final days. The reason she had sought a relationship was to create some happy memories before her time ran out, but it was beginning to feel like a burden to Asha. This confused her, especially since he had never shown hostility towards her. In fact, the way he looked at her during the performance had only made things more complicated. Burying her face in her pillow, Lariette thought about how lonely she felt, trying to figure out what to do next. Meanwhile, Dohai was changing into more casual clothes, revealing the scars that covered his body. His subordinate, Joshua, noted that Dohai had been wearing the robes of a low-level priest too often lately. Joshua found it odd, given Dohai's exceptional status and immense divine power. He wondered why someone like him would need to disguise himself. But Dohai brushed off the comment, asking if everyone else wore similar attire. Ignoring the question, Joshua then inquired if Doha was planning to meet with that sorceress healer again. As Dohai tied his hair back into a neat ponytail, holding the hair tie between his teeth, he answered with a simple yes. Joshua grew concerned, reminding him that the girl served Duke Candel, and if Dohai's identity as the future pope were discovered, it would bring shame to the church. Amused, Doha asked if Joshua truly believed he could be caught so easily, but Joshua remained nervous, suggesting that it might be better to lead Lariette to the Temple of Altion, where she could serve the next pope directly. However, Doha shrugged off the suggestion, replying that he was just an ordinary person, before leaving the room. As Joshua watched him go, he couldn't help but think about how interested Doha seemed in Lariette. She was the eldest daughter of the Duke of Blanchett and the fiancée of Marquis Ezra, whose recent actions had been troubling. Lariette possessed powerful healing abilities and a vast reserve of mana, and it was clear that she was a purification sorceress. She had become close to Duke Candel, who sought her help to break the curse that plagued him. It was evident the Duke would spare no expense for her services, and Joshua suspected Lariette was in love with Asher, doing her best to capture his attention. Doha, now seated in his carriage with a sly grin, contemplated how difficult it would be to make Lariette his personal healer and flirt with her while their relationship remained shallow. He realized he would need to put in more effort to win her over, especially since Lariette clearly liked him as well. But despite this, he couldn't quite figure out how to seduce her. As they approached Asher's estate, the door to Doha's carriage suddenly swung open, revealing an anxious Lariette. She asked him if he had any free time today. Surprised, Doha replied that he did, wondering why she needed to know. Without hesitation, Lariette climbed into the carriage, asking him to spend the day with her, to go out, eat and shop together. She explained that they were embarking on the jealousy operation, a desperate plan she had come up with in an attempt to gain Asher's attention. Smiling to himself, Doha eagerly agreed, as if this was what he had been waiting for. His prey had fallen right into his hands, agreeing to his plan under the guise of a harmless operation. He decided to invite Lariette on a date as part of the café. Doha had been growing increasingly frustrated at how long it was taking to be served. As Lariette explained that dessert would take a little more time, she and Doha sat on a bench. Lariette, curious, asked if he liked sweets, to which he replied that he did. Seemingly out of nowhere, she questioned why he was allowing her to treat him. Suspecting there might be some catch, Doha, looking slightly confused and a bit saddened, explained that he typically avoided getting hurt, but they were supposedly forced to seek treatment outside the temple by the high priest's orders for the lower-ranked workers. Hearing this, Lariette gave him a thumbs up, struggling to hold back tears. She sympathetically told him not to worry, assuring him that if his boss ever bothered him, she would gladly take revenge on his behalf. Amused, Doha found her reaction both endearing and a little funny, considering the vast power he wielded. Still, he played along and agreed, intrigued by how far her interest would go. Lariette, thrilled by his response, eagerly began offering suggestions, like setting the high priest's clothes on fire or hanging them from a tree. She enthusiastically promised to do whatever she could to help. Doha thanked her, trying not to laugh. He knew Lariette was capable of using elemental magic and hoped she wouldn't actually act on these ideas, which could inadvertently turn the temple into an enemy. But he reassured himself that it was all in good humour. As they continued strolling through the streets, looking at shop windows, Loretta's attention was suddenly caught by a jeweled brooch displayed among other trinkets. She thought it would suit Asha perfectly. While she was lost in thought, Doha gently placed his hand on her back, startling her. When he asked what had caught her eye, she quickly grew embarrassed and replied that it was nothing. Turning to him with a smile, she added that she was simply admiring the jewelry and thought something would look good on him. Doha, with a smile, encouraged her to go inside and ask about the price, even though he had no use for the decoration himself. Without hesitation, Loretta rushed into the shop. As Doha strolled nearby, he accidentally brushed shoulders with someone. Without a word, he adjusted his clothes and continued walking, but the stranger began shouting, demanding to know why the lower priest hadn't apologized to his elder. The man introduced himself as someone talented, who had become a layman in just 5 years, clearly expecting deference, until he resumed his holdover on the bed. Doha, remaining calm, simply told him not to itch under his ear and to continue on his way. However, the layman was incensed by his tone and grabbed Doha by the collar, yelling that he had no idea who he was dealing with. The layman threatened Doha, boasting of his status and clearly believing himself superior. Doha, growing tired of the situation, considered his options. He thought briefly about using his divine power, enough to burn this man to ashes if he wished, but realized that revealing his true identity wasn't an option, as there were too many onlookers. For now, he decided not to resist, and with a slight bow, apologized to the elder, even though the situation was reversed. The layman smirked, assuming Doha was finally submitting, but his triumph was short-lived. Within seconds, the layman's clothes mysteriously caught fire. Confused, the man stared at the burning hem of his robe, unsure of what to do, and quickly began screaming. As the flames consumed his clothing, revealing nothing but teddy bear printed underpants, the crowd erupted in laughter. The layman was utterly disgraced in front of everyone. Dohai, wide-eyed, realized that the spontaneous combustion wasn't his doing. The entire spectacle left him both astonished and amused. Then he heard a familiar voice, and before he knew it, someone grabbed his hand and pulled him along. With a beaming smile on her face, Loretta tugged him hastily, clearly pleased with herself. Her joyful reaction and the way she quickly fled the scene made it obvious that she had been up to something. Finally, they reached a quiet alley where no one was around, and they disappeared into the bend. Dohai immediately asked, "What did you do?" Still catching her breath but grinning, Loretta replied, "I told you, I would take revenge." He stared at her in confusion for a moment, as if trying to decide whether she was being serious, but when she added, "I won't back down if you're in trouble, so don't worry," he couldn't hold back any longer. He burst out laughing, covering his face with his hands. Loretta noticed that Dohai was laughing like a true villain, amused by the entire situation. Resting his head on her shoulder, he asked with a mischievous tone, "What am I going to do with you? You're just too interesting." His hand gently wrapped around her neck as he smiled, his voice rising slightly. "It's so fascinating. I want to have you completely." Meanwhile, back at the estate, Asher sat fuming in his room. The butler had just informed him that Loretta had spent the entire day with the priest. Only now did it dawn on him that the priest was a man, not a woman as he had originally thought. The butler, sensing the tension, warned the Duke that if he didn't act soon, things between Loretta and this new friend could escalate beyond mere friendship. Standing in the middle of his room, Asher began to grasp the reality of the situation. He had no idea how far Loretta's relationship with Doha had progressed. As he tried to reassure himself that even if they became lovers, it shouldn't matter to him, images of them walking together, kissing sweetly at the end of their outings, tormented him, Sitting on the bed with his face in his hands, the Duke told himself that Lariette was only there to cleanse his curse, nothing more. Their conversations about dates and affection were fleeting, he tried to convince himself. But his head spun, and he couldn't shake the strange feelings churning in his stomach. Looking down at his hands with disappointment in himself, Asher couldn't understand why he felt this way. Who would want a monster like him? Surely Lariette only pitied him, offering sympathy and comfort out of kindness, nothing more. Yet, despite his inner conflict, he decided that there was no point in lingering on these thoughts. Later, as they sat at the dinner table, Lariette suddenly asked why Asher had called for her. He explained that he wanted to talk after such a long time. She responded with mild surprise, noting that she thought the Duke's busy schedule had been sorted out. But in her mind, she wondered whether her plan to make him jealous had worked. As she looked at his stunning face, she had to hold herself back from showering him with compliments, thinking to herself that someone with such beauty could conquer the world. Asher unexpectedly turned to her and asked how she had been, his voice cold and distant. Lariette, panicking slightly and blushing, explained that she had been spending time with her friend. She glanced up at him, hoping he would show some sign of jealousy. But the Duke, looking away, responded indifferently, as if the question had been asked out of mere politeness, and that he didn't really care about her answer. Determined to press on, Lariette mentioned that Doha would be visiting this afternoon and that they would be in her room. She assured the Duke that he shouldn't worry if anything happened, but even then he remained unbothered, replying that it didn't matter to him. Save for one minor issue, he had been presently betrayed by a Secret Service crew arriving at his door. Feeling flustered, Lariette nervously picked up her fork, took a bite, and then, glancing up at him, asked, "Aren't you even a little jealous of me?" After all, that's what she had been aiming for all along. Slowly, Asher turned to face her. Looking at her incredibly sweet face, he suddenly blushed, struggling to maintain his composure. His mind raced, trying to figure out what to say in response to her bold question. But then Asher immediately answered her, saying that he wasn't jealous and that he didn't care, adding that the only thing that mattered to him was that this did not affect the quality of the purification process. In response, Lariette sighed in disappointment, picking at her food with a fork. She had expected a completely different answer. Abruptly, she stood up from the table, surprising the Duke. She explained that she had lost her appetite and said they'd see each other next time during the purification. With that, she left the dining room. Later, Lariette met with Doha, who had updated his image slightly by wearing glasses. He asked her gently what was bothering her. Sitting on the bed, she apologized. The priest, with a sly smile, thought to himself that Asher, cold-blooded as he was, would eventually regret his indifference. For now, though, Doha saw this as an opportunity to grow closer to her. Sitting beside her, he lightly put an arm around her shoulder, gazing at her sympathetically. Lariette, looking up at him, realized that he had come all this way for her, while she was just wallowing in her own problems. Deciding to lighten the mood, she asked about his glasses, teasing that he looked like a librarian, which suited him. Doha chuckled, suddenly saying he felt an urgent need to write something, as if overcome by a prophetic urge. This ability, prophecy, was a rare gift, possessed only by the most exceptional believers, and was a crucial factor in choosing a pope. Lariette, surprised by his seriousness, asked if he was all right, but Doha shifted the conversation, asking if she really liked his new look. She smiled and called him handsome, adding that everything suited him. Without warning, Doha pulled Lariette closer by the waist, their faces only inches apart. He gently held one of her hands while his other arm wrapped around her waist. Gazing directly into her eyes, he asked if they should begin the treatment now. Meanwhile, in his office, Asher was having a heated conversation with his butler. "It's pointless to interfere," he said, clearly referring to Lariette and Dorothy. The butler observed that the young lady had seemed upset after breakfast. If things ended like this, Asher's invitation had been in vain. The butler added that earlier, Asher had even instructed the cooks to remove all the cucumbers from Larette's meal, something the butler found astonishing, as it was the first time the Duke had made such a personal request for a guest. The butler speculated that Asher was experiencing emotional fluctuations. Since he had been cursed, Asher had distanced himself from others, finding it difficult to feel anything. Now, looking at the Duke, the butler sincerely hoped that he would find happiness. He advised Asher to stop hiding his true feelings. Hearing this, Asher was momentarily confused, but the butler turned to leave, suggesting before he exited that the Duke visit Lariette and her guest. "Don't think about anything but your heart," he advised. Asher didn't know how to respond to such advice. He couldn't tell what his heart was saying. He insisted that he shouldn't feel jealousy or anything of the sort. After all, he believed he was incapable of love. When he had been cursed as a child, he had been told that he would forever symbolize torn flesh. The curse had been cast by a witch, and Asher had lived ever since with the belief that his very presence would bring the stench of death. His heart had never been touched since. Yet, despite his doubts, Asher decided to heed the butler's advice and visit Lariette. He walked slowly toward her room, and as he approached, he noticed the door was slightly ajar. Through the gap, he saw Doha holding Larette's face. From behind, it looked like they were about to kiss. Asher's eyes widened in shock. Without thinking, he stormed into the room, grabbing Doha by the arm and pulling him away from Lariette. Fury flashed in his eyes as he glared at the priest. Lariette was frightened by the sudden intensity, and even Doha himself hadn't expected such a harsh reaction. Asher's eyes blazed with fury, and, in a commanding tone, he ordered Doha to take his hands off her. Despite the tension, Doha wasn't afraid. With a fiery gaze, he greeted the Duke, while Lariette was completely bewildered by the sudden turn of events. The situation had escalated unexpectedly, and the room was charged with tension. Internally, Doha was relieved he had chosen to wear glasses today, as it would be problematic if his identity were revealed so soon. Raising his hands in a gesture of peace, Doha signaled that he wasn't looking for a confrontation, though Asher's demeanor remained fierce, and even Lariette felt a little intimidated. Trying to calm her down, Doha gently called her by her nickname, Larry, which only made her more anxious. She tried to explain that her friend was only treating her and that nothing inappropriate had happened. But when Asher saw Doha's arm around her shoulder and the way he called her Larry, it was clear to him that this didn't look like just a friendly relationship. Asher glared at Doha, who looked back at him slyly, stroking Larette's head in a way that only infuriated the Duke further. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Asher sternly told the priest that he was free to leave. Doha, without protest, got out of bed and walked out of the room. As he left, he adjusted his glasses with a grin, amused by the unfolding drama. He thought to himself that the story was becoming more intriguing by the day, but he wasn't ready to give up yet. Asher sat down next to Lariette on the bed, both of them silent and unsure of what to say. Finally, Lariette broke the silence, reminding the Duke that he had claimed not to be jealous of her. Her face flushed slightly as she spoke, clearly nervous. Asher, his head lowered, remained quiet, his mind racing. He couldn't deny to himself that he had been too emotional. Was he really jealous of her? He often found himself thinking that her kindness could be given to someone else, and the thought made his blood boil. Now, as he looked at her, he realized he didn't want her to hate him. He didn't want to hurt her. After wrestling with his thoughts and emotions, Asher suddenly came to a realization. He wanted Lariette to be his. He had been turning away from his true feelings for too long. Lariette, noticing his silence, nervously asked if she could still meet with Doha, strangely seeking his permission. Asher turned to her, silent for a few seconds, as if deep in thought, before finally asking her not to do it. His face flushed as he continued, asking Lariette not to leave. It was as though he had held that request on the tip of his tongue for so long, and now it had finally slipped out. He admitted that he had never imagined his heart could beat so fast. With his head lowered, Asher explained that even when he didn't want to, his thoughts always drifted back to her. He confessed that just imagining her with another man made him want to cut off the hand that had touched her. Loretta's mouth dropped open in shock as she listened to his unexpected confessions. She had never thought she would hear such words from him. Then Asher, lifting his gaze to meet hers, admitted that if this was what jealousy felt like, then yes, he was insanely jealous. As he reached out a hand to touch her face, he stopped midway, fearing he might hurt her. He continued, saying that he felt lost, unsure of where these strange emotions were taking him, but despite his confusion, he finally asked Lariette if her offer for a romantic relationship was still valid. He confessed that he liked her. Lariette, wide-eyed and trying to process everything she had just heard, suddenly smiled. A blush spread across her cheeks as she joyfully gave him her answer. Yes, she wanted to be with him. She threw herself into his arms, surprising him. Asher, embarrassed, blushed deeply as he awkwardly hugged her back, his heart racing wildly. Moving slightly away from him, Lariette smiled and declared that she looked forward to their relationship with great excitement. Asher, still stunned by everything, quietly echoed that he was looking forward to it as well. He couldn't believe what was happening, that this was real. For him, this was a first, a new experience of love, something he had never imagined for himself. As they sat together, each was lost in their own thoughts. Lariette dreamed of spending the next 3 months with excitement and joy, while Asher was already making grand plans for their future. He imagined renovating the garden, picturing Lariette living in the house with him for the rest of their lives. After some time, Lariette decided to present Asher with a list of plans that they could carry out together. She eagerly awaited his opinion and perhaps a few suggestions of his own. Curious, Asher asked what the list was for, and Lariette explained that these were activities they would do together. But as he skimmed through the list, Asher's heart sank. There were so many things he felt he couldn't do because of his weakened body. He flipped through the notebook, hoping to find something else, but Lariette abruptly stopped him. "There's nothing important beyond that," she said nervously, her heart racing. She didn't want him to see the next pages, where she had listed her private wishes. More importantly, she didn't want him to discover that she was terminally ill, especially now that they had just begun their relationship. When Asher saw a crossed-out item on the list, city tour, he tensed immediately, knowing who she had spent that day with. Though he didn't say anything, the thought gnawed at him. Sensing his discomfort, Lariette quickly explained that it was merely a wish list, not something she specifically wanted to do with her boyfriend. Seeing his tense expression, Asher, trying to mask his feelings, suggested that she didn't have to fulfill all the points with him. But instead of feeling relieved, Lariette burst into laughter. "You're so cute when you're jealous," she teased, and Asher was stunned. No one had ever called him cute before. Blushing slightly, she leaned closer, looked him straight in the eyes, and softly said that she wanted to complete every item on the list with him. Only him. She then asked, in a sweet voice, if he liked her plan. Before Asher could respond, Lariette hugged him, her excitement bubbling over like a child's. She told him how much she loved the idea of doing all these things together. Soon after, they found themselves in one of the Empire's finest boutiques. Lariette was thrilled to be in the city with Asher, and as they browsed through the beautiful clothes, she tried on a stunning dress. She looked like a living doll in it. Stepping out to show him, she asked, "What do you think?" Asher was speechless, his mouth slightly open in surprise. The shop attendants helped her select more dresses, but Lariette was curious about Asher's opinion. Yet he remained silent. After a while, Asher quietly said that she didn't need to choose any of the dresses because he was prepared to buy her everything she liked. He even offered to buy her all the jewelry she had admired, and he kept his word, purchasing every item she had tried on. When they were riding home, the carriage was overflowing with boxes of clothing and jewelry. As they rode, Lariette suddenly asked why he hadn't responded earlier. Confused, Asher asked what she meant. She poked him lightly in the stomach and reminded him of her question about the dress, why he hadn't said anything back at the boutique. She poked him again playfully, and Asher, turning away in embarrassment, quietly admitted that he had been too flustered to respond. He thought Lariette had looked so beautiful in the dress that he had been rendered speechless. Lariette, feigning indignation, teased him for taking too long to compliment her. She continued poking him in the side, insisting that if he thought she was beautiful, he should say so immediately. The gentle touches flustered Asher, and he quickly grabbed her hand, trying to stop her. Holding her hand, he looked straight into her eyes, and gathering his courage, he finally told her, "You are truly very beautiful." Asher was so close to her now, the distance between their faces barely noticeable. Lariette, narrowing her eyes and blushing, asked if he honestly thought she was beautiful. Then, with a bold smile, she suddenly asked him to kiss her. The request embarrassed Asher deeply, but Lariette, resting her hand on his shoulder, was ready for the kiss. Asher, on the other hand, was not. Their faces inched closer, and just when they were about to kiss, the coachman's voice suddenly interrupted them. He announced that they had arrived, asking where to move the luggage. Startled, the couple froze, staring wide-eyed at each other. Embarrassed beyond words, Asher bolted from the carriage the moment the door opened, leaving Lariette behind, surprised and confused by his sudden departure. A few days later, Lariette, dressed beautifully for dinner, sat down at the table, feeling a bit sad. Since their interrupted kiss, there had been no progress in their relationship. Asher, always the gentleman, still treated her with care, straightening her napkin as she sat. But Lariette couldn't help but feel that their relationship hadn't changed much since before they were together. Time was slipping away, and she knew she didn't have much left. As Asher took his seat, Lariette, with an innocent smile, playfully asked him to feed her, making the first move that he seemed too shy to take himself. After this, Lariette added softly that she wanted to receive love from her lover today. Asher, the Duke, was puzzled. She seemed perfectly capable of eating on her own, so why did she need this? Still, he didn't want to refuse her. Picking up a piece of salad with his fork, Asher carefully and slowly brought it to her lips. Lariette leaned forward and quickly ate the small bite, smiling warmly at him. Suddenly she rushed to hug him, saying how kind he was and that he was the best man. Asher was incredibly embarrassed by her affection. When Lariette hugged him even tighter, his face turned as red as a ripe tomato, and he felt like he was burning with shame. Flustered, he quickly stood up from the table, mumbling about how much work he still had to do. Without waiting for her to respond, he hurriedly left, even as she tried to stop him for just a few more minutes. Asher simply waved a quick goodbye as he fled, leaving both Lariette and the butler bewildered by his sudden departure. It was then that Lariette realized something. Perhaps the Duke only wanted a platonic relationship. This thought struck her as a disaster, and she slumped forward, lightly hitting her head on the table in frustration. She wasn't entirely certain yet, but it weighed heavily on her mind. A few days later, Lariette visited Asher's bedroom. She opened the door slightly, announcing that she had come to perform a cleansing. As she walked in, she resolved that even if she didn't have much time left, and even if Asher didn't like her touch, she would accept it. After all, what kind of love was it if it caused discomfort and suffering? Smiling sweetly, she told him they would work on his upper body today. Asher, though embarrassed, began to unbutton his shirt slowly, preparing himself. Lariette watched, thinking about how handsome he looked as he undressed. Once his chest was bare, he sat quietly on the sofa, nervously saying he was ready. The Duke was still uncomfortable with the situation, especially with his girlfriend so close and about to touch his bare skin. Lariette approached him, gently starting the cleansing process. Asher tried to distract himself, thinking of anything else, but then Lariette stopped suddenly and leaned her elbows on his chest. Concerned, Asher asked if she was all right. She quietly reassured him, saying she was feeling better than before, but was still a bit dizzy. Blushing slightly, Lariette asked if she could hug him. Asher, looking into her eyes, blushed deeply and explained that it was hard for him to restrain himself. It wasn't entirely clear what he meant, but he turned away, gently holding her by the shoulders and suggesting they keep some distance. He admitted that he could be somewhat impatient. Lariette, excited, grabbed his hand and looked into his eyes, telling him he didn't need to hold back. He could do as he wished. Something seemed to snap in Asher at that moment. In one swift motion, he threw Lariette onto the sofa and hovered over her. Both of them were suddenly embarrassed by the intensity of the moment. Asher asked again if he truly had her permission, wanting to be sure that she wouldn't mind if he did what he desired. Lariette, thinking she had only wanted a simple kiss, realized the situation had quickly escalated. She felt as though Asher might devour her. His powerful body, heavy breathing, and intense gaze all hinted at his overwhelming desire. He gently took her hand and began covering it with soft kisses. Overcome with embarrassment, Lariette called out his name, stopping him halfway. She pulled her hand back, pressed it to her face, and quietly apologized, looking into his sea-blue eyes. Asher, trying to collect his thoughts, realized he needed to stop before things went too far. Gently helping her up, he asked her not to put them in such a situation again, explaining that next time he wouldn't be able to let her go so easily. Lariette promised she wouldn't act so thoughtlessly again. The Duke apologized for frightening her as he began to get dressed. He realized he, too, needed to be more careful, because he didn't know what might happen if they found themselves in a similar situation again. A few days later, Lariette, once again emboldened, practically sat on top of Asher, playfully suggesting they finish what they had started. Without much shame, she leaned in and gave him a long-awaited, sweet kiss on the lips. How the rest of the story unfolded remains to be seen. One morning, a few days after the cleansing, Lariette expressed her desire for Asher to take her on a date to a restaurant. She showed him a list of ideas, but Asher declined, explaining that even something as simple as going to a restaurant would be difficult for him due to his curse. The eyes of others always saw him as a monster, and they were wary of him. With sadness in his voice, Asher apologized to Lariette, regretting that she, as the beloved of a cursed man, would have to give up so much. Looking at her bright, unwavering smile, Asher felt guilty for not being able to give her what she deserved, but Lariette, gathering her strength, smiled even more radiantly and reassured him that the location of their date didn't matter to her. The only thing that was important was that they spend time together. After hearing this, Asher smiled joyfully as they continued their conversation. However, in the midst of their discussion, the Duke completely forgot about his responsibilities. Lariette, noticing this, decided to remind him by gently pushing him toward the door, telling him he would be late for his duties at the palace. Asher agreed, adding that he would return to her very soon. He thought to himself that he would finish his work quickly, then come home to have dinner with her. They could enjoy a relaxing evening, talking over a drink and discussing interesting topics. He planned to ask her about her day, how she had adjusted to her new surroundings, and what kind of alcohol and snacks she preferred. But the meeting turned out to be far longer and more tedious than expected. After an hour of pointless discussion, Asher, frustrated, decided to speak up. He asked the men present how long they intended to keep up this useless argument. Upon hearing this, the room immediately fell silent. Even the emperor was taken aback. However, one man grew indignant at the duke's blunt behavior, especially in front of his majesty. Angrily, he slammed his fists on the table. Asher, crossing his arms, understood that the father of his beloved Lariette was the one speaking. He wasn't sure whether to ignore the outburst or take action, but it was clear from the man's reaction that only a single glance from the Duke was enough to put him in his place. The Emperor, considering the situation, decided it was time to bring the discussion to an end. With the word "end" spoken, Asher immediately rose from his seat and rushed home. Larette's father was furious at what he considered an impudent departure, seeing it as an affront to his authority. One of the gentlemen next to him remarked that Asher was incredibly fortunate, for he knew just how fierce the Duke could be. He was puzzled as to why this man was so eager to challenge him, and, with a sly grin, he advised the irate father that, if he wanted to save his family from decline, he needed to be much wiser. Larette's father, beside himself with anger and shame, stormed out of the hall. He walked down the corridor, clenching his fists in frustration. In his mind, he blamed everything on his daughter. If only someone had managed the household better, perhaps their finances wouldn't be in such a mess. Furthermore, with his son-in-law, Rayon, spending recklessly, the family situation was worsening. His wife blamed him for Larette's decision to run away, claiming it was because she hadn't received proper education. However, as long as Rayon worked for the imperial family, they still had money. Still, the situation was only deteriorating day by day. Lariette was the only one who had dared to confront him, and he thought that if she returned and apologized for her actions, everything would be fixed. He believed that if she cried and repented, he would show mercy and welcome her back into the family. As he walked further, he asked himself where else Lariette could find a father as wonderful as him, mentally urging her to return before it was too late. Later that evening, Lariette, clearly out of breath, hurried into one of the rooms to ask the butler where Asher was, since he was no longer in the hall. The butler, smiling sweetly, explained that the Duke had gone to change clothes, but was concerned about leaving Lariette waiting. Hearing this, Lariette calmly exhaled. Just then, Asher appeared behind her, having arrived quietly. He asked, teasing her if she was running, noticing how short of breath she was. Lariette, startled, turned around and asked when he had arrived. Asher, stroking her hair and smiling, reassured her that there was no need to meet him in such a hurry, though it was clear how much he appreciated her eagerness. As they moved to the sofa, Lariette, still embarrassed, reflected on the Duke's experience with relationships. She couldn't help but wonder if, with such a body and face, this could truly be his first love. Asher, looking at her thoughtful expression, couldn't understand what she was thinking, especially since her face seemed to change with every passing moment. They were suddenly distracted by the butler, who, using magic, began to perform extraordinary tricks. Fruits floated in the air, and bottles juggled themselves. Both Asher and Lariette were amazed by the spectacle. The Duke, particularly surprised, hadn't known his butler could do such things. The butler, bowing his head proudly, explained that as a butler, he was trained to do everything. After hearing this, Asher immediately left the room, wishing the couple a pleasant night. After a while, Lariette and Asher clinked their glasses joyfully, toasting to each other's health. Asher thought to himself that it was enough for him that they were together. Lariette, however, poured more alcohol for herself, drinking quickly. Asha watched with concern and asked if she was drinking too fast, but she reassured him that she was fine and asked him not to worry. While she continued drinking, Lariette reflected on how alcohol had been her only solace before leaving home. Asha, noticing her mood, asked her how the drink tasted. She immediately shared her opinion and then told him that before his arrival she had walked through the garden. She mentioned that the fountain where they had once fallen into had no water, which had disappointed her. Asha listened intently, his face lighting up with love, as if every word she said was the most interesting thing in the world. He gazed at her with affection, and she, in turn, looked at him with the same warmth. Then Lariette suddenly brought up Dohai, explaining that he was just a friend and had helped her a lot with her relationships. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she asked Asha if it would be all right for her to continue her treatment with the priest, as he was the best healer she knew. She added that it wouldn't matter if Asha was against it. Asha, unsure about the nature of the treatment, couldn't understand what kind of treatment she was receiving. He sensed that she might be hiding something, but decided it wasn't his place to ask, especially if it was for her health. He didn't want her to hate him, so he advised her to do whatever she felt was best for herself. Lariette smiled sweetly in response, and then, without warning, laid her head on his shoulder. She straightened her dress, feeling unusually warm, and began to unbutton it. The alcohol in her blood made the task difficult, so she suddenly grabbed Asha's hand. He was extremely confused and didn't know how to react. She placed his palm on her chest, which only confused him more, leaving him speechless. Lariette, gazing up at him, asked him to help take off her dress, holding his hand in place. Lariette swore. As the situation grew more intense, Asha pulled his hand away and asked if she was drunk. He was genuinely worried because she was acting strangely. But before he could process everything, Lariette pushed him onto the sofa and sat on top of him. She looked at him, smiling, and asked if he wanted to continue where they had left off last time. Asha's heart raced, and he tried to maintain control, reminding himself to be patient and resist his own desires. He thought she was just drunk, and that's why she was behaving this way. But as he thought about it, he realized just how drunk she really was, and his concern deepened. He covered himself with his hand, trying to stay calm. He asked Lariette to get off him, explaining that he knew this wouldn't end well. She smiled and giggled, replying that she would only get off if he fulfilled her wish. It was clear that her behavior didn't embarrass her or cause discomfort because of her intoxication. Asha, turning away, said he would do whatever she wanted. He tried to force himself to think of something else, to clear his mind of any bad thoughts. Lariette, smiling joyfully, asked him to kiss her. The request made Asha feel even more awkward, but he understood that she only wanted a kiss, and nothing more. So he gently placed his hand on her cheek and, leaning in, asked her to keep her promise. The distance between them grew smaller, and she closed her eyes, anticipating the kiss. However, Asha did things differently. He placed a neat, gentle kiss on her cheek. Even this simple kiss embarrassed him greatly. But Lariette wasn't satisfied with just that. She immediately took the initiative, placing her hand on his face and leaning in to kiss him. Asha tried to stop her, but she managed to steal a kiss from him. Lariette, feeling victorious, broke away, smiling like a mischievous cat. She thought to herself that this was the real kiss she had been waiting for. Asha, wide-eyed and stunned, couldn't believe what had just happened. The kiss had lasted much longer than he had expected, and he found himself struggling to process the situation. Angrily, he asked her to know when to stop, but before he could react further, he swiftly threw her onto the sofa, hovering over her. Holding her wrist with one hand, he looked into her eyes and insisted that they needed to take things in moderation. Lariette, still trying to process his words, felt her eyelids growing heavy and her vision blurred. A few seconds later, Lariette opened her mouth wide and fell into a deep sleep. The alcohol had clearly affected her, something Asher hadn't anticipated. He sat next to her on the sofa, feeling strange. He couldn't believe that the girl who had just stolen his first kiss was now lying beside him, asleep with her mouth open. The next morning, Lariette happily barged into Asher's office, shouting a cheerful greeting. Asher, looking slightly tired, noticed that she had finally woken up. But, judging by her carefree and joyful expression, it was clear that she remembered little of what had happened the previous night. Scratching the back of her head, Lariette began questioning him. She only remembered asking permission from Doha about the treatment, but after that, everything was a blur. Asher was shocked. Lariette seemed embarrassed by her body's reaction to the alcohol and quickly tried to explain herself. She usually tolerated alcohol well, but apparently it didn't mix well with cocktails. Asher was only now realizing that she had stolen his first kiss, and she didn't even remember it. His expression turned stern as he suddenly told her that from now on she was strictly prohibited from drinking alcohol with anyone else. Lariette was taken aback and indignantly asked why, explaining that others had told her she drank well. The mention of others made Asher's mood darken. He wondered who exactly she was referring to, replaying her words in his head. A hint of jealousy crept in as he thought about it. Meanwhile, Lariette hesitated, thinking that it wouldn't be fair to tell him the truth, given how many women he must have had in his life. How many addresses he must have loved. At that moment, the butler appeared at the door, smiling as he informed them that a priest had arrived to see Lariette. When Lariette turned towards him, she noticed the sudden change in Asher's expression. He ordered the guest to be escorted to the living room. When Lariette entered the room, she found Dohe sitting on the sofa, still wearing his glasses, seemingly for secrecy. He crossed his legs with an air of authority and smiled sweetly when he saw her. He mentioned that they hadn't seen each other for a while. Lariette, a little embarrassed, apologized for how she had hastily escorted him out the last time they met. Doha reassured her that it was nothing, and as she sat next to him, he gently stroked her head. He added that he had no regrets, and if she truly felt sorry, she could visit him next time. He subtly hinted that it was a relief to avoid unnecessary things, as they were now surrounded by servants who were watching their every move. Doha clearly understood that Asher had arranged this situation on purpose. Turning to him, Lariette asked if they could change her treatment. Doha immediately inquired if Asher had forced her to make the change. Lariette clarified that she was doing it because it was something she personally cared about, her relationship with Asher and her contact with other men. Doha understood, but the thought of her being involved with Asher clearly made him uneasy. Smiling at her, he gave his consent but warned that the treatment's effectiveness might be slightly reduced. Lariette thanked him, and he carefully took her hand, pretending to be upset. The priest, with a hint of sadness, then asked if their friendship would end because of this change. Lariette, who didn't want to upset him, immediately assured him that this wasn't the case. She apologized for possibly disappointing him, but she had no intention of ending their friendship. Doha, sensing the tension, asked if Lariette would like to go to the library with him. Confused, she asked if he meant to visit today. Doha confirmed it, explaining that the library was still open. Since Asher seemed to be busy, Lariette agreed, assuming they would go as friends. However, just as they were about to leave, Asher's voice suddenly rang out behind them. He stepped into the doorway, looking tense. Noticing the way Doha was eyeing him, Asher asked if there was a problem with him accompanying them to the library. Doha was clearly displeased, and hadn't expected Asher to show such interest in a place he usually avoided. It was evident that jealousy was at play. Do-hai stood and bowed to Asher, introducing himself as a priest of lower rank. Asher, however, didn't acknowledge him. Lariette looked at him with a dissatisfied expression and then asked if he had said he would be very busy that day. Asher, looking down at her, replied that what mattered now was spending time with his girlfriend. Lariette blushed, clearly not expecting such a sweet response. She lowered her eyes in embarrassment. Asher returned to the matter at hand, asking if he could join them at the library. The atmosphere between him and Do-ha was tense, as both exchanged stern looks. But then, with a forced smile, Do-ha replied that of course Asher could join them. It would be an honor. Asher, satisfied with the response, asked the butler to prepare a carriage for them. In the carriage, the couple sat next to each other while Do-ha sat across from them. The atmosphere was slightly tense, though Lariette, ever joyful, hoped her friend and lover could become friends, allowing them all to spend time together. As Do-ha gazed out the window, he was gripped by a strange unease. It felt as though he shouldn't be going anywhere. He was shocked. He asked the Duke if they were heading to the Imperial Library, and his suspicions were confirmed. Do-hai was alarmed, knowing that many people in the library would recognize him. Disguising himself there would be problematic. Thinking quickly, he told the couple he had forgotten an important errand at the temple, hoping to avoid scandal by returning immediately. Lariette, unaware of anything unusual, supported his decision, saying he could go. When the carriage stopped, Do-hai hurriedly exited, thanking Lariette and apologizing to the Duke for his abrupt departure. After a hasty farewell, he left. As the carriage started moving again, Lariette turned to the Duke with a smile and joyfully announced that this was apparently turning into a date at the library. She gently took his hand, and they rode the rest of the way in silence, feeling a bit awkward. Both were as red as tomatoes, with Asher, the Duke, trying to calm himself by reminding himself that he was a man, not an animal, and nothing untoward would happen in such a situation. On arriving at the library, they wandered through the shelves. Lariette soon noticed how loosely Asher was holding her hand, and teased him, saying that at this rate she might fall. But Asher was preoccupied with how small and delicate her hand felt, as if it might break with the slightest pressure. Lariette then wondered aloud if their real purpose for visiting the library was because of Do-ha's earlier request. She had no idea what they could actually do here, so she decided to explore the library, with Asher following her like a loyal puppy. Lariette found this endearing and, after stopping abruptly, playfully pulled him into a hug and whispered for him to stop following her around like a puppy and instead find a book to read. Asher blushed and asked if she really had to whisper that, especially in such a manner. Lariette reminded him they were in a library and needed to be quiet. She then sent him off to pick a book while she did the same. As Lariette reached for a book on a high shelf, she imagined Asher would soon appear to help her, but instead, a stranger handed her the book, clearly hoping to flirt. Disgusted, she looked into his eyes and sternly told him to leave, giving him no opportunity to pursue his advances. The man left, frustrated by her rudeness, but Lariette paid him no further attention and returned to her plan of catching the Duke's attention. This time, it worked. Asher approached and gently took the book from the top shelf for her. Turning, Lariette teasingly asked if he had witnessed her previous struggle with the book or how she had so boldly dismissed the stranger. Asher smirked and whispered that he liked her assertiveness, but asked her to only behave that way toward other men, not him. He replied with a grin that it didn't, but warned her that if she ever tried to run, Duke Candle would find her no matter where she went. As they walked through the corridors of the Imperial Palace, they chatted about their shared love of brownies and debated the merits of different toppings, eventually agreeing that brownies with ice cream would be the perfect treat when they returned. However, their conversation was interrupted by a familiar voice. Lariette turned in shock, knowing Rayon stood before them, displeasure written across his face. He greeted the Duke with a stiff bow, and then turned to his sister, noticing how happy she looked. Lariette panicked, unsure of what her brother wanted. She feared he might say something cruel, as he often did, and embarrass her in front of Asher. Desperate to avoid a scene, she gently touched Asher's hand and asked if he could return without her, explaining that she needed to speak with her brother. Asher offered to wait, but Lariette insisted it would take a while, and reluctantly he agreed, leaving the siblings alone. As soon as Asher was gone, Rayan crossed his arms and sneered, incredulous that Lariette was wagging her tail for the Duke. Lariette snapped back, warning him to watch his words if he didn't want to be buried in the Imperial Palace's backyard. Rayan nearly shouted in anger, accusing her of causing a stir at home and embarrassing their family by living with the monster Duke. Lariette grinned bitterly, asking if there was anything left to disgrace. Rayan countered that their mother had fallen ill because of her, and went on to belittle her, warning that just because she had magical talent, it didn't mean the world would bow at her feet. He sneered, saying that she was just obsessed with the Duke monster, and suggested she return home, where there was plenty of work waiting for her. Lariette gave a firm, clear response to her brother, saying she didn't care. Not a single muscle twitched on her face as she told him they should sort out their household affairs themselves. Her brother, shocked by her boldness, reacted violently. Blinded by rage, he swung his fist and struck her hard across the face. The blow was so powerful that she fell to the floor, while his hand throbbed from the impact. Onlookers began to whisper, watching in disbelief. Lariette, holding her cheek, was stunned that her brother had actually hit her. Her wide eyes reflected the shock, but as she gathered her thoughts, she knew she couldn't let this go. Rayan continued his public tirade, humiliating her in the corridor, shouting that she should never try to surpass him, her older brother. Lariette, though tempted to use magic in retaliation, knew that doing so in the palace would create more problems. Rising to her feet and standing before her brother once again, she considered the rumours that would spread if they continued fighting, especially since she didn't want Duke Candel to find out she'd been beaten by her own brother. Then, in a swift and unexpected move, Lariette delivered a sharp blow between Rayan's legs. He doubled over in pain, unable to even cry out. With a smirk, Lariette declared that she didn't care and stormed out of the palace. Realizing more than 2 hours had passed, she decided to visit a doctor to treat her cheek. When she arrived, the female doctor assessed the damage and touched Lariette's cheek gently, revealing that her cheekbone was injured from the strong blow. After a quick healing attempt, Lariette looked in the mirror and was disappointed to see the bruise still visible. The doctor explained that a higher-level healer or priest would be needed for complete healing. Lariette left the clinic, pondering how difficult it was for those without wealth to access proper medical care. Feeling embarrassed about showing up to Elle like this, she wondered what to do next. Suddenly, a familiar hand rested on her shoulder. Turning around, Lariette saw Madame Chabet, who immediately expressed concern over why she was out so late alone. After some brief conversation, Madame Chabet invited Lariette to her boutique, thanking her for all the dresses she had donated. Lariette agreed, and soon they were inside the shop, where the Madame picked out a stylish headpiece for her. Madame Chabet, sensing her distress, shared how her boutique was a haven for people with their own struggles. She put her hands on Lariette's shoulders and expressed her hopes that the rest of her day would be better. Moved by the woman's kindness, Lariette thanked her sincerely, realizing how comforting it was to know she wasn't alone. Madame Chabet called her by name, surprising Lariette, who hadn't realized she was recognized. They had never met formally before, as Lariette's close ties to her brother had kept her distant from the Madame and the Princess. But now, Lariette no longer considered herself part of the Blanche family. With a warm smile, she asked Madame Chabet to simply call her Lariette, and the Madame happily agreed. Returning home, Lariette was met by a worried butler and concerned servants. They had clearly been looking for her. She was touched by their concern, feeling grateful for the people in the mansion who cared for her. Then, familiar footsteps approached quickly. Asher, more worried than anyone else, rushed to her side. His eyes were filled with panic and concern. Lariette felt guilty for making him worry, but was also pleased to see how much he cared. Apologizing for her lateness, Lariette smiled, explaining that time had flown by after reconnecting with her family and making a few purchases. Asher, though still clearly worried, didn't press her further. Instead, he extended his hand and invited her inside. Just as she placed her hand in his, the hair she had been trying so hard to hide her bruise under slipped, revealing the injury. Asher's expression darkened immediately. He gently brushed her hair aside, examining the bruise. With gritted teeth, he asked who had done this to her. Lariette tried to figure out how to explain the situation, but it was clear she could no longer hide the truth. Asha deduced that it was a blow from a fist, and that a low-level healer had attempted to treat it. Lariette was shocked by his precise assessment. Remembering how protective Asha could be, she became nervous, realizing how dangerous it could be for the one who hurt her. Asha, still frowning, declared that whoever did this would pay. Lariette, now worried, took his hand and softly apologized for causing him concern. She insisted that she could handle the situation herself and didn't want to waste his time on it. Asha reassured her that everything was fine, but he couldn't let the incident go so easily. He told her he would call a priest to heal her properly, which brightened her mood. While he didn't pry further, the Duke remained deeply troubled, unable to simply forget what had happened. Asha, while in his office, summoned Gerard, the leader of the scouting squad, who knelt respectfully before him. Without turning to face him, Asha ordered Gerard to investigate and report back. Gerard, understanding the gravity of the command, swiftly left. Staring out of the window, Asha was consumed with thoughts, trying to figure out who had attacked Lariette. Something must have happened after he left, but that wasn't his only concern. The situation within the Blanche family troubled him deeply, and he needed answers. As much as he hoped it was just his own worries, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was seriously wrong. Meanwhile, in the main temple of Elle, an important annual meeting of high priests was taking place. Michel, one of the key figures, felt nothing but boredom as the meeting dragged on. Suddenly, one of his subordinates entered the hall, calling for him. This interruption outraged one of the high priests, who scolded the newcomer and criticized Michel for not managing his staff properly. Michel, amused by the man's reprimand, agreed sarcastically, adding that he would indeed take better care of his subordinates. He beckoned the interrupter closer, who whispered that a letter had arrived from Duke Candle, stating that the sorceress was looking for Michel, due to feeling unwell. Without hesitation, Michel excused himself and left the meeting, ignoring the protests from the other priests. After his departure, they began gossiping, saying Michel was unfit to become pope and favouring Gibraltar Faro instead, who seethed with resentment at Michel's back. Michel soon arrived at the garden, where Lariette was waiting for him. She turned and greeted him joyfully, and he responded warmly. As he approached her, he gently took her face in his hands and examined the bruise on her cheek. Though Lariette seemed a little anxious, Michel's expression shifted from concern to barely contained anger. He demanded to know who had hurt her, but Michel, while healing her, speculated that it could have been Duke Candle who harmed her, but Lariette quickly denied it. With a sweet smile, Michel reassured her that if the Duke had been responsible, she wouldn't have survived. Despite his attempts to coax the truth from her, Lariette stayed quiet, and Michel found himself both frustrated and amused by her loyalty. He resolved to find out who was responsible, knowing that if Asha didn't get to them first, he would deal with the offender himself. As they sat together, Michel asked Lariette to give him her hand. Trusting him, she extended it, and he placed a bracelet on her wrist, explaining that it contained divine power and a mild healing effect. Lariette was shocked by the gift and protested that it was too expensive, but Michel waved her concerns away, insisting it was a gift from a friend. Michel, smiling, told her not to worry and asked her to spend more time with him in the future. Back in his office, Asha was reading a book the butler had given him about maintaining a strong relationship with his girlfriend. The book warned against rushing physical intimacy, stating that it could overwhelm a girl. Asha was stunned and horrified at the thought of Lariette becoming tired of him, or worse, wanting to break up. The idea filled him with dread, and he couldn't shake the memory of the person who cursed him, telling him that no one could love a monster like him. Determined not to lose Lariette, he vowed to be cautious. Later, during a cleansing session in Asha's office, Lariette was focused on healing him. She was relieved that it was taking place in the office and not in his bed, as the last time had left her blushing and flustered. Meanwhile, Asha struggled to maintain his composure, holding on with all his strength. After a few seconds, the girl suddenly raised her head and said that everything was ready. The Duke immediately asked if she was okay, to which she replied that she was, just tired. As she helped him put on his shirt, the man felt guilty for wanting anything more from someone so weary. He thought he was too greedy, and to prevent Lariette from becoming even more tired, he decided he shouldn't trouble her with his insecurities about his body. Asher looked sad, thinking that the only way to keep Lariette from leaving him was by doing whatever he could to not burden her. Lariette unexpectedly interrupted his thoughts by shoving a notepad in his face, asking if he wanted to cook something together, as she wanted to try cooking with her boyfriend. Asher, embarrassed by how close she was, pushed her away, covering her face with his hand. She then playfully asked if he liked the idea and suddenly kissed him on the hand, teasing him by looking up at him through her lashes. Asher, blushing deeply, quickly pulled his hand away, while Lariette asked again about the cooking plan. Later they arrived at the kitchen, which was set up perfectly, almost as if designed for a sweet couple to enjoy. Even the butler had prepared everything meticulously. Asher admired it for a moment. Lariette found an apron and offered it to him, but Asher, imagining how ridiculous he'd look in it, declined, saying it wouldn't fit. Lariette, on the other hand, had her own ideas, and was disappointed by his refusal but quickly shrugged it off, suggesting they cook without aprons. As they started cooking, Asher continued to wrestle with the idea that he needed to talk to Lariette soon, before it was too late. He didn't know how to tell her about his fears, his worries that his body was ugly, his fear of touching her, and his insecurity that she might grow tired of him. They both smiled, each thinking about different things, he about their relationship and she about cooking. While cooking, they laughed and enjoyed themselves, Asher laughing freely for the first time in a long while. After a while, they finished their culinary masterpiece, a beautiful dessert adorned with strawberries and chocolate. Lariette playfully stabbed a strawberry with a fork and fed it to Asher, who, despite feeling awkward, opened his mouth and ate it. When a bit of strawberry remained at the corner of his lips, Lariette teasingly reached for his face. Asher, blushing, was caught off guard as she kissed him and then playfully licked the strawberry from his lips, claiming he was dirty. Asher, not sure how to respond, was left speechless. As Lariette smiled at him, Asher couldn't help but think about how charming she was. Memories of their first kiss, when they were drinking, flashed in his mind, but this moment felt even more romantic. Lariette took a strawberry and deliberately smeared chocolate on her lips, teasing him again by asking if he wanted to clean it off. Asher reached for her but hesitated, clenching his fist in doubt, before backing away. Lariette didn't understand what was wrong until Asher nervously asked if she was okay. He was worried that Lariette might grow tired of him and didn't know how to handle the situation. Lariette, concerned, asked if everything was all right, but Asher suddenly wiped her face with a napkin and left the room, leaving her bewildered. She couldn't understand why he had walked away this time, just as he had done before. The next morning, as Lariette was getting ready, she reflected on their strange dynamic and resolved that they needed to talk. She compared Asher to a wild animal, fearful and difficult to approach, but she believed she just needed to be patient. Determined, she went to breakfast with a smile, confident that the Duke wouldn't be able to escape her today. As she entered the dining room, Asher greeted her, calling her sorceress, just like when they first met. Surprised, Lariette asked why he was calling her that again, but Asher ignored her, pretending to read a newspaper. His strange behavior puzzled her, and she asked if he was angry. He denied it, but Lariette still found it odd. Smiling, she apologized, playfully calling him cute. Asher, hiding behind his newspaper, felt conflicted, thinking that Lariette hadn't taken his request seriously the previous day. He feared she might eventually grow tired of him. Gathering his courage, Asher reminded her of the conversation they had about pacing their relationship. Lariette, wide-eyed, realized she had misunderstood him. She had thought he was talking about the pace of their cooking, not their relationship. Embarrassed, Asher stuttered an apology, and Lariette giggled, poking him and teasing him for being upset over something so innocent. Feeling ashamed, Asher tried to leave, but Lariette grabbed his wrist, stopping him. She asked seriously if he was going to run away from her again. Blushing, he asked her to let him go, but she playfully replied that she wouldn't let him go so easily. When Asher quietly said that her grip was painful, Lariette immediately released him, concerned. Taking advantage of the moment, Asher hurriedly left the room, leaving Lariette behind, trying to figure out what had just happened. As Asher rushed outside, His thoughts were filled with self-criticism. He felt pitiful, convinced that Lariette would eventually tire of him. But as he glanced back, he saw her standing by the window, teasingly showing him her fingers like horns. They both smiled, their earlier awkwardness melting away. From that day on, Lariette followed Asher everywhere, teasing him about holding hands and warning him not to run away. Despite his embarrassment, Asher couldn't help but smile, finding joy in her playful company. A few days later, while Dad was sitting at the table having breakfast, the girl suddenly remembered that, during her teasing of Candle, she had forgotten something important. She couldn't quite understand what exactly the guy had meant by holding off. Looking at him now, Lariette found herself thinking that she wanted to move forward with him as soon as possible, while she was still relatively healthy. Besides, they had signed a contract for 3 months, and now there were only about 10 weeks left. Determined to clarify, the girl asked Issa what exactly he meant. Slowly, he inquired if she was referring to the progress of their relationship. She confirmed his guess. Blushing slightly and without raising his eyes, the Duke explained that he wanted to take things as slowly as possible. His words seemed to pull Lariette out of reality for a moment. Asher deliberately avoided her gaze as he ate a piece of meat, but then suddenly Lariette blurted out loudly to the entire hall that she wanted to move forward with Candelaki soon. The maids who overheard this dropped their dishes in shock, standing with their mouths agape, unsure of what to do. The butler quickly escorted them out, muttering something about prolonging the family line. Realizing what she had said aloud, Lariette froze, while Asher turned as red as a tomato, sitting with his mouth open in disbelief. Embarrassed, Asher stammered, asking what she meant by her outburst. Smiling, Lariette replied that she was talking about hugs, kisses, and the like. Before she could finish, the Duke hastily shoved a piece of bread into her mouth, as if to silence her. He sat, staring at her with a confused expression, clearly not wanting to hear any more. Then, as if trying to change the subject, Asher began talking about how his body was slowly decaying from the curse. It was clear that this topic troubled him deeply. As she chewed her bread, Lariette listened attentively as he continued to explain that his skin had torn in places, and that the area around his heart was covered in scars. The Duke believed these scars made him hideous, earning him the title of monster. It was because of this that he found close contact with her difficult. Feeling guilty, the Duke apologized, but the girl, smiling gently, reassured him that nothing could be done about it. Determined, Lariette told him that she had no choice but to work even harder to lift his curse. Asher was taken aback by her words and looked at her in surprise. She took his hands and promised to take good care of him, vowing to break the curse as quickly as possible. After that, she teasingly added, he would surely want to move forward with her. Her words seemed to spark something in Asher. For the first time, his heart fluttered, a strange sensation he hadn't felt before. It was as if his heart was ready to leap from his chest. Overwhelmed, Asher gently pulled Lariette into his arms, and she responded in kind. As they embraced, Asher tried to understand whether these feelings were love or something entirely different. Later, as Lariette lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, she thought about how urgently she needed to cleanse Asher from the curse. Rising from bed, she decided she would start with the upper part of his body, even though she knew how difficult it would be to lift such a powerful curse. Who could have placed such a curse on him? Lariette realized it had to be the work of a skilled magician who harbored deep hatred for Duke Candle. She finally understood how difficult it must have been for Asher to live with this curse. Even dating her had been a test for him. Reflecting on this, a sudden thought occurred to her. She might not have been his first lover. However, her intentions were simple. She wasn't seeking a serious relationship, but merely wanted to check something during these 3 months. The next day, Lariette followed the butler, thinking she was being stealthy. However, the butler quickly turned around, catching her off guard, and asked if she needed something. Startled, she hadn't expected to be discovered so easily. He explained that a butler's skill was being observant, though Lariette found no connection between those skills and surveillance. Smiling, the butler guessed that she wanted to ask about Essa's power, wealth, or perhaps whether the Duke could make her happy. Nervously, Lariette shook her head and, after a moment, hesitantly asked if Asher had been in a relationship with anyone before her. The butler visibly tensed, thinking carefully about his response. Smiling slightly, he told her that as far as he knew, Asher hadn't been with anyone before her, although he wasn't certain of all the details. Lariette laughed, asking if her question had been silly. The butler respectfully bowed before they both went their separate ways. As Lariette walked down the corridor, she spotted Asher and called out to him. He immediately turned toward her, just in time to catch her as she flung herself into his arms, her face beaming with joy. Lifting her slightly, he gazed into her eyes, but reminded her gently that running in the hallway was dangerous. Lariette, still smiling, asked if he had been coming to see her. Asher confirmed her guess. After a few moments of silence, Lariette asked him for a hug. Confused, Asher looked at her blankly, but she reminded him that he had allowed hugs. With that, she pulled him into one of the nearby rooms and closed the door behind them. Tentatively, he placed his hands on her shoulders, hugging her gently. She asked if they could continue, but Asher was visibly embarrassed. He held her close, hiding his face in her hair. The warmth of his body comforted her, and everything seemed perfect, until she felt something pressing against her. The mood shifted abruptly, and Lariette blushed deeply, hoping it was just his sword. Asher quickly pushed her away, his face flushed with embarrassment. He stammered that it was enough for now. The Duke, mortified, could only hope that she hadn't noticed what had just transpired. Although the situation was not at all what it seemed, Lariette only pretended not to understand, but she knew everything immediately. Closing her eyes, she thought about how Asher was a strong man in the prime of his life, and apparently she need not worry about the curse affecting the lower half of his body, something she'd been thinking about all night. Trying to cope with himself, Asher decided to ask a random question about the bracelet on Larette's wrist. He had noticed she had been wearing it often lately. Lariette raised her hand, smiled, and asked if he liked it, explaining that Doa had given it to her. She said this absent-mindedly, but then it dawned on her that perhaps she shouldn't have mentioned it so casually. Asher's face darkened with jealousy, and he immediately thought he should have destroyed this man earlier. But he quickly remembered the advice from the book. Jealousy, especially too often, was a sign of weakness. Placing her hand on his shoulder, Lariette gently explained that it was a gift made through Doa's divine magic to help with her health. Asher, with a slightly wild look in his eyes, muttered that he understood, but in his mind he was already imagining how to rid himself of this other man. Lariette, sensing his unease, asked again if he was truly fine. Finally, pulling himself together, he added indifferently that it was fine if she spent time with Doa in his absence. Hearing this, Lariette immediately threw herself into Asher's arms, overjoyed by his words. Seeing her happiness, Asher smiled softly, pleased to have brightened her mood. The next day, Asher shared with Lariette that there were issues with the Danube kingdom on the outskirts of the Hassan Empire, and he had been summoned to an emergency meeting at the palace. Lariette bid him farewell, wishing him a safe journey. However, he lingered at the door, as though expecting something more. Confused, she asked if he needed to use the bathroom. Embarrassed, he quickly said no, and suddenly placed a purple brooch in her hair. Surprised, Lariette froze as he carefully adjusted it. When he finished, he explained with a gentle smile that it was a gift and that it suited her perfectly. Blushing, Lariette stammered her thanks, realizing that he was likely still a bit jealous of the bracelet from Doa, but she couldn't help finding his jealousy endearing, especially when paired with his loving gaze and affectionate touch. Before leaving, Asher gave her a final tight hug, saying that it would be her dose of hugs for the day. Lariette stood speechless, not sure how to react as Asher, blushing slightly, finally left. She waved after him as his carriage departed, and just then Doa appeared, smiling warmly as he greeted her. Noticing the new brooch in her hair, he lightly touched it and complimented how beautiful it was. Lariette thanked him with a smile, the small act instantly lifting her spirits. After the healing session with Doa, the two headed into town for lunch, talking and laughing. Doa seemed surprised when Lariette insisted on paying for both of them, as he had covered their last meal. When they passed by a shop window, Doa pointed at a bracelet, saying that it had caught his eye, and Lariette was more than happy to buy it for him. After a small struggle with the clasp, Lariette helped fasten it onto his wrist, teasing him that he should ask for help when he needed it. Grateful, Doa gave her a sweet smile, remarking how nice the bracelet looked on him. However, the cheerful mood shifted when Doa noticed a small bag in Larette's hand and asked what it was. She casually replied that it was a gift for her lover, and Doa's face briefly changed, though he managed to hide his displeasure with a forced smile. As they continued walking, he brought up some rumours he had heard, particularly about Duke Asher cutting off the hand of the Marquis of Segra at the theatre. Lariette tensed, thinking he was referring to an incident with Rayan, but she played along and confirmed that Asher had indeed been protecting her during the confrontation. Though she felt relieved to admit it, Lariette couldn't shake the fear that her parents might find out she had been at the theatre with Asher. The thought terrified her, especially if they demanded that Asher be punished. Panic started to set in, and Larette's mind raced with worry. Doa, sensing her anxiety, gently cupped her face and asked her to look at him, assuring her that everything would be fine. His words were filled with warmth, and his gentle touch helped calm her nerves. Lariette, though still anxious, nodded, trying to believe his words. As they continued their walk, Doa joked about becoming a high-ranking priest, though in truth the title was nearly impossible to achieve. His teasing managed to pull Lariette out of her dark thoughts, and she smiled, feeling comforted by his light heart. Just as things seemed to settle, disaster struck. The wall above them began to collapse unexpectedly, sending massive stones hurtling towards them. In that moment, Lariette acted on instinct, using her limited defensive magic to shield them both. But she knew her abilities might not be strong enough to save them, and she resolved to protect Doa even if it meant sacrificing herself. She laid her magic, hoping it would be enough to save him. Doa noticed her intentions, and as Lariette closed her eyes, ready to accept her fate, she waited for the inevitable crash of the stones. While Larette's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Asher and his smile, something incredible happened. Doa shielded her with his body, preventing even a single stone from hitting her. To him, her life was more important than anything. After some time, people began gathering around the scene, staring curiously at the ruins. Lariette slowly regained consciousness, and the first thing she saw was Doa holding back the falling stones. Confused, she couldn't understand how she was still alive. The priest, standing over her, shouted in concern, calling her crazy for what she had done. He was using the same shields that she had conjured for him to protect her. Lariette smiled weakly and told him that the most important thing was that he wasn't hurt. He looked at her with terrified eyes, wanting to say so much but unable to find the words. He was deeply worried, unable to imagine what might have happened to her if he hadn't intervened. Seeing his distress, Lariette urged him not to make any sudden movements, reminding him that if the shield broke, they would both be crushed by debris. She reassured him that she was still controlling the shields with her magic. In that moment, Doa stood up, showing that he wasn't concerned about the stones. With a single gesture, he threw them aside and asked, frustrated, why she had done that. Still on the ground, Lariette looked at him with confusion and asked what he meant. His question seemed strange to her. Doa, however, was deeply concerned. He wanted to know why she had put up shields only to protect him, leaving herself vulnerable. Lariette couldn't understand his anger, as she didn't think her life mattered as much as his. To her, his safety was more important. Lying there with him hovering above her, she explained that they were friends. Doa was at a loss for words, completely bewildered. He thought she was absolutely insane for risking her life for someone she had only met a few times. He didn't believe in goodwill or altruism. In his opinion, everyone only pretended to be good in order to gain some benefit. But when it came to Larette's actions, he couldn't understand her reasoning. What would she gain by saving him and dying in the process? As Doha looked at her, he struggled to comprehend whether her selflessness was genuine, or if something else was at play. Suddenly, Lariette perked up, rejoicing that they were both alive and that Doha wasn't hurt. She began praising him, admiring how impressively he dealt with the wreckage, and teasing that he was so close to promotion that he had no time for these trivial matters. Still worried, he asked if she was hurt, helping her to her feet. Doha, slightly exasperated, explained that with the number of shields he had cast, it was impossible for him to get injured. However, he noticed that Lariette was wounded, despite her pretending otherwise, which irritated him. Placing a hand on her shoulder, he began healing her while firmly asking if she realized how close she had come to dying. Lariette, with a calm voice, responded that it was fine, stating that everyone dies sooner or later. Pulling her closer, Doha declared that she could not die because he would not allow it. This statement shocked her. Holding her by the shoulders and looking into her confused eyes, he resolved that he could forgive her for thinking of someone else while being near him. After all, he still had time. But Lariette couldn't die without his permission. He urged her not to be so reckless about her injuries. Lariette, noticing how alarmed he was, thought that he must have been deeply shocked. Dodi glanced back at the rubble and realized that no matter how old the building was, it couldn't have collapsed on its own. Puzzles formed in his mind, and he began to suspect something was amiss. Meanwhile, Lariette, observing his irritated expression, was surprised. She had never seen him so angry and couldn't believe he was capable of it. Nevertheless, she was glad her friend was unharmed, which warmed. At sunset, Lariette returned to the estate looking utterly exhausted and drained of energy. Asher met her at the entrance, slowly descending the stairs in a tight black sweater. Overjoyed, she rushed to hug him. He reminded her that she had asked him to come early. When she hugged him, Asher asked with a chuckle if she had forgotten that they had already hugged that morning. Lariette couldn't recall, but didn't mind. He returned the hug warmly, but his expression suddenly changed, as if sensing something was wrong. Asher asked what had happened to her today, concerned there had been an accident. He sniffed the air and commented that there was a faint smell of dust lingering around her. Lariette tensed, comparing him to a dog, and marveled at how he had figured it out. She was worried that telling him the truth would cause a commotion, which she wanted to avoid. Looking up, she quickly came up with an excuse, claiming she had simply tripped on the road. Asher, still worried, asked if she had been hurt. She reassured him it was nothing serious and mentioned that Doha had treated her. However, the Duke began gently examining her for injuries anyway, wrapping his arm around her shoulders as he asked if she had fun today. She smiled and replied that she had. His expression tensed slightly at her answer, but before he could dwell on it, Lariette clung to him again, explaining that she enjoyed spending time with him even more. Burying herself in his chest, she thought about how sweet he was and how she needed to lift his curse quickly. She knew how much Asher suffered because of it, and she desperately wanted to help him. During the past 3 months, Lariette had grown determined to ensure he enjoyed their time together. She couldn't bear the thought of leaving him to suffer alone once she was gone. Later, in Asher's office, Lariette sat on his lap, gently touching his bare chest as she prepared to begin treatment for his curse. Asher, noticing her pale and shaky appearance, asked if she was okay. Lariette assured him she was fine, but in truth she was exhausted, having spent all her strength earlier to protect Doha. Seeing how weak she was, Asher grabbed her hand, concerned. Her entire body was trembling, and after a few moments she collapsed into his arms. The Duke panicked, asking if she was all right. She whispered that she felt cold, shivering uncontrollably. Without hesitation, Asher wrapped his arms around her, trying to warm her up. He began muttering about needing to cover her with something as she weakly mumbled about wanting warm water. Asher immediately stood up, scooping her into his arms. Lariette, barely opening her eyes from exhaustion, insisted that she wanted to take a bath. He promised to ask the maids to prepare one right away, but Lariette, looking up at him, added that she didn't want to be with people she didn't trust and asked the Duke to help her with it instead. Blushing at the request, indecent thoughts flashed through Asher's mind. However, seeing how frail she looked, he quickly set aside his embarrassment. Carrying her to the bathroom and preparing the water himself, he stayed by her side, asking if the temperature was all right. Lariette nodded weakly, saying it was fine. Her hair was tied up, and she wore an incomprehensible red outfit. Lariette was indignant, asking if she had to sit in this. The man replied, "Yes, for my sake." When Asher attempted to get up, Lariette grabbed his hand, warning him that if he tried to run away from her again, she would run away too. Upon hearing this, Asher slowly turned around, staring at her with a disapproving look. He clearly didn't like what he had just heard. Lariette, holding onto his wrist, noticed his gaze and quickly released his hand, immediately beginning to make excuses. She explained that she would only run away within the mansion, almost as if they were playing a game of chase. Asher took a moment to process, then quickly apologized for his earlier reaction. He followed with an unexpected comment about how he had been thinking of tying her up, clearly saying it seriously. Lariette patted him on the shoulder and laughed, assuming he was joking. However, judging by his expression, it was clear he wasn't. Despite this, his gaze softened and a smile crept onto his face. Larette's mind suddenly sparked with an idea. She began eyeing him with a sly, fox-like grin and casually started a conversation. She asked if he would like to help her wash her hair. The question greatly embarrassed the Duke, causing him to stiffen in surprise. He tried to pretend he didn't understand what she meant, but cold sweat trickled down his forehead as panic set in. Lariette smiled reassuringly and explained that she was simply asking for help with her hair. Exhaling in relief, Asher agreed to assist. Carefully lathering shampoo into his hands, he began massaging it through Larette's long hair. While doing so, he accidentally noticed a small scar on her neck. He asked where it had come from. Lariette, her eyes distant, explained that as a child Rayon had allegedly pushed her down the stairs. He had then told their parents that she was the one who pushed him, and they believed him, scolding her for playing on the stairs. She continued, explaining that there was no real harm done, though the memory still lingered. As Asher listened intently, he tensed up, realizing with a jolt that he should have dealt with Rayon long ago. Larette's voice softened as she recalled the punishment, being locked in a room as a child. She remembered sitting by the door waiting for someone to open it, her small tears falling as she waited for hours. Even then she obeyed her parents because her mother had told her it would teach her patience. Despite the pain, she endured it all. Suddenly, Lariette changed the subject. She asked Asher if he liked her hair. The question seemed odd, but she explained that someone once told her that just looking at her hairstyle made his eyes hurt. She didn't mention that it was her ex-fiance. Asher, curious, asked who had said that. He half-jokingly added that if she called his name, he would tear out his tongue. Lariette laughed, asking the Duke for his opinion. He replied that he couldn't understand how her hair could be considered unattractive. Turning to face him, Lariette smiled and asked again, this time more earnestly, if he thought it was beautiful. Asher, stammering slightly from embarrassment, assured her that everything about her was beautiful. Placing her hand over his, Lariette gazed into his eyes and asked him to kiss the part of her he found the most beautiful. Without hesitation, Asher kissed a strand of her hair, never taking his eyes off hers. He explained that, for him, nothing about her could be considered unattractive. Lariette, blushing, responded that he needed to choose the part of her he wanted to kiss the most. This time Asher didn't hesitate. He gently placed his hand on the back of her head, pulling her close to kiss her. The kiss was tender and sensual, and they both held hands, their eyes closed as droplets of water fell from Larette's wet body. But now Lariette had no time to think about that. Pulling away, Asher visibly blushed. Lariette placed her hands on his face and praised him, calling him a good fellow. Laughing, she promised that next time she would kiss him instead. Asher didn't answer, his expression still flushed with warmth. A few days later, the couple stood near the boutique. Lariette asked Asher if he would like to have a drink with her in the evening. He reminded her that she had wanted to choose clothes, so she asked if he would help her with the selection, but once again the man insisted that Madame Sherbet. Annoyed, Lariette playfully hit Asher on the shoulder. She was frustrated because he couldn't help with even the most basic things. However, after the blow, she immediately felt a sharp pain in her hand. Noticing how hard Asher was, she realized that her hit had been more like a massage than a real strike. Taking a closer look, Asher noticed Gerard in the distance, who was helping him search for Larette's brother. Gerard urgently needed the Duke, so Asher warned Lariette that he would be leaving for a while, before running off without further explanation. Lariette, still feeling unsettled, was about to leave when she heard the voice of Lady Sherbet calling her to stay for a few minutes. Turning around nervously, Lariette saw a familiar face. It was her mother, who looked at her anxiously, as though waiting for this meeting for years. The woman pointed at her, fear in her eyes. "Where have you been all this time?" her mother asked, rushing toward her and placing a hand on Larette's shoulder. Her voice was filled with worry. Lariette, however, immediately shrugged her hand off and raised an eyebrow, coldly explaining that she had been relaxing at massages and shopping at boutiques, things her mother never seemed concerned about. "Don't you know who I am now?" Lariette quipped with a grin. "I'm a duchess." Her mother felt ashamed and turned away, unable to meet her daughter's gaze. "I couldn't do anything," she muttered. Lariette, unable to take it anymore, sharply responded that her mother could have, but simply chose not to. Slowly, she looked up at her mother and quietly said goodbye, as though a piece of her heart was being torn away. Without waiting for more excuses, Lariette turned and ran away from the boutique, sprinting down the empty streets as if trying to escape from the nightmare of the encounter. But just as she was about to disappear into the distance, someone grabbed her wrist, stopping her. At that moment, a hand firmly grasped hers. "Lariette, are you all right? Who made you cry?" Larette's previous panic instantly subsided with those simple words and the comforting touch. "I'm not crying, I just missed you so much. I ran out. Let's just go straight home today." From that day on, Lariette seemed increasingly absent-minded. Even for today's hug, Candle had to remind her, and when she did embrace him, it felt perfunctory. Candle wished he could stay by her side, but he had an important meeting to attend. The weather outside mirrored Larette's somber thoughts, gloomy and overcast. Earlier that day, she had received a letter from her mother. It was filled with pleas for forgiveness and a request to meet in person. The sentiment expressed between the lines made Lariette laugh bitterly. Still, she eventually agreed to the meeting. Her mother had been waiting for some time and beamed when she saw Lariette arrive. "Try this, it should taste good," her mother said, her tone so gentle and apologetic, a stark contrast to the harsh words Lariette remembered. "Don't you have something to say to me?" Lariette asked, her voice cold. Her mother lowered her head, her expression full of regret. "I've been so sorry lately. I didn't take good care of you before, and only after losing you did I realize how precious you are. I even fell ill and was bedridden for so long because of it." Lariette abruptly stood up, interrupting the confession. "I've heard your apology, but I don't plan to return." As Lariette prepared to leave, her mother suddenly started confessing again. "Lariette, I'm really sorry this time. I didn't mean to..." Before Lariette could understand the cryptic words, a hand reached from outside the room, and in an instant everything went black. She lost consciousness. Blanche, who had orchestrated it all, glanced at her limp body with disdain, as if she were nothing more than trash. Turning to Larette's mother, he spoke with a chilling calm. "Didn't I tell you, apologies never bring a runaway daughter back?" The cold handcuffs that now bound Lariette had magic woven into them. Blanche had gone to great lengths to ensure she would not escape this time. Just like that, Lariette was returned to the room where she had been imprisoned as a child. When morning came and the sun finally broke through the window, the door behind her opened. "I locked you up so you could reflect," Blanche said, stepping inside. "But it seems you've learned nothing." "I didn't do anything wrong," Lariette retorted. "Didn't do anything wrong." Blanche's voice was thick with anger. Before Lariette could continue, his hand struck her hard across the face. The blow left her reeling, but before she could regain her bearings, he grabbed her again. One slap wasn't enough to quell his rage. "You say you..." His words trailed off as the slaps were drowned by the sound of thunder outside. This time, Lariette no longer had the strength to stand. "I spent so much money raising you and you ran off to that monster's house," Blanche spat. "You even instructed that creature to disfigure your brother's face. Until you reflect properly, don't even think about leaving this room." After Blanche's fury subsided, Ron stepped in, his voice dripping with mockery. "Look at you now. It's pathetic. Do you know what kind of humiliation I've suffered because of you?" But before Ron could revel in his cruelty, Lariette lunged and bit off a piece of flesh from his outstretched hand. "Told you, you lunatic," Ron shrieked, terrified. Lariette spat the flesh from her mouth with contempt. The arrogance Ron had just moments ago dissolved into fear. "She's gone mad," he muttered, backing away, horrified, "just like that monster Duke." This brutal scene was all witnessed by Zhou Lang. After Ron fled the scene in a panic, Lariette collapsed to the ground, her strength drained. In the solitude of the cold, empty room, she finally let her facade fall. Alone, her thoughts turned to that warm figure. "Where are you now, Candel?" Just then Anna's voice broke the silence. "Miss, Duke Candel is here." Larette's silent prayer had been answered. Despite everything her father had done, using her as a tool, showing his dominance through slaps and imprisonment, when faced with Candel's wrathful gaze, Blanche cowered like a beaten dog, too terrified to utter a word. The cold room seemed even more hollow as Larette's longing for Candel intensified. Her thoughts clung desperately to his image. "Miss, Duke Candel is here. He's downstairs right now," Anna repeated. Blanche stormed out of the room, muttering curses under his breath. "Duke Candel, you're being incredibly rude," he growled. Candel stood at the entrance, his face calm but eyes burning with fury. "I'm here to pick up my lover." Blanche instantly paled. I don't know what you mean," he stammered. "I'm saying I'm here to take Lariette," Candel replied coldly. "Duke Blanche, you'd better let her go. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle the consequences if you don't." Blanche's bluster faltered. He could see now that Candel wasn't asking for permission. He was issuing a command. Inside the room, Lariette trembled as she heard of Candel's arrival. She rushed to the window and, through the glass, finally saw his familiar figure. "Candel, you've finally come to get me." Without hesitation, she yanked down the curtain, wrapping it around her left hand. In the next second, the glass shattered under the force of her strike. Barefoot, she stepped through the scattered shards, barely feeling the pain. The sunlight that greeted her was blinding, but it was nothing compared to the overwhelming relief that surged through her. "Candel!" Lariette shouted his name for all to hear as she stood on the windowsill, basking in the light of her newfound freedom. Her heart was soaring, but as she smiled, the bruises on her face were impossible to ignore. Candel's expression turned from joy to horror, his smile fading. His gaze darkened, filled with murderous intent, and it sent a tremor through Blanche. "You will pay with your lives." Candel's voice was calm, but the threat in it was unmistakable. At that moment, Lariette gently placed a hand on his cheek. "Candel, let's go. I want to go home. Back to our home?" After a long pause, Candel smiled and nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Blanche erupted in fury. "Where are you taking my daughter?" he barked madly. But Candel's only response was a cold, piercing gaze. Blanche's confusion deepened as he glanced at the bruises on Larette's face. "I didn't hit her that hard. Why such a fuss?" he thought, unable to comprehend the severity of his actions. The reason Candel had arrived so swiftly was thanks to Joel's tip-off. Joel, one of the few in the household who treated Lariette kindly, had secretly helped her. Once inside the carriage, Candel wasted no time tearing off the shackles that bound Larette's wrists. The contrast in their emotions as they headed home was stark. "Candel, thank you for coming to get me," Lariette said softly. But Candel's heart was heavy with guilt. He had even considered destroying Larette's family entirely. "I'm sorry, Lariette, I came too late," he murmured, his voice filled with regret. Lariette didn't respond directly to his apology. Instead, she looked up at him, her eyes searching his. "Candel, can I kiss you? I really want to kiss you right now." Candel hesitated only for a moment. "Of course, if you're willing," he replied, his voice gentle. After a while, Lariette was the first to pull away, but Candel wasn't ready to let go. "Lariette, I haven't had enough. Can I keep kissing you? No matter what, it never feels like enough." It was in this moment that Lariette fully realized her feelings. "Candle, I like you," she confessed, her voice trembling with sincerity. This time, her words came from the deepest part of her heart. She hadn't fully understood how much she liked him until now. Although she knew the story's ending, she couldn't stop herself from following her heart. For the first time, the thought of being separated from him terrified her. Their emotions burned in the intensity of each other's gaze. All that remained was their undeniable love. But then, Lariette paused, realizing that her condition wasn't quite right for things to go further. Candle seemed to sense it too. "As much as I want you right now," Candle said, his voice thick with desire, "this isn't the time." "All right," Lariette agreed. "Everything as you say." Just as they were about to settle into each other's arms again, the clever butler, usually so tactful, interrupted them at the worst possible moment. "The priest has arrived," he announced. His timing couldn't have been worse. Lariette's heart raced as Daoxia, the priest, entered the room, his gaze as cold and unsettling as Candle's. "Lariette, who did this to you?" Daoxia asked, his voice low and sharp. His tone sent a shiver down Lariette's spine. "I believe I told you before," Daoxia continued, his eyes narrowing. "Don't get hurt so easily. It seems you didn't take my words to heart." At that moment, his gaze fell on Lariette's wrist. She followed his eyes, suddenly realizing what he had noticed. "The bracelet you gave me. It was too beautiful. I couldn't bear to wear it," she explained hurriedly. Daoxia's frown deepened. "And because of that, I didn't notice," he muttered. But something else caught his attention. The slightly disheveled state of her lips. His eyes narrowed in suspicion. "These injuries, they couldn't possibly be from your lover." Before he could finish, Lariette interrupted him firmly. "How could it be? I was kidnapped." Her words hung in the air, sharp and decisive, leaving no room for doubt. After Daoxia's treatment, Lariette quickly recovered. As Daoxia finished up, she reminded Lariette, "Remember to wear the bracelet next time, all right?" Just then, Daoxia noticed something she had missed before. Lariette's feet were full of glass shards. "You didn't mention this injury. Were you planning to just leave it like this?" Daoxia asked, concerned. As she gently stroked Lariette's foot, Lariette's face flushed bright red. "Daoxia, my feet are dirty," she muttered, embarrassed. In Lariette's mind, Daoxia must have been cherished all her life. This kind of work, tending to wounds, probably seemed foreign and beneath her. Little did Lariette know, Daoxia's early life had been anything but glamorous. Humiliation and hardship had been her constant companions as she grew up. After Daoxia left, Lariette turned her attention back to Candle, determined to continue healing him. When Candle removed his shirt, revealing his impressive physique, Lariette blushed. His 32 abs gleamed, the curse that once marred his body nearly gone. "Lariette, are you sure your body's okay?" Candle asked, his concern clear. But Lariette's mind wasn't focused on herself. During the day they had been inseparable, but now, standing together, they felt an awkwardness between them, as if meeting for the first time. Gently, Lariette began to caress Candel's body, and with her touch, the last trace of the curse on his upper body disappeared. "Candle, the curse on your upper body is completely gone," she said, her voice soft but triumphant. Candle looked down at himself, hardly able to believe it. "Lariette, I can't thank you enough," he said, his voice filled with gratitude. But Lariette wasn't done yet. "Candle, it's too early to thank me," she replied with a smile. "I'm about to finish healing you completely. The lower body evolution is next." Suddenly they both froze, realizing the implication of her words. As Lariette had been focused on healing his upper body, she had forgotten about the curse lingering on his lower body. For a moment they stood there, faces flushed, unsure of what to do next. After all, the previous evolutions had required Candle to remove his clothes. Didn't that mean the next evolution would too? "The next evolution will take a while. Let's rest for now, we have time." "We'll deal with it next time," Lariette said, trying to sound casual. At that moment, Candle shyly lowered his head. "Actually, that area is fine," he mumbled. His voice was soft, but to Lariette, it sounded deafening. Larette's face burned, and she quickly interjected, "Please, Candle, don't explain any more." She hadn't expected the curse to be so humanized, and it caught her completely off guard. To avoid curling her toes in embarrassment, Lariette fled the scene this time. Back in her room, she replayed the events of the day. From Candle rescuing her to Dausha treating her injuries and Joel and Annie tipping her off. They were all people who had become so important to her. Yet, for the first half of her life, she had foolishly devoted herself to her family, always seeking their approval. If it hadn't been for her terminal illness, she likely wouldn't have met Candle. Nor would she have experienced someone showing jealousy because of her. These new attachments in her life made Lariette even more fearful of separation. Still, in her eyes, Candle didn't seem to love her with the same intensity she felt for him. So, even if she died, he would probably move on. After all, they had only been lovers for 3 months. Just then, a sudden clap of thunder outside startled Lariette. In the flash of lightning, she thought she saw Blanche's figure again, her palm raised menacingly with each rumble of the storm. One thunderclap after another roared through the night, making the figure in Larette's mind grow clearer and more menacing. Desperate to escape the haunting vision, she bolted barefoot down the corridor. The only person who could save her now was Candle. Candle looked at her, concerned. "What's wrong, Lariette? It's cold outside. Come in," he said softly. Trembling all over, Lariette sat down on the sofa without a word. "Would you like a cup of tea, or are you feeling unwell?" Candle asked. "No," Lariette murmured. "I'm just afraid of the thunder, but more than that, I think I'm scared of being alone." Another deafening crash of thunder erupted outside the window, and Lariette instinctively threw herself into Candle's arms. Though her body was still shaking, the storm felt a little less terrifying in his embrace. As Candle held her, it reminded him of the fears he too had faced in the past. In that moment, it was as if they were seeking solace in each other, both hoping to find redemption. "Can I sleep here tonight? I'll just hold your hand," Lariette whispered, her voice fragile. Candle hesitated, and Larette's heart sank. "Is it not allowed?" she asked, disappointed. "Never mind, I'll go back to my room." Just as she was about to leave, another crash of thunder seemed to echo her heartbreak. Candle quickly pulled her back. "Tonight you can sleep in my room," he said, his voice tender. Though they'd had physical contact before, this was the first time they would share a bed. Lariette smiled faintly and reassured him. "Don't worry, I won't do anything. Just relax." Candle blushed, embarrassed, covering his chest as if to protect himself. "Lariette, don't tease me like that," he stammered, clearly flustered. But the more he acted this way, the more amused Lariette became. "Lariette, please stop teasing," he begged, his face growing redder. Suddenly, Candle grabbed her hand, his tone turning serious. "Lariette, don't make me do something I'll regret," he said softly. "Please." Another loud clap of thunder startled Lariette, her fear evident on her face. Candle paused, realizing that her playful demeanor was just a way to cope with her terror. He squeezed her hand tightly, pulling her close once again. This time he embraced her fully, whispering soothing words as she trembled in his arms. The thunder outside seemed to become an unexpected ally, cocooning them together in the storm. Meanwhile, at Duke Blanche's mansion, Ron remained severely injured, unable to get treatment from any clerics. Every time they tried to reach one, they were told none were available. Ever since Candle's last visit, Ron had been living in fear. Just making eye contact with one of Candle's subordinates had been enough to send him tumbling down the stairs. His previous injuries had yet to heal, and now he had a broken leg too. He cursed under his breath. If only that girl Lariette were here. Perhaps she could have healed him. After much deliberation, Blanche decided to take matters into his own hands and visit the temple personally. The imposing structure of the Altion temple loomed before him as he approached, dragging his limping son behind. He muttered under his breath, "There are dozens of clerics here. Why won't they treat him?" A stern voice cut through the air. "Who dares to cause such a commotion in the Altion temple?" Daoxia, standing nearby, spotted Blanche and couldn't suppress a smirk. "Finally, it's my turn." Despite Blanche's usual bluster, he was always obedient in front of Daoxia. But Ron, his son, wasn't so compliant. "My son needs treatment. I was only anxious," Blanche explained, his voice more humble than usual. The real reason for his frustration, however, was that Daoxia had specifically ordered the clerics not to visit his household. "It seems my subordinates made an error," Daoxia said, feigning sympathy. "As an apology, I'll treat him personally." Blanche's face lit up. This was a rare opportunity. If he could forge a connection with Daoxia, perhaps he could regain his former status and glory. He eagerly followed Daoxia into the treatment room. Once inside, Daoxia closed and locked the door behind them. His tone shifted as he focused on Ron. "How did you get injured?" "I missed a step," Ron mumbled, trying to maintain some dignity. Without warning, Daoxia stepped closer, grabbing Ron's hand and inspecting it. His eyes fell on a small wound, a bite mark. "Is this wound from your misstep as well?" Daoxia asked, his voice laced with curiosity. He gazed at the mark, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. "I didn't expect Lariette's bite to be so delicate." The comment made Ron flush with embarrassment, his anger rising. Realizing he'd crossed a line, Daoxia quickly composed himself. "Apologies. Let me treat you immediately." Although it was just a bite mark, it had no place remaining on Ron's body. Daoxia's skilled hands began to work, leaving Ron stewing silently as his pride suffered more than his wounds. After a brief flash of golden light, Daoxia healed only Ron's hand. But the earlier rudeness from Daoxia left Ron in a simmering rage. "Everyone's been saying you're the son of a street prostitute," Ron spat, his voice dripping with disdain. "You think those are just baseless rumors? How shallow of you." Daoxia, no longer bothering to hide his disdain, met Ron's gaze with icy calm. "Duke Dell was too lenient with you." His voice was dripping with mockery. "For someone as arrogant as you, he only beat you? He should have crippled you, at least." At this, Ron's anger exploded. He swung a fist toward Daoxia, but it was an easy miss. Instead, he lost his balance and fell flat on his face. There she watched with a sneer. "With such weak moves, who were you trying to hit?" Ron's head spun, dizziness overtaking him. Daoxia had anticipated it. "Feeling dizzy, are we?" Daoxia observed, almost enjoying Ron's panic. "I just tangled your spiritual energy circuits. If left untreated, you'll die from energy overload in a few months." He gave Ron a cruel smirk. "Interesting, isn't it?" Ron's bravado faltered completely. "Unless someone stronger than me comes along," Daoxia continued, his voice laced with menace, "no one can cure you. What will you do now?" Ron's arrogance was gone, replaced by fear. Daoxia gently stroked his head, his tone turning cold. "If you lay a hand on Lariette again, that will be the last thing you ever do." Meanwhile, in another room, Lariette had woken up in bed, staring intently at the person beside her. A dreamy smile spread across her face. Is this a blessing from God? Waking up to see such a handsome face. She added another masterpiece to her mental gallery. "You look exhausted," she teased. "Didn't sleep well last night?" "Oh, is he?" Candle replied, his voice tired but amused. "This guy was so excited he didn't sleep at all." Lariette giggled before sitting up. "What do I have planned today?" she mused aloud. "Well, I'm going to see Daoxia." Her appearance in pajamas made Candle forget his jealousy for a moment. "All right, but come back soon." He sighed, his voice softening. "After you find Daoxia, I want to sleep with you again." Lariette smiled, feeling content with the moment and the man beside her. After a brief silence from Candel, he was so startled by her words that he didn't know how to react. Seeing his flustered state, Lariette burst into laughter. "I'm just kidding," she teased. "Were you actually looking forward to sleeping with me?" What Lariette didn't know was that Candel hadn't slept all night because of her incredibly outrageous sleeping posture. As he walked out of the room, he ran into the teary. "Master," the old man said with a mischievous smile, "I always believed this day would come." He was even more excited than the two who had shared a bed. In the butler's mind, he was already picturing Candel and Lariette's wedding. "I should ask Lariette what kind of wedding dress she likes," the butler continued, his chatter bordering on overwhelming. Fortunately, Candel stopped him in time. "Stop, don't say any more." Won't you let me speak? There's so much to do now," the butler replied, undeterred. "Marriage is a lifelong commitment. We can't overlook any details." Candel fell into deep thought. Could it really happen for him? Someone like him shouldn't be so foolishly hopeful. But then there was Lariette, the one who had shattered the darkness around him. He couldn't help but picture himself in a suit, holding her hand, vowing to be together forever. But it was too soon to think about that. "I don't have any plans to get married at the moment," Candel said, his voice firm. The butler was shocked. "But you two have already shared a room." "I didn't do anything that requires taking responsibility," Candel replied quickly. The butler's hopes were dashed, though he wasn't discouraged. Perhaps Candel's years on the battlefield had left him out of touch with matters of the heart. With a mischievous grin, the butler spoke again, his charm undimmed by age. "Looks like I'll have to take matters into my own hands." Lariette, without thinking twice, decided to go to Doel without notifying him of her arrival. When she entered the temple, she was greeted by a man sitting at a table who asked what had brought her there. She explained that she had come to see her friend, Doel. The priest then asked what rank her friend held, to which Lariette replied that he was a priest of the lowest rank. As Lariette began to describe him, she thought of Doel as a handsome guy with silver hair, looking cute in her mind. However, the priest thought of him as stern and intimidating, which left him a little shocked. At that moment, one of Miki's subordinates came to the rescue, telling Lariette that he knew Doha and could take her to him. That's why he had rushed over. As they headed to meet Doha, Lariette couldn't understand how a low-ranking priest could afford to live in such luxurious chambers. She wondered where the Outen Temple got so much money. Suddenly, the door opened and Doha appeared in the doorway, looking a bit nervous, as if he was in a hurry. He asked her why she had come out of the blue. Smiling at him, she asked if her visit had surprised him. With a smile, he admitted that he was indeed surprised by her appearance, and asked if she had come just to see him. Lariette explained that she wanted to thank him for yesterday's treatment, and added that she had a request. Doha immediately thought she wanted to get closer to him for personal gain, but Lariette quickly dismissed such notions, asking the priest to teach her how to use magic. He smiled and replied that he was just a priest. Lariette then explained that divine power and mana were quite similar in nature, and that she was involved in purification magic. Doha knew well that she practiced purification, but she continued to explain that while she had a lot of mana, she had never been taught how to control it. She didn't want to remain helpless. She wanted to be able to stand up for herself when necessary. Looking up at him, full of determination, Lariette explained that Doha was the only one she could trust for training. She didn't know any other magicians. With a grin, Doha agreed to train her, but he had one condition. She would have to fulfill one of his future requests, no matter what it was. Leaning close to her ear, he whispered his request. Lariette looked at him seriously, telling him he sounded like some kind of swindler. Doha looked at her in confusion, as she nervously imagined he might ask her to do something ridiculous like write his name with her butt and dance in the street. Hearing her strange assumption, Doha burst out laughing, reassuring her that his request would be more reasonable. He suggested they agree that the request would be within her capabilities, and that the rest would be decided by her conscience. Smiling, he asked if she was satisfied with these terms. Without hesitation, Lariette agreed, saying the negotiations were complete. Excited by the idea, Lariette invited Doha to start training her immediately. As she waited for his response, Doha realized he was truly interested in this girl and wanted to learn everything about her. He might even lose interest eventually, but for now he wanted to get closer to her. Just as he was about to agree, his subordinate entered the room, saying that someone was looking for him. Doha turned around nervously, immediately thinking it was the old man who wanted to see him. Apologizing to Lariette, DOA explained that work was waiting for him. Lariette, understanding she had come unexpectedly and taken up his time, had no complaints. Smiling at her, he promised to visit her soon to begin her training. Nahimal. Doha thanked his subordinate for his chambers and, to avoid revealing his true identity to Lariette, referred to him as senior. It felt odd, especially since Lariette had expressed her gratitude for borrowing her friend's room. As she waved goodbye to the men with both hands, she thought about the awkward situation Doha must be in, considering he doesn't even live in his own room. Lariette decided that next time she shouldn't show up so recklessly. The men smiled sweetly at her and waved goodbye. Mikkel whispered to his subordinate, commenting on how poorly he acted. The subordinate admitted he still had a long way to go compared to the high priest's skill. Doha responded, saying that such skills are vital for those serving at the Temple of Alton. As they walked down the corridor, Doha asked if the old man was looking for him. His subordinate confirmed it, saying that the high priest, Alton, was indeed seeking him. Doha braced himself for the priest's nagging and wondered if Heel, perhaps not in the best condition, wanted to talk about the possibility of Doha becoming his successor. Doha assumed this would be a test. Meanwhile, when Lariette returned home, she found Elle there, who had also just arrived. Rushing to hug him, she exclaimed that this was fate. As he embraced her, Elle reflected on how dull his day had been until he saw Lariette. Her presence made him happy, possibly because she was a purification wizard and had cleansed his heart of all its troubles. Suddenly, Hellstein approached them, looking slightly sad. He apologized, saying the new maids had been assigned to wash the blankets, but they weren't dry yet. However, he reassured them that the Duke's blanket was in order, though there was an issue with Lariette's. It was clear Hellstein was playing his usual game, trying to bring them closer together. Essa rolled his eyes and asked why they couldn't just buy a new blanket. Hellstein, ever resourceful, explained that they had contacted all the boutiques, but none had anything suitable for the Duke of Candle, and it would take several days to supply new blankets. The Duke, of course, couldn't give a lady a low-quality blanket. Isère, seeing through Hellstein's ploy, dismissed his excuses as nonsense. Lariette, however, didn't understand, and reassured everyone that everything was fine. To make things easier, Isère offered to give his blanket to Lariette. She looked at him and asked how he would sleep without it. Isère replied that he would manage, despite the cold night, but Lariette, unaware of the butler's schemes, simply accepted his offer. Hellstein, seeing that his efforts hadn't gone far enough, boldly suggested that they sleep together for one more night. Lariette thought it was a good idea, while Essa stammered in embarrassment. Lariette, noticing his reaction, asked what was wrong. Did he really not want to share a bed with her? Blushing, he tried to deny it but couldn't finish, as Lariette changed the subject, saying she was hungry. She then added teasingly that he shouldn't worry. She wouldn't touch him like she had the previous night. Following Lariette into the dining room, Essa reassured himself that he would endure the situation until things returned to normal. That evening, Essa paced nervously in his room, awaiting Lariette's arrival. He was clearly anxious when suddenly the door to his room opened and Lariette appeared in the doorway, smiling sweetly. She was already dressed in her pajamas. Entering the room, she pulled her hands from behind her back and declared that she had brought him a gift. A cake. Sitting down on the sofa by the table, Essa asked if she planned to eat the cake now. She nodded and asked if he knew what kind of cream it had. Essa guessed it was whipped cream, which turned out to be correct. Lariette asked if he liked such cakes. Without thinking twice, Essa replied that he did, though inwardly he realized he'd only started loving them at that very moment. Lariette handed him a fork, and Essa, breaking off a piece of the cake, fed it to her. She joyfully ate it, and Essa watched her with obvious tenderness. After a moment, Lariette realized she had gotten a little messy and began looking for a napkin. As she searched, she thought about how if she pressured Elle again, he might run away like he had in the past. But then, unexpectedly, Elle gently turned her face toward him. As he approached Lariette very closely, Asha teasingly asked if she had said her lover should wipe the mess off instead of her, hinting at the moment when she had licked him. Now it seemed he wanted to return the favor. Gently, Asha touched Lariette's lips, leaving a sweet kiss on them. Both were embarrassed, closing their eyes. When Asha opened his, he noticed the look on Lariette's face. It seemed like he was ready to devour her. She quickly moved away, asking him to stop, explaining that she wasn't full yet. However, the Duke was persistent. He touched her lips with his thumb and, after asking her to wait just a little longer, kissed her again. Candle remarked that he was still hungry as his hand slid up her waist to her chest, where he carefully squeezed it. Lariette blushed and gasped. Then the Duke pulled away, his face revealing his eagerness to continue. Lariette, confused, looked at him. He smiled and said that now, perhaps, he had had enough. Duke Candle seemed quite pleased with himself, but Lariette, utterly embarrassed, jumped up from her seat and rushed to the bed, flopping down face first to hide her flushed face. Asha followed, and when she turned to look at him, she mentioned that they needed to end his curse quickly. Lying down next to her, Asha asked what would happen afterward. Giggling, Lariette replied, "Who knows?" They wished each other good night, but Asha couldn't sleep. He gazed at her sleeping face and realized that as long as she was near him, it would be impossible for him to control his growing greed and possessiveness. Asha pondered all this. Lariette turned in her sleep and hugged him, murmuring something sweet about food. She pressed her chest against his hand, which left Asha utterly confused. The situation was good, but not the best timing. He knew he needed to escape her embrace, but if he moved, she would wake up. Her touch was having predictable effects on him, which he tried to control. Then, things escalated. Lariette suddenly threw her leg over Asha, snoring sweetly. Reflexively, he began shaking and covering his crotch with his hand, mentally pleading for his body to stop reacting. Now, more than ever, he wished someone would save him. The next morning, when Lariette woke up full of energy, she saw a completely exhausted Asha next to her, looking like he hadn't slept at all. Turning to the table, she noticed a tray with a note from Helstein. It explained that it had rained heavily in the morning, so her blanket still hadn't dried. Helstein cheerfully suggested she would have to sleep with the Duke for a couple more days. Lariette laughed and eagerly agreed, but Asha didn't seem thrilled. By the fourth day, the Duke finally managed to fall asleep. When Lariette tried to wake him, he didn't respond, having fallen into a deep, much-needed sleep. As she looked at him, Lariette thought about how even asleep, Asha was beautiful, like a national treasure. But as she admired him, the Duke began to stir, his sleep disturbed by something. He mumbled, asking someone to stop and calling out for his mother. It was clear Asha was troubled, even in his dreams. Lariette remembered the tragic rumours about the Duke of Candle. The Duke and his wife had died when Asha was still very young, and while Asha was fighting on the battlefield with his cursed body, distant relatives had been battling for the family's wealth and power. Stroking his head gently, Lariette thought about how much hardship he had endured at such a young age. She promised herself that she would free him from his curse, body and mind, giving him the chance to live the joyful, ordinary life he deserved. Smiling, she whispered softly that even after she was gone, she wanted Asha to be happy. Suddenly, she was grabbed by Asha's hand. He jumped up from his pillow, looking at her with anxious, red-tinged eyes, asking what she had just said. Larette's heart raced as she stammered an excuse, saying they would never part. Asha, still tense, explained that he thought she was talking about leaving him. Trying to calm him, she assured him that she wouldn't leave, though in her mind she was thinking about the remaining month under their contract and how sad she would be to part with him. Asha, closing his eyes, asked her to stay with him. Smiling, Lariette promised she would, but only until the contract ended. The next morning, when the Duke woke up, he tried to remember his dream. It felt like it had been a good one, but he couldn't recall the details. Lariette, rising from her pillow, asked him if he had slept well, mentioning that she would now begin to cleanse the lower part of his body. Hearing this, Asher turned bright red with embarrassment. They both sat there, thinking about it, their faces flushed. Jumping out of bed, Lariette announced that she would save the lower body cleansing for next time and that she needed to visit Madame Sherb. She asked if Asher needed to go to the imperial castle. The Duke suddenly became depressed, thinking about the possibility of a war with another kingdom, which would mean he and Lariette wouldn't be able to spend much time together. Reading his thoughts, Lariette told him that he would need to do something with her later. Asher, curious but cautious, asked what she meant. Hoping she wouldn't suggest anything too strange, he agreed to her offer. Lariette beamed with joy, excited that Asher had agreed so quickly, as she had many joint plans she wanted to carry out with him. Later, when Lariette met Madame Sherb, Gerard, a skilled fighter and commander, was quietly watching them. He had been tasked with guarding Lariette, though he couldn't quite understand why. It was likely Asher's will. Madame Sherb apologized to Lariette for sending her that letter. Smiling, Lariette assured her that it wasn't Madame's fault. Madame Sherb then explained that they had decided not to accept any more members of the Blanchett family, except for Lariette. However, Lariette wasn't worried about that. Her family was out of money, so they couldn't afford anything grand anyway. Lariette suddenly noticed someone sitting behind the curtain in the room. Nervously, she asked if anyone else was there, offering to come back another time if necessary. The curtain was pulled open, revealing a figure she initially thought was a young man. He spoke, commenting on how long it had been since they last saw Lady Blanchett. Lariette bowed deeply, only to realise moments later that it wasn't a man at all. It was Her Highness, Princess Elizabeth Harrison. Embarrassed beyond measure, Lariette found herself face to face with the princess, known throughout the kingdom for her stunning beauty. Princess Elizabeth, radiant as ever, had been engaged to Rayon, a match arranged by the Emperor back when the Blanchett family still held influence. However, Rayon often teased the princess, claiming she was too haughty and questioned why she thought she was better than him. Unfazed, he even told her that if she surpassed him in any way, it wouldn't matter, because she was destined to be his wife anyway. Needless to say, this arrogance earned him a thrashing, and their engagement was promptly called off. After the broken engagement, Lariette had avoided the princess for 5 long years, feeling a deep sense of shame. Now, however, Lariette was shocked by how much the princess had changed in those 5 years. Elizabeth had completely transformed, adopting a striking appearance more akin to a prince than a princess. Her new look took Lariette aback. Smiling, the princess broke Larette's reverie, casually mentioning that she didn't realise Lariette was so close to Madame Sher. Lariette, who was no longer listed in the family registry, felt a pang of discomfort at the reminder of her fallen status. But Princess Elizabeth had noticed something different about Lariette. Using her last name, she commented on the change, which prompted Lariette to abruptly request to be called by her first name instead. Surprised, the princess grinned, asking how Madame Sher could have kept someone like Lariette hidden from her for so long. She then remarked that she was eager to get to know Lariette better. Lariette, equally flustered and intrigued, said she was happy to meet the princess as well. Princess Elizabeth leaned forward, tucking a strand of Larette's hair behind her ear, and, looking her directly in the eyes, told her to call her Eliza. The princess's beauty had a powerful effect on Lariette, leaving her nearly breathless. As she rode in her carriage later that day, Lariette found herself deeply conflicted, unable to understand why she was making promises to people when she knew her time was limited. It seemed that just as good things were starting to happen, she was already on the brink of death. Resolved to die quietly and unnoticed, Lariette reminded herself that she didn't need deep connections now. Her thoughts were interrupted by a knock at the carriage door. It was Doha, the priest, who asked why she hadn't stepped out yet. Deciding not to waste any more time, Lariette finally exited the carriage. Doha held her hand gently as they walked, and she marvelled at the beauty of the surrounding nature. The priest explained that they were in a place of special energy in Kuzhan, where the purest and fastest flow of mana was found, making it the perfect location for magical practices. Once the explanations were over, Doha turned to Lariette and asked her to use her magic as she usually did. Placing a hand on her shoulder, he encouraged her to focus. Lariette took a deep breath and concentrated. As she did, tree roots began to emerge from the ground, growing rapidly. But Doha quickly noticed that Lariette was using her mana inefficiently, like trying to empty a bathtub just to put out a single candle. Gently, he took her hand and placed it on his chest, guiding her to follow the flow of mana more carefully. As Lariette focused, she felt a gentle rush of energy flow through her. Doha explained that this was the correct amount of mana she should use for her actions. Encouraged, Lariette tried again, but this time the ground beneath them suddenly shook, throwing both of them off balance. Doha was flung backward, and Lariette immediately rushed to his side to help. The priest was taken aback, wondering why someone weaker than him would go to such lengths to protect him. Lariette hugged him tightly, burying her head in his chest. Doha, sensing her worry, reassured her that everything was fine now, wrapping his arms around her to comfort her. Shields formed around them, protecting them from the aftermath of Lariette's magic. Unexpectedly, Lariette began to laugh, calling herself a genius. She raised her head to look at Doha, still holding on to him. Their eyes met, and for a moment they stared at each other in silence, sharing a quiet, intimate connection. Suddenly, the priest pulled back, agreeing with Lariette that perhaps she really was a genius. This compliment only pleased her more. He explained that although there was still much for her to learn, she had already mastered how to attack with magic over long distances. Doha began outlining the areas where Lariette still needed improvement, sounding like a teacher giving a moral lecture. In response, Lariette looked at him earnestly and asked him to take care of her. That evening, as she made her way home, Lariette reflected on the progress she had made after just one day of training. She was already improving her mana control. Meanwhile, the high priest, sitting across from her, couldn't help but wonder why Lariette wasn't taught by her family, knowing her incredible potential. Though she hadn't cared much about it until now, her abilities piqued his interest, and he found himself deeply intrigued by her personality, something that usually bored him by this point. Without thinking too much, Doha decided to ask Lariette if she had heard about the festival in Isis. He described how vibrant and colourful the locations were, with magnificent flowers blooming, masquerades, fairs, and beautiful lights filling the air. He had already planned to invite her, but paused when Lariette, her eyes sparkling with excitement, thanked him for the idea and suggested that it would be perfect for her and Osha's date. Irritated by the thought, Doha said nothing. When Lariette arrived home, she got out of the carriage and thanked him for the day, expressing how lucky she was to have such a good friend like him. Her words pierced him deeply, though he showed no sign of it. As she left, he angrily struck the wall of the carriage, questioning why he felt so irritated. At home, Asha was already waiting for her. He looked up, noticing her arrival, but when Lariette joyfully sat beside him, he felt a bit down. She eagerly told him about the flower festival in Isis and decided to invite him to join her the next day. He lowered his gaze, frustrated by the curse, but she suggested they could go once it was fully lifted. With that, she approached and tore open his shirt, exposing his chest, not for frivolous reasons, but to show him that the curse no longer affected the upper part of his body. Asha, embarrassed by the sudden action, quietly listened as she explained that she wasn't imposing her desires on him. After a brief silence, Lariette buttoned his shirt again and suggested they could attend the night market, just needing to wear masks. Taking his hand, she asked if he would accompany her. He nodded in agreement, and the couple set out for the festival that night. Lariette wore a white outfit, her face hidden behind a rabbit mask, while Asha wore a black cat mask. She handed him cotton candy, and they both enjoyed the sweet treat. As they strolled, Lariette suggested they visit the square later, since there was still time before the masquerade. Asha, noticing the way people looked at him, without fear or hatred, was surprised, but quickly turned his attention back to Lariette. In a bold move, Asha leaned in and kissed her tenderly. Lariette, wide-eyed, pulled away and began playfully hitting him on the back with her fists. Embarrassed, she ran off, feeling overwhelmed. She muttered that it was too much, leaving Asha wondering when he had learned to seduce so effortlessly. Lariette looked back to check where Asha was and noticed him standing with a girl who was asking if he wanted to go with her. Asha was surprised that someone spoke to him at all, realizing that they weren't afraid of him, and there was no lingering smell thanks to the purification. However, he wasn't interested in the other girl, so he briefly and clearly said, "No." The girl, however, persisted and stopped him, continuing to chat. Lariette, noticing this, turned around and ran off, though she knew full well that if she left, Asha would fall for another woman. Her own reaction, however, confused her. All she really wanted was for him to be happy. She stopped near the trees to catch her breath, trying to convince herself that she shouldn't envy the situation. As she stood there, someone called her from behind. Turning around, she saw a man with red hair and a mask holding a drink in his hand. He asked if something was wrong and offered her the drink, explaining that he had just bought it and was about to drink it himself. After taking a sip, he showed her that the drink was safe and she could take it without worry. Lariette, still catching her breath, calmly thanked the man. When he saw her face, his expression changed to one of surprise and he gasped, covering his mouth. He blushed bright red and confessed that it was love at first sight. Lariette, looking dissatisfied, quickly replied that she already had a lover, making it clear that she wasn't interested. The man, after looking at her for a moment, remarked that he had been correctly informed that people in the capital were very harsh when rejecting her, and it seemed that was true. Lariette noticed that he had a Western accent. He then asked if he had been rude to her, suggesting that even if he had been rejected, he should have behaved properly. Extending his hand to Lariette, he confessed that he had fallen in love with her at first sight because of her incredible beauty, and asked if she would accept his friendship. Lariette, stunned, suddenly thought that such confessions were popular 15 years ago. Without hesitation, she told him no. At that moment, Asha decided to intervene, attacking the man from behind. The stranger skillfully blocked Asha's sword with his own. Duke Candle, watching this unfold, was furious that the man had dared to say such things in front of him, questioning if he was tired of living. The red-hamed man, grinning, responded that he wasn't interested in dying, and asked if this was her lover. Lariette was shocked that the man had been able to block Asha's sword. She noticed that the stranger seemed better than Asha, which made her lose her temper. She jumped up and angrily demanded to know what kind of heresy he was talking about. Realizing that the man didn't understand, Lariette decided to use magic. Her anger flared as she ordered him to remove his sword. The man immediately complied, standing up and apologizing, explaining that he hadn't known the man was her lover. Once they had put away their swords, the stranger continued, saying he assumed Lariette's words were a lie, otherwise he wouldn't have confessed. Lariette, undeterred, explained that whether her words were true or not, a refusal was still a refusal. Pointing at the man, she called him an impudent fool in an alpaca mask. The man, looking genuinely sorry, apologized once again, saying he didn't know, but that he truly regretted it because she had touched his heart. With that, he left, leaving the couple alone. Asha, still guarding Lariette like a small, jealous dog, gently hugged her from behind and buried his face in her hair. He quietly asked why she had suddenly left him. Then he wondered what might have happened if Lariette had accepted the stranger's confession. Lariette, turning slightly to face him, explained that she had simply gotten lost. She apologized, then patted Asha on the head, trying to reassure him. Lariette thanked him for finding her. The man was surprised that Lariette had been waiting for him and decided to ask if that was true. The heroine confirmed that it was and added that she had missed him very much. Asha, with a gentle smile, replied that he had missed her too. Slightly retreating, Lariette asked if he was surprised by her sudden disappearance. He responded that he wasn't, as he had been distracted. Lariette reassured him that it wouldn't happen again, then clung to him, comforted by his presence. Looking toward the city, she saw many bright lights. Turning back to Asha, she asked if they were going dancing. The man reminded her that they had both lost their masks. Lariette, realizing the situation, thought it might be better to go home, but the man assured her everything was fine. The main character was surprised, as they could easily attract unwanted attention. She asked again if things were really okay, and he smiled, replying that everything was perfect because his beloved was with him. When they arrived at the masquerade, Lariette noticed it was different from a formal ball, much freer and more joyous. Smiling, she pulled Asher to dance with her, and he, smiling back, couldn't believe such a day had come. Without the stench of decaying corpses, without people staring at him with fear and disgust, and without feeling like an outsider, as Duke Candle once did. Lariette had given him a new life, an opportunity to live as a normal person and not as a monster. He never imagined he could dance in front of others, and even though his dancing was clumsy, Lariette looked at him with such love that he couldn't comprehend how he could not love her back. Gazing into Asher's eyes, Lariette smiled sweetly and confessed her love. The Duke, filled with emotion, told her he loved her too. They stood together under the fireworks, savouring the moment. When Asher leaned in to kiss her, Lariette playfully covered his mouth, saying they couldn't kiss in public. Asher, closing his eyes, kissed her hand instead, and looked at her with embarrassed eyes. Lariette, blushing, asked indignantly what he was doing, making him worry that she didn't like it. In truth, all she could think about was how soft his lips were. Turning to him, Lariette explained that she didn't dislike it at all. Gently rubbing her hand, Asher asked if he could kiss her on the lips instead. Though she enjoyed the attention, Lariette decided to tease him and, making eyes at the Duke, provocatively asked if he wanted to sleep with her. At her words, Asher froze, his mind racing through different interpretations of sleep. Until he was left speechless, Lariette grinned and teasingly noted that Asher could only kiss her, calling him shameless. Asher stammered, blushing, but before he could respond, she placed a finger on his lips and declared there would be no more kisses for a while. Asher was horrified at such a punishment. The next day, as Duke Candle was dressing, he asked Lariette if she planned to kiss him today. Lariette, hanging lazily from the bed, didn't understand what he meant at first. He was referring to the daily kisses she would give him, boosting his confidence. Embarrassed, Asher finally asked, hiding his face in shame, if she would call him handsome and kiss him today. Without hesitation, she replied, no, which shocked him. Peeking out from under the blanket, Lariette reminded him of the punishment they discussed the night before. Duke Candle was stunned, thinking she must be joking, but Lariette explained she was absolutely serious. A bit nervous, Asher promised not to kiss her in public again, but Lariette remained firm in her resolve. Then, with a sad look, Asher sat down opposite her and asked if she really wasn't going to kiss him. Slowly, he leaned in towards her lips. But Lariette, blushing, stopped him with her hand, explaining that the kiss ban applied here too. The Duke was incredulous that he was truly forbidden from kissing her. Lariette, smiling, repeated her words and wished him a safe journey. As he left, his mood noticeably deflated, Lariette broke into a sly smile, thinking how endearing it was that the Duke, like a little child, was begging for her kisses. And it would be that way for several days. A few hours later, Lariette met with Doha, who immediately noticed how happy she looked. Unable to contain herself, she eagerly boasted about how wonderful her date with Elle was, all thanks to Doha's recommendations. Listening to this, the priest grew increasingly irritated, as he felt he should have been the one on a date with her. To avoid hearing more, he hastily suggested they start training. Suddenly, Lariette remembered a strange man she had met at the festival, which she reported to Doha. She explained that an unexpected man from the West had confessed to her, and she found him quite odd. The priest, curious, asked what exactly he had confessed. Lariette, turning away slightly embarrassed, revealed that the stranger had confessed his love to her the previous day. Then, smiling, she joked that it must have been due to her unearthly beauty. However, when she saw that Doha didn't smile and looked at her as though she were foolish, she realized the joke had fallen flat. Doha, however, couldn't figure out why he suddenly felt so irritated. He questioned himself. Was it because some rogue had dared to confess to Lariette? At that moment she gave him a strange look, but then he smiled and confirmed that she was indeed very beautiful. Trying to move on, Doha looked around and asked if Lariette planned to turn the place into ruins today, as she had the last time. The girl quickly replied that he was mistaken, and then he suggested they move on from the basics of magic and focus on practice. Hearing this, Larette's excitement was palpable. Like an eager puppy, she asked joyfully what they would do this time. Doha replied that she would have to learn the simplest things. Lariette began to think about different possibilities. Perhaps an attack, an escape, or a form of control. However, Doha had something else in mind. He was going to teach her how to kill. Upon hearing this, Lariette froze. The priest grabbed her wrist and, with a cold demeanor, explained that if she used her magic and pointed it directly at someone's chest, she would instantly kill them. Lariette, looking at him with confused eyes, couldn't comprehend what he was telling her. His eyes gleamed with a predatory cunning as he faintly smiled and then challenged her to kill him. Taken aback by his words, Lariette, now serious, told him that his joke was far from funny. But Doha wasn't joking. To make her act, he tried to push her further, but she shoved him away with both hands, shouting at him to stop. Trembling, she couldn't understand why he treated his life so carelessly. She thought about how much she wanted to live, even though her time was so short, and only now did her will to survive become clear. Hanging her head and clenching her fists in anger, Lariette realized she was jealous. Unhappy with herself and upset by how easily Doha regarded his own life. He, on the other hand, looked at her thoughtfully before asking her what it was she truly wanted. Lariette admitted that she wanted to be able to move around freely, without needing an escort, and to explore different places on her own. Doha, with a knowing grin, tried to explain that the streets wouldn't be kind to her. Recalling his own childhood, he warned that if she left the capital, she would become a target for those looking to exploit her. Gazing intently into her eyes, he bent slightly closer and told her that if she didn't face her enemies with the determination to kill, she would be the one who perished. Lariette understood that she wanted to go on one last journey before she died, but with only 3 months to live, she had no desire to be killed by anyone else. Before all this, Lariette had other thoughts weighing on her mind. She not only wanted to learn how to protect herself, but also feared her family might try to kidnap her again. Since Lariette had decided to go on a trip just before her death, she knew she couldn't tell anyone about it. It was clear to her that the streets would never show her mercy and that she might have to hurt someone in self-defense. With this in mind, the girl thanked Doha for his valuable advice. Doha, on the other hand, believed he could only protect Lariette while she was next to him. The thought of her being in danger while out of his sight disturbed him, which was why he expressed himself so harshly. Yet he knew she would understand his intentions. Holding her wrist, the high priest urged her to attack him again, this time with the intent to kill. Lariette closed her eyes, letting out a quiet sigh, but Doha reassured her with a smile. He reminded her that he wasn't as helpless as she might think. He was strong, and if he were injured, she could always heal him. Still, Lariette worried about hurting him. Meanwhile, Doha felt a strange, piercing sensation every time he saw the concern on her face. He couldn't fully understand what these emotions meant or why they arose within him. Waving his hand dismissively, Doha told her there was no time for meaningless conversation. In his hand appeared an unusual object resembling a folded fan. Smirking, he pointed it at her and instructed her to stop him by attacking. Though he didn't hit her hard, Lariette was unable to block any of his blows, and it began to irritate her. The next time she managed to dodge one of his strikes by moving to the right, but Doha quickly adjusted his position and hit her on the arm. Smiling, he asked if magic was a joke to her, since she hadn't used it. Determined to prove herself, Lariette quickly recalled a spell that wouldn't cause harm. She decided to use the water element to fend him off and show what she could do. Dodo was a little surprised that she had thought of it, but using his unusual fan, he blocked the attack, joking that he preferred to bathe in warm water. However, he praised her for the effort. With his strength, Doha deflected the flow of water Lariette had directed at him, sending it back toward her. As a result, the main character stood soaked, glaring at Doha in frustration and demanding another chance. Clearly, she wasn't satisfied with her performance. Later that evening, Lariette returned home. The butler noticed her late arrival and commented on it. Lariette, feeling exhausted, asked where Elle was. The butler explained that the Duke was in the bathroom, having arrived in a strange state. Lariette, now deep in thought, considered that perhaps tonight she could start attending to his lower half. Only then did it dawn on her that she would have to touch his bare skin, and the realization made Lariette choke on her saliva. She realized now was the perfect time to proceed while Isa was still in a robe. Cleansing would be easier. So, she hurried toward him as fast as she could. The Duke, just leaving the bath, had been lost in thought, wondering how he could steal a kiss from his beloved when she suddenly appeared, startling him. He blushed, quickly trying to cover himself as if he were completely naked, and even took a step back from her. But Lariette closed the distance, standing almost chest to chest with him. Elle, his face flushing, nervously told her she was too close. Without warning, Lariette pushed him to the floor with one hand, grinning as she crawled between his legs. She asked if he was ready for her to begin cleansing the lower part of his body, and suggested starting with his knees. Elle, flustered, quickly scooted back and begged her not to do it now. "Does this seem strange to you?" Lariette asked, her tone suddenly serious. She explained that this was a necessary process and asked him to take it seriously. She then touched his knees, causing him to flinch as if he'd been scolded. As she began the cleansing, Lariette realized that the curse in this part of his body was particularly strong. Yet, she found that using magic felt easier than before, all thanks to Doha's guidance. When she finished, she looked up to tell Issa, but his expression made her blush. Sweat dripped down his face, his eyes and cheeks flushed red. His chest rose and fell with ragged breaths, and it was clear he was struggling to contain himself. Then, as if drawn by some unseen force, Larette's gaze lowered and her mouth fell open as she noticed his body's reaction to her touch. Embarrassed, she quickly looked away, too ashamed to meet his eyes or glance downward. Suddenly, Isa reached for her, attempting to kiss her. Lariette, stuttering and turning her head, reminded him that kissing was forbidden, but he no longer cared. He gently turned her face toward him and kissed her tenderly on the lips. For a few seconds, Lariette stared at him, conflicted, but soon gave in. However, the kiss didn't last long. After a few moments, Isa flipped her over and hovered above her, gazing into her eyes before kissing her again, this time holding her shoulders. She could feel the weight of his body pressing against hers, and though he stopped for a brief moment, it wasn't for that reason. Breathing heavily, Essa asked if he was ready to sleep with her, then nervously inquired if he could kiss her again. Without waiting for a response, he began covering her neck in soft kisses. Lariette lay still, unsure of what to do, realizing that this could be their first night together. She suddenly sat up and wrapped her arms around his neck. Asa, initially shocked, soon returned the embrace, holding her gently. Before long, her clothes lay discarded beside her, leaving her in only a nightdress. Feeling exposed and embarrassed, she glanced at her lover, who gazed at her in awe, calling her incredibly beautiful as he began to remove his robe. But then he hesitated, wondering if it would disgust her to be intimate with him while his body still bore the curse. Perhaps they should wait until he was fully cleansed? As if reading his mind, Lariette reached out, placing her hands on his face. She assured him he was nothing less than charming, pulling him into a kiss. She added that there wasn't a single ugly part on his body. Only then did Asrahan start to believe her words. Pulling his gaze from her lips, the Duke wrapped his arms around her tightly. She was his entire world now, his saviour. He inhaled the scent of her hair as she playfully pulled him back onto the bed. Smiling, Lariette invited him to continue what they had started. Essa didn't hesitate. He leaned down to kiss her again, knowing they had the whole night ahead of them, a night that belonged only to them. Their bodies were united, perhaps changing something between them forever. The setting was perfect. The lamp dimly illuminated the room as their fingers intertwined, joining in a dance of love. Sometime later, when it was all over, Asher watched Lariette lying motionless, completely exhausted. Noticing her condition, he asked if it had really been that tiring. She, a bit weak, asked if it was obvious. Embarrassed, the Duke acknowledged that it was already early morning, but then shyly asked if they could do it again. Lariette, hearing this, gasped in surprise, exclaiming that she would die if they did. Her face wore a sweet yet pitiful expression. Asher, looking at her with sad, pleading eyes, begged for just one more time. With a sigh, she turned her head away, closed her eyes, then unexpectedly pulled him closer by his robe, agreeing, but only for once. She kissed him again, and at his request, they joined once more in a dance of love. By the afternoon, Lariette made her way to Count Osmond's mansion, where Princess Elizabeth was joyfully waiting for her. Greeting her warmly, Lariette bowed and thanked the princess for inviting her to tea. The princess, indignant, reminded her to simply call her Eliza. Lariette quickly corrected herself, thanking her again, which made the princess smile. Stroking Larette's head, she called her smart, causing the girl to blush in embarrassment. The princess explained that this gathering was with her closest friends and mentioned that she would love to introduce Lariette to them, adding that they were all good people. Lariette smiled and expressed her hope that she would like them. As the princess straightened Larette's hair, she smiled and asked teasingly, "Who wouldn't like you?" This flustered Lariette even more. When they reached the gathering, everyone was already waiting. Among them was Lady Sherbet Genevieve, who ran a popular boutique, Wana Huzan, the eldest daughter of Count Houseman, a daring redhead, and lastly, Sharia Mershin, a sweet, angelic-looking girl with blonde hair and red eyes. The girls introduced themselves and exchanged names, but then Sharia suddenly asked, since Lariette had introduced herself without a last name, if that meant she was a commoner. The room fell silent at the question. It was an awkward moment. Lariette had left her family and chosen to go by no last name, making it difficult to explain. Wana quickly intervened, turning to Sharia and advising her to watch her tongue. The princess also chimed in, calling Sharia's comment rude. Sharia, now embarrassed, apologized, explaining that she had only recently made her debut in society. Lariette, though tense, reassured her that it was fine, though she couldn't tell if Sharia's comment had been intentional or not. The atmosphere soon lightened again, with the girls laughing and discussing their own matters over tea. As the afternoon passed, it was time for them to say their goodbyes. Before she could leave, Lady Wana discreetly pulled Lariette aside. Wana explained that what she was about to say would be awkward to discuss behind someone's back, but it needed to be said. She informed Lariette that Sharia Merchin had only recently joined them after a failed debut in society, and that Princess Elsa had taken pity on her, bringing her to the group. Wana whispered that it might be wise for Lariette to keep her distance from Sharia for now, as she was still quite ignorant of the ways of high society. But ultimately, it was up to Lariette to decide. Wana reassured her that Lady Osmond was not a bad person, but insisted she was simply giving a friendly warning, expressing her concern that more awkward situations could arise if Sharia wasn't careful. Just as Wana finished speaking, someone called out to Lariette. Turning around, she saw a familiar face, Asha, heading straight toward her. When Asha reached her, he smiled sweetly, like a puppy seeking its master's attention. The girls at the table were stunned, their mouths agape as they watched the scene unfold. Asha noticed their stares and quickly straightened up, his expression shifting to something more composed. He greeted the ladies politely before putting his arm around Larette's shoulders, declaring that he would take her home. Lariette quickly said her goodbyes to the group and left with Asha. The princess watched them leave, still in shock, unable to understand what had come over Asha. Once inside the carriage, Lariette turned to Asha and asked if he had to return to the imperial castle today. Asha answered yes, a bit sadly, adding that he wished he could spend more time with her. Lariette, not discouraged, responded that she had plans anyway. They exchanged glances for a few moments, and then, unexpectedly, Lariette leaned in and kissed Duke Candle, gently holding his face in her hands. He resisted at first, asking her to wait, but soon gave in. He placed an arm around her back, gently lowering her into a reclining position. However, as she tried to pull away, Asha didn't allow it. Looking up at her, he remarked that he had never considered it before, but the carriage didn't seem like such a bad place after all. Intertwining his fingers with hers, Lariette finally realized what he meant. Stuttering, she asked for clarification, but Asha only pulled her into another kiss. Then, with a grin, he teased her, asking if she had kissed him without intending to follow through. Pulling back slightly, Asha smirked and said she deserved some sort of punishment for teasing him. Lariette was caught off guard, not by his words, but by his breathtaking beauty. Her conscience suddenly chided her, reminding her how she had agreed that the carriage was indeed a good place. Lost in her thoughts, she was jolted back to reality when the coachman's voice called out, announcing their arrival. Startled, Lariette quickly escaped the carriage and hurried into the street, leaving Asher behind. He remained sitting on the floor, laughing at the whole situation. As he stood, he called out after her, teasingly shouting that they would finish what they started once they were home. Turning back to him, Lariette replied that in that case, she'd have to move to another room. Arriving at her destination, Lariette spotted Doha standing in the middle of the street, waiting for her. Noticing his attire was different from usual, she complimented him, to which he smiled and asked if he looked unusual today. She couldn't help but admire how Doha looked like a work of art, almost as if he was sent from heaven. The man, seemingly unaware of the effect he had on her, smiled and explained that it wasn't a coincidence they met here today. They were going to practice secrecy. Hearing this, Lariette felt inspired and eagerly thanked Doha, praising him as amazing. Then, with a playful tone, she added that she loved him. The comment, though meant in jest, flustered Doha. He froze, his face turning red as he covered it with his hands, clearly confused by his own reaction. Lariette, now curious, only wanted to know where they would start. After regaining his composure, Doha suggested they begin by practicing how to blend into the crowd unnoticed. He then detailed the spell they would use, explaining everything thoroughly. Lariette listened carefully and, after a few moments, successfully cast the spell. Smiling, she took Doha's hands, looked into his eyes, and asked if she had done everything correctly. A few hours ago, Doha stood amidst houses destroyed by someone, his eyes burning with hatred. He muttered to himself that he was growing tired of all this. Suddenly, a large crowd rushed at him from behind, weapons in hand. Yet Doha had been in such a good mood before this. Calmly turning around, he asked with a grin if they really needed to ruin his entire day. Without waiting for a response, he used his magic to dispatch his enemies. In mere moments, everyone around him had fallen, and the ground was soaked in blood. Doha, now bloodied himself, sighed softly and covered his face with his hand. As he opened his eyes, a thought crossed his mind. Lariette was the type of person who couldn't even attack properly for fear of killing. If she were to see him like this now, she would probably hate him. Shaking the thought away, he realized he needed to find new, clean clothes. He couldn't believe he was willing to go through such trouble for a girl. Ever since meeting Lariette, strange things had been happening. Every time he looked at her, Dodo couldn't understand if his behavior was changing because of his strong interest in her. He had always thought he hated the feeling of love, often reflecting on his difficult childhood. It was hard to believe he was so easily succumbing to this emotion now. As he held Loretta's hand, he thought about this again. She looked at him joyfully and asked if she was doing everything right, her smile lighting up her face. The priest tried to convince himself that he only wanted to possess her, but his mind wandered. How would she react if she knew his true nature? What would she think if she learnt he wasn't just a simple priest, but the high priest of the Alon temple and the future pope? Doha wondered if Lariette, who was comparable to royalty in her own right, would care about his status. But what troubled him the most was whether she would be repulsed by his past. She, who had grown up without love but still raised as the Duke's daughter. How would she feel if she found out that the priest she liked had once been a beggar on the streets? Would she be angry at being deceived? He couldn't even imagine her reaction, nor predict how it would all end. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Doha felt a presence behind him, watching him for the second time that day. It was beginning to irritate him, distracting him from everything. Smiling at Lariette, he tried to maintain his composure. He told her that he needed to buy something and asked if he could step away for a while, promising to return soon. Lariette didn't ask any unnecessary questions and agreed immediately, saying she would practice while he was gone. With that reassurance, Doha left, not too worried about her. After all, Doha had long noticed that Lariette was under the protection of an expert knight who was currently watching them from the roof. Knowing this, Doha hurried to deal with his problem and disappeared into the crowd. As he entered a deserted alley, a strange man followed him, holding a knife. Without hesitation, the man declared that a hefty sum had been placed on Miao's head and asked if he knew about it. Do-hai remained silent as the man, licking his knife with a long, disgusting tongue, tried to provoke him. The priest understood perfectly that the man's antics were a low trick meant to rile him up. The bandit, sticking out his tongue and talking about how he longed to drink Do-ha's blood, slowly advanced. Then, with a burst of speed, he lunged at Miali, shouting that it was time for him to say goodbye to his life. Do-ha didn't even flinch, let alone turn around, as the dagger came dangerously close to his face. He was unfazed, not afraid at all, and was simply thinking about how to swiftly end this fool's life. Just then, a familiar female voice cut through the air. Lariette was running towards them, casting a spell. She shouted that he was in grave danger, clearly worried about her friend. Hearing her voice, Do-ha widened his eyes in surprise. He hadn't expected her to be there at all. Directing all her strength at the attacker, Lariette drew his attention away from Do-ha, preventing him from laying a finger on the priest. In a matter of seconds, her magic struck the bandit like lightning. He collapsed, dead, and blood splattered everywhere, covering both Do-ha and Lariette. Do-ha stood in shock, a hint of blush creeping onto his face. Larette's dress was stained with blood, but she didn't seem to care. Her immediate concern was for him. Rushing to Do-ha, she began touching his face, asking if he was hurt or if he had been frightened. Do-ha, looking away, suddenly realized the gravity of what had just happened. Lariette, trained in nobility and always cautious of using her magic for fear of harming anyone, had just killed a man to protect him. While Lariette continued bombarding him with worried questions, Do-ha couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. She had taken a life for his sake. This thought filled him with both surprise and warmth. A sincere smile crept onto his face, and he softly called her by her shortened name, unable to find any other words. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he began to accept that perhaps he had truly fallen in love with Lariette, like a boy experiencing love for the first time. The main character, still shaken by what had just transpired, clung to him, trembling. She seemed to be coming to terms with what she had done, yet she continued to try to calm him down. Do-ha, hugging her back, was lost in his own thoughts. Could it be that he had genuinely fallen in love with her? He tried to dismiss it as nonsense, convincing himself that he had made it all up. But as he pondered, a woman's voice suddenly echoed in his mind, telling him that she loved him deeply. After that, his own thoughts seemed to drive him mad. It felt as if a woman from his past was embracing him, calling him her precious treasure. These painful memories resurfaced, and once again he thought about how disgusting love truly was. Trying to shake off the thoughts, Do-ha touched Lariette gently and reassured her, saying he was fine, thanking her for saving him. The priest helped her wipe the dirty, bloody stains from their clothes, adding that he was only alive thanks to her. Lariette, clearly relieved that her dear friend was safe, smiled at him sweetly and tenderly, though fatigue was evident in her eyes. Noticing her exhaustion, Do-ha put his arm around her shoulders and said, "That's enough for today. I'll take you to the carriage." She didn't argue and agreed quickly, still trembling, though it was unclear if it was from exhaustion or the shock of having just killed a man. Mikkel noticed her shaken state and, apparently blaming himself, placed her gently in the carriage. He turned to her, concern etched on his face. Seeing how much she needed comfort, he told her that the man she had killed was an assassin who had come for his life. He reminded her about the mine near his home and explained that his sudden wealth could attract trouble, making it necessary to invent this lie to ease her worry. Lariette looked at him, thinking about how kind and gentle Do-ha was, despite how hard things must be for him now. Calling her his savior, the high priest asked her to always remember this. Calming down slightly, Lariette thanked him with a faint smile. Then, leaning toward him from the carriage, she gently placed her palm on his cheek, asking him to be more careful. Do-ha, completely caught off guard, froze as if rooted to the spot, blushing furiously. He looked into her eyes, wanting to take her wrist and express everything weighing on his soul, but halfway there he stopped, abandoning the idea and lowering his hand. Bowing his head, Mikkel told her it was time for her to return. All the while, his mind was consumed by how strangely his heart reacted to any touch from her. After saying goodbye, he wished her a good journey and watched her carriage drive away. As he stood there, he felt the urge to call out, to tell her to run away from him before he lost control and consumed her whole. When Lariette finally arrived home, she was greeted by Asher with a smile. Before she noticed him, she seemed slightly worried and sad, but as soon as she heard his voice, her face lit up with a bright smile. She rushed into his arms, though the smile was not entirely genuine. She knew she couldn't burden the Duke, who had been very busy lately. Asher, touching Larette's face with his palm, asked her if something had happened. He looked tense and concerned, asking if someone had been bothering her. Lariette was surprised by how quickly he had sensed her unease. Trying to mask her feelings, she decided to lie, saying nothing had happened. Her facial expressions sometimes betrayed her, but she quickly put her emotional mask back on. Grabbing his hand, she changed the subject, saying, "I'm really hungry. Have you eaten yet, Candle?" Afterward, they headed to the estate. Asher glanced toward the bushes where Gerard was hiding and gave him a look, signalling that something had clearly happened to Lariette. The Duke tensed, thinking that if she didn't want to speak about it herself, it wasn't necessary to push her. It was a white lie, and in a way, he was grateful for it. As they entered the estate, Asher gently kissed the top of Larette's head, still thinking that he couldn't just sit idly by. Something had to be done. But his thoughts were quickly interrupted by the servants who were eagerly awaiting their arrival, presenting the couple with a beautiful cake they had prepared themselves. The butler explained that they had baked it, mentioning how such things were becoming popular among the younger generation. The cake had a large number 50 on it, and Lariette, seeing the dessert, smiled joyfully, thanking Helstein for the thoughtful gift. Asher, however, looked at the butler strangely, as the latter continued talking about the wedding. Only then, sitting at the table, did Lariette realize that 50 days had already passed since their contract began, meaning she had about a month left. These thoughts gnawed at her, and she clutched her dress tightly, recalling the doctor's words, that her condition might worsen and she could even explode. Lariette didn't want to die in front of Asher. She couldn't let him witness that. Slowly raising her gaze to him, she saw him smiling sweetly, pointing out the strawberry cake, her favorite. Seeing him so joyful and content, Lariette bit her lip, realizing she would have to leave soon, before it was too late. Giggling softly, she asked in surprise, "Do you, Candle? Did you really remember my favorite cake?" She was trying to distract herself from the dark thoughts that kept creeping in, but she didn't know if she could leave now. She had fallen in love with him so deeply. That night, lying in bed, Lariette couldn't stop thinking about everything that had happened in such a short time. She knew that soon she would lift Asher's curse, but after that, she would have to abandon the many plans she had dreamed of sharing with him. Burying herself under the blanket, her hands trembled with nerves. She tried to calm herself but found it difficult. She kept telling herself she just needed to hold on, and soon everything would be okay. The next day, when Lariette met with her new friends, Madame Sherbet had prepared gifts for each of the ladies. The gifts were specially chosen from the East. Lariette, upon receiving her box, was delighted, as Madame had carefully selected something for each of them. However, the princess couldn't understand why her gift was a hair ribbon. Inside each box was a ribbon that matched their hair color. Noticing Sharia's disappointed expression, Lariette asked her what was wrong. Sharia turned and admitted she preferred pink, saying it suited her eyes better, all while eyeing Larette's box. Remembering how, as a child, her brother had taken her things and left her with nothing, Lariette handed her box to Sharia, saying they could easily exchange gifts. The other ladies reacted immediately, disapproving of Lady Merchant's behaviour, but Lariette reassured them it was fine. She explained that since Madame Sherbet had personally chosen the gifts, it was ultimately up to her how they were used. If she was fine with the exchange, then there was no issue. Lady Merchant, overjoyed, gratefully accepted Larette's box. The princess whispered to Lariette that she didn't have to indulge Sharia's whims, but Lariette insisted with a smile that she didn't mind at all. Sharia, looking at her newly acquired box, became thoughtful, and after a moment, suddenly turned to Lariette. Out of the blue, she bluntly asked what Loretta's relationship with Duke Candle was, causing everyone nearby to fall silent in shock, their mouths agape at Sharia's tactless question. After Sharia's question, the heroine panicked slightly. She didn't know how to answer. She couldn't tell them that her relationship with Asher had started out as consensual, so she simply nodded. Immediately, the ladies began bombarding her with questions. They remarked that it was the first time they'd seen the Duke smile, and the first time they'd seen him accompany a woman. Sharia, smiling, added that it was the first time she had seen such a handsome man. The women agreed that Asher was indeed handsome, but they also noted that he always smelled of rotting flesh, which made him seem rather intimidating. W, sipping tea, commented that it didn't matter how handsome he was, because he already had a lover. Then Sharia shifted the topic and asked, "Are you two going to get married?" Loretta, looking at her, said she didn't want to answer such a question. Sharia, turning away, covered her face with her hands, declaring, "I see. Everything is clear now." Loretta didn't understand why Sharia reacted that way, or what had become so clear to her, but the question seemed to have sparked her curiosity. Meanwhile, Asher was training with a sword. Turning to Gerard, he asked if he had been neglecting his training, though Gerard, trying his best, couldn't understand what he had done wrong. After another victory, the Duke noticed Gerard was panting, and once he caught his breath, Gerard sat down on the ground, waiting for more instructions. Asher suddenly mentioned Doha, saying that being the son of a merchant, he had been immersed in religion from childhood. Gerard realized that Asher's mood was affected by the previous day's incident, when Loretta had killed a man to protect the priest. Asher told him to find out more about the man, explaining that the case seemed too perfect, as if someone had orchestrated it. Gerard bowed and agreed to continue gathering information. He then mentioned a previous discussion about the relations between two kingdoms which were still deteriorating. They needed a reason to go to war, and all necessary measures would be taken. The council had decided that the Duke of Candel would be sent to the front lines. Everyone's eyes were on him, especially since the Duke of Illington was of an advanced age. Asher, however, surprised Gerard by answering that he wouldn't be going anywhere. Gerard was stunned. How could the council react negatively to such an answer? Asher explained that before he would have agreed without hesitation, but now, thinking of Loretta's radiant smile that brightened his life, he realized he could not leave her. He had just found his happiness and didn't want to lose it. Gerard suggested the council might disapprove of his decision, but Asher remained firm. He then asked about the recruits in Lanos, to which Gerard replied that Melissa had volunteered to train them. The recruits were undergoing rigorous training, and with the support of their master, they were motivated to follow in their footsteps. Suddenly, Gerard remembered a few individuals he wanted to discuss with Asher, but before he could, a noise from the entrance distracted them. When Asher turned around, he found that Gerard was no longer there. Loretta slowly descended the steps, thinking about how she still hadn't been able to contact Doha. She had tried reaching out to the temple, but no one responded. As she approached the Duke, she smiled sweetly at him and tenderly called his name. Her expression changed when she noticed how out of breath he seemed. Concerned, she asked if his exhaustion was from training or if something else had happened. It was clear from his heavy breathing and the beads of sweat on his forehead that he had pushed himself too hard. Taking his hand, Loretta gently exclaimed that she would help him wash. Then, with a playful look, she asked, "Shall we take a bath together?" Asher's cheeks flushed instantly. He quickly pulled her into his arms, touching her nose with his, and declared, "In that case, we'll go to the bathroom right now." He kissed her tenderly. A moment later, Asher grabbed the girl, gently lifting her off the floor, reminding her that running was dangerous. The main character tried to resist, but it was clear she was powerless here. Asher took her into his arms, smiling mischievously. He said it was now his turn. Lariette, closing her eyes, expected him to throw her into the water, imagining she'd be soaked to the skin. But that wasn't what happened. Asher carried her to the bedroom, laying her softly on the bed. He hovered over her, his eyes gleaming with cunning and desire. With a smirk, he explained that this was his revenge. In the morning, Candle left for the imperial castle. Lariette, waking up, felt utterly drained, as if all her strength had been sucked out of her. She thought to herself that her lover was truly a terrible beast. Some time later, the butler approached her, reporting that there had been no contact from the temple yet. The girl felt a growing concern, wondering if Doha was preoccupied or if something had gone wrong. The man standing beside her then asked if the lady had any plans for the day. Lariette's gaze fell on her notebook, where she had written down all her important goals over the last 3 months. Feeling melancholic, she replied that she would need to go to the centre. She didn't elaborate on why, but she knew it was time to slowly start preparing for her departure. As she walked through the bustling streets, Lariette thought about the things she needed to buy: comfortable clothes, a new bag, and books, since Doha had been giving her enough money to cover her needs. After each treatment, the girl didn't need to worry anymore. The main character was pleased, knowing that if someone tried to attack her this time, she could clearly fight back. After all, learning magic hadn't been in vain. As she walked the streets, Gerard, following his master's orders, shadowed her, discreetly removing anyone he deemed suspicious. Despite this, Lariette never once felt that she was being followed, even though Gerard was always just a step behind, lurking in the shadows. After purchasing everything she needed, Lariette found herself struggling with the heavy bag she carried, complaining to herself about its weight. As she scanned the crowd, something caught her attention. A familiar bright head. It was Princess Eliza. Overjoyed, Lariette couldn't believe her luck at running into her here. Just as she was about to approach the princess, she overheard a group of men nearby. They were discussing a woman and dismissing the idea that she could ever have a serious relationship. They went on to insult the princess, saying no one would want to be with someone like her. Hearing this, Lariette was furious and felt the urge to destroy them right then and there, but she knew she needed to handle the situation more cleverly. Putting on a sweet smile, Lariette approached the men and told them that her friend, who was waiting in one of the nearby alleys, wanted to speak with them. She added that her friend was too shy to approach them directly and had sent her to relay the message. The men, intrigued and flustered by this, immediately began to argue about which one of them had been called. Without further discussion, they followed Lariette into the alley. Once they arrived, they looked around in confusion, realizing there was no one there. Just as they turned to question Lariette, she acted swiftly. Using her magic, she began to speak about how justice had called them, her eyes glowing with power. With the help of magic, Lariette lifted everything around her and hurled it at the men. They tried to escape, their eyes filled with fear, but each one was knocked unconscious when something wooden struck them on the head. Pleased with herself, Lariette looked at the fallen men, but she couldn't shake the anger from how they had discussed her friend. She considered them to be vile creatures. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind. Turning around, Lariette saw Princess Eliza leaning against a wall, watching her. Eliza complimented Lariette, saying what she had done was very impressive and that she was touched by it. Blushing, Lariette shyly asked when she had been standing there watching. Eliza walked closer, putting her arm around Larette's shoulder. She admitted she was extremely surprised when Lariette referred to her friend as Justice. Looking at the princess, Lariette realized Eliza had witnessed everything. She was also surprised by how skilled Lariette was with magic. With a gleam in her eye, Eliza asked if Lariette would be interested in working for her in the future. The suggestion made Lariette tense up. She didn't have much of a future due to her illness, but she couldn't bring herself to tell Eliza that. Besides, it was hard to refuse someone with such a kind face. Eliza smiled, saying they could discuss it later, and then, pulling Lariette along with her, suggested they go buy something tasty, since it was the perfect time for a treat. At that very moment, Doha and his subordinate were watching them from behind. The subordinate informed Doha that Lariette was going somewhere with a man. They didn't know the man was actually Princess Eliza. The high priest told his subordinate to be quiet, regarding Eliza as an enemy of the people. Doha, however, kept thinking about how he wanted to kill this man, not realizing it was a woman. He saw her as a competitor, dreaming of erasing her from existence. His eyes burned with anger, but he didn't know how to deal with his emotions. He still tried to convince himself that he wanted to use Lariette for his own purposes, that he needed her by his side. Mikhail, the high priest, refused to believe he was in love with Lariette, though his heart contradicted him with opposite feelings. He tried to shut those feelings out, rejecting the idea of love altogether. On a previous day, he had met with his rival in the temple. The rival had directly told him there wasn't a moment he regretted bringing him to the temple. Doha had grinned and replied that it was good. After all, he was of rather humble origin. The man turned and asked what the matter was. Mikhail, looking at him intently, asked if Brother Hayel had any questions for him. Hayel, giving him a strange look, said he didn't understand at all what Mikhail meant. But Doha knew that his father's health was only getting worse, posing an immediate threat to him. Though Hill held great authority and had more connections than Doha, the high priest knew his abilities surpassed anyone else's. As the second candidate for Pope, it was clear that Hill might be eyeing the death of the first candidate, his rival. Suddenly, Hayel began speaking about how he had heard that Mikhail often left the temple, as if hiding something interesting outside. Unexpectedly, he asked if Doha had acquired a lover. The question struck Mikhail to his core, as if it had pierced him directly. He remained silent, repeating to himself that Hayel must never know about his feelings for Lariette. The man considered Lariette his treasure, and he wouldn't share her with anyone. He could never forgive himself if anyone even laid a finger on her. Moreover, Mikhail couldn't allow this disgusting bastard to harm her, not for anything in the world. With that in mind, he decided to act on his own terms. A grin spread across his face as he looked at Huliel, telling him that he had quite the imagination. Mikhail added that with age, one usually became more childish, humiliating Huliel with his words. Mikhail approached Huliel, whispering in his ear. He stated that this was his last warning, and added that it would be better for him not to provoke him further with his foolish actions. He told Hill that he didn't know what he could do in a fit of rage, but Hill wasn't afraid of him. Grinning, Hill remarked that Mikhail was no different from his mother, starting an affair and acting like a fool. That was the last straw. The high priest could no longer control himself. His eyes burning with fury, he lunged at the man, grabbing him by the collar, clearly intent on destroying him and leaving no trace of his opponent. The memory of his mother's love for him as a child flooded his mind. How she had once said she couldn't live without him. But now, with Hill's insulting words about both him and his mother, he was enraged. Mikhail's partner tried to pull him away, reminding him that he had an important meeting scheduled. However, Hill ignored the partner's attempts, shrugging off Mikhail's hand and explaining that Mikhail should be more careful. With that, he turned and began to walk away. Mikhail, on the verge of rushing at him to finish what he started, was held back by his partner. As Hill walked off, he called Mikhail a brat. The partner, seeing the tension between the two candidates for Pope, realized that it was best to calm Mikhail down before things escalated further. He decided to distract his boss by mentioning that they had received another letter from the Kandel Dush, where Doha was being asked to come. Upon hearing this, Mikhail's eyes widened in alarm. His subordinate went on to explain how their previous letters had been ignored, asking if they should respond in some way. As Mikhail thought about everything, he suddenly recalled Hill's earlier question about his beloved Lariette. A lump formed in Mikhail's throat, and a wave of fear washed over him. He didn't know what to do. His opponent could definitely use Lariette as a weak point against him, and that could never happen. If he let his stupid feelings get in the way and made a mistake because of them, he would never forgive himself. Dating Lariette was a mistake. He loved her, but he knew that. Mikhail decided that he had to inform his subordinate to stop any further contact with the douche. Then he added that he wanted to take a walk and asked for a carriage to be prepared. As he looked at Lariette in the embrace of someone else, walking beside them, it was an agonizing test of his restraint. He grabbed the collar of his shirt tightly, trying to convince himself that all these emotions were just an illusion. Turning to his subordinate, he ordered that a letter be sent to the douche after all, explaining that he would be visiting them the following day. Meanwhile, Eliza and Lariette were having lunch in a restaurant. The princess told Lariette that she liked her, and that, if it weren't for her brother, they would have met much earlier. Then Eliza added that there were strange rumours circulating about him. Surprised, Lariette asked what those rumours were. Eliza explained that people were saying her brother was suffering from a terrible disease, one so severe that he never left the mansion. Rumours claimed his appearance had been horribly disfigured in an accident, leaving him disabled. Eliza also shared that there were whispers about the disease being connected to manna, and that his parents were beside themselves, unable to find any peace or solutions. The princess then announced the name of the disease, Radura disease. Larette's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. She immediately thought that she had been diagnosed with the same condition, realizing that it could be hereditary. Eliza, looking at Lariette with concern, explained that she had been thinking of what Lariette needed to know since these were her relatives. However, it was only now that Eliza realized just how much Lariette was shaken by the news. The girl couldn't listen anymore, as an overwhelming sense of panic and fear took over her. She started feeling sick. Lariette thought to herself that if she had told anyone about her diagnosis, she would have been treated differently, and that thought annoyed her. Noticing Larette's condition, the princess asked if she was okay, as she seemed pale. Quickly, Lariette masked her emotions, flashing a smile and telling Eliza that she was fine. In fact, she felt relieved. She didn't want anyone to know about her impending death. Her mind raced with the thought that she needed to die in a place where no one would notice. The next day, when Doha finally arrived at the doche, Lariette greeted him with a concerned expression. She told him she was very worried. Surprised, he asked if she was truly concerned. Lariette replied that she was wondering if he had been searching for mercenaries and if he had any injuries. Doha, remembering his rival with evident hostility, replied that Lariette could call it that, as this man was now the first to want his death. Lariette smiled at him and told him to contact her as often as possible, because they needed to stay in touch. Suddenly, Doha asked aloud what kind of relationship they had. Only after speaking did he realize he had voiced the question unintentionally. However, Lariette didn't find it strange. She calmly explained that they were very close friends. He nodded, then, taking her hand, he began to heal her. Lariette felt much better thanks to him, but her thoughts were filled with a desire to die without pain. Meanwhile, Doha's thoughts were entirely different. As he held Larette's hand, his heart pounded in his chest, and even his ears turned red. He couldn't understand what was happening and hoped she wouldn't feel his heartbeat through their touch. He prayed that she wouldn't notice, because if she did, she would probably avoid him. Just then, a voice interrupted their moment. It was the butler, informing Lariette that she had received a letter. Doha looked at Larette's friend with suspicion. The main character opened the envelope and saw that Eliza had sent her a letter, calling her beloved companion. Upon hearing this, Doha suddenly became thoughtful. Recalling the events of the previous day and the sight of Lariette with a stranger, he compared everything and, in that moment, finally understood what was really happening. When the high priest uttered the strange term of endearment, Lariette felt awkward and quickly felt the need to explain. She told him that before they had only been acquaintances, but now they had become friends. Eliza was the first lady with whom she had forged a real friendship. Lariette, a bit embarrassed, explained that they shared many common interests, and that's why they were truly good friends. Doha, reaching out to gently touch a strand of her hair, asked her to focus only on him when they were alone. It seemed the man didn't understand that Lariette was talking about a woman, not a man. As she looked at him, Lariette realized that he might be feeling neglected, and a wave of guilt washed over her. She even felt a bit ashamed. However, Doha quickly regained his composure and apologized, saying that he had crossed a line. Lariette reassured him, telling him that such things could cause conflicting feelings. After that, she took his hand, but she noticed that his magic suddenly stopped. This made her pause, contemplating something. Smiling at him, Lariette remembered that it was time to start their lesson. Doha, returning her smile, couldn't shake the feeling of sadness that had settled in his chest. As they began the next training session, Lariette showcased her skills, while Doha leaned against the windowsill, silently watching her. As Doha's gaze shifted to the view from the window, he noticed a man and quickly realized that he was one of the knights serving Duke Candle. Mikhail also observed that the knight had impressive stealth skills. Doha saw that the knight was heading in an unknown direction, but he quickly pushed aside his curiosity. If the knight's actions didn't pose a threat to Lariette, then it certainly didn't concern him. At one of the meetings, the head of the Blanc family argued with a man, trying to convince him that Duke Candle was obligated to join the war. He argued that they couldn't run from the kingdom, tails between their legs. Larette's father then asked how the emperor had responded to this, and the man revealed that the head of the kingdom respected George's choice, acknowledging that despite the inevitable losses, they had to fight. If they retreated, the emperor himself would take action. Another man pointed out that while they couldn't ignore the readiness of the Danube kingdom's soldiers, their numbers were insufficient unless Duke Candle joined them. Asher, however, couldn't help but recall the painful memories of the war, which had consumed most of his time. He had no desire to return to the battlefield. He wondered if he could ever just live peacefully with the person he loved, wishing for nothing more than to be left alone. Lost in thought, Asher was suddenly interrupted when someone gently poked him on the shoulder. Turning around, he saw Lady Merchant standing before him. She smiled and called him by name, saying they had met again. This casual behavior irritated him, as only one person was allowed to call him by name. But then he remembered that this was Larette's friend, so he tried to explain as gently as possible that she hadn't been given permission to call him by his name. Embarrassed, Lady Merchant stammered and apologized, explaining that she had heard Lariette call him by his name, so she thought it was okay to do the same. She quickly changed the subject, asking if he remembered her name. Asher's thoughts were consumed by the fact that this lady was a friend of his beloved, but he remained silent, not responding. Lady Merchant realized he didn't remember her name and introduced herself as Sharia, offering him the option of calling her Sherry. While Asher had no particular interest in her, he decided to listen in silence as she was Larette's friend. She continued to chat away, and Asher found himself counting the seconds, wondering how much longer he would have to endure her conversation. Sharia, eager to embellish the situation, mentioned that she and Lariette had become very close recently and had decided to meet again soon. Asher didn't answer her, lost in his thoughts. He couldn't help but wonder that if his beloved had more friends, she might forget about her priest friend. Suddenly, Lady Merchant began talking about how she didn't know what other nobles thought, but she believed it was wrong to form friendships based solely on status. Asher didn't understand why she was saying this. He thought she was referring to the difference between the princess and the other ladies. He assumed that Lariette, however, was not biased in such matters. Thinking of his beloved brought a slight smile and blush to Asher's face. He longed to see her as soon as possible. It had been a difficult day without her. Sharia, noticing the smile on his face, thought it was because of her. Smiling slightly to herself, she believed that everyone liked cute girls. In her opinion, she was the only noble woman who treated commoners as well as she did. She felt that her kindness to Lariette proved her own incomparability. After considering this, she decided to invite the Duke to dinner next time. With a sweet smile, she told him that it would be nice to get to know him better. Asher, looking at her with an indifferent expression, responded, "So be it, if my beloved does not mind," before bowing slightly. He then excused himself, saying it was time for him to leave quickly and rushing home. As he hurried back, Asher's thoughts were consumed with how he needed to get home as fast as possible to kiss Lariette. Lady Sharia, watching him walk away, silently wondered how long the relationship between the Duke and the commoner could last. Remembering the smile on Asher's face, she told herself to be careful and not fall in love with him before the right time, but deep down, she knew it was already too late. A couple of seconds later, Gerard unexpectedly appeared, holding a box of jewellery in his hand. He raised his head to the girl and handed her the box, though he understood that he probably shouldn't have helped her directly, considering he had been watching her. It might have seemed strange. Gerard explained to Lariette that he couldn't take the bag because the thief's accomplice had run off with it. He apologized for not being able to help further. The girl thanked him, but then she remembered the notebook in her bag. Fortunately, it didn't contain any particularly important information. Suddenly, Lariette looked up at the guy with suspicion. She decided to ask him what he was doing there, since she had only ever seen him at work. He explained that today was his day off, and he had simply decided to take a walk. Smiling, the girl jokingly said she had taken Gerard's precious day off. He bowed and replied that it was his responsibility. Lariette thanked him again and wished him a pleasant rest. As she got into the carriage, she became deep in thought, reflecting on the events. It seemed too coincidental that their paths had crossed so perfectly. She realized that Gerard must have been watching her, and she immediately assumed it might be an order from Asher, but she couldn't understand why he was doing it. Lariette wondered if Duke Candle had assigned his subordinate to keep an eye on her because he didn't trust her, fearing she might reveal the secrets of his curse or expose the Duke's hidden matters. However, these thoughts felt a bit odd, so she considered another possibility, that Gerard was simply protecting her. But she couldn't be sure until she asked Asher directly. At their next meeting, Duke Candle was presented with all the charges on paper and was informed that despite secretly being in contact with the Danya royal family and refusing to participate in the war, his actions could be considered treason against the imperial family. If he wanted to prove his innocence, he would have to show it through action. The one who initiated the charges stated that the Duke couldn't simply deny the accusations with a few documents. If he refused to participate in the war, he would have to prove his innocence by death. They had finally caught one of the traitors. Asher stood over him, sword in hand, looking menacingly at the man who trembled with fear. Asher asked if the Duke of Illington had successfully received all the documents that had been stolen and given to him. The traitor understood that torturing him wouldn't change the fact that Candle would still go to war. But what Asher couldn't tolerate, what he despised, was when his own people lied to him. Since the traitor was a member of his shadow squad, he was Asher's man, and Asher reminded him of that. Candle then became interested in why the traitor had betrayed him. He hoped that, in betraying him, the man had obtained something of greater value than his own life. While Asher spoke, the traitor waited for his moment and, driven by wild fear, suddenly bolted for the end of the room. His eyes were wide with terror as he ran to the weapon rack, grabbed a sword and prepared to defend himself. The traitor pointed the sword at Asher, trembling like an aspen leaf. It was clear that he was terrified, but he managed to shout that he would kill Candle, calling him a monster. Asher grinned, commenting that it had been a long time since anyone had seen him like this. The criminal then screamed and rushed straight at Asher, swinging his sword with reckless abandon. It was unclear what he expected, as even when he was right in front of Asher, the Duke didn't move. He remained still, almost indifferent, as if he were waiting for this moment. Asher didn't even flinch. Within seconds, the Duke drew his sword and blocked the attack with ease, staring the traitor straight in the eyes. Realizing it was over, the traitor grew nervous, but Asher wasted no time. With a swift motion, he slit the man's throat, and he immediately crumpled to the floor, a large pool of blood spreading beneath him. Melissa quickly picked up the body and carried it away. As Asher turned to her, he asked how Gerard was doing. Melissa explained that he was most likely still with Meady and they should return soon. She then handed the body to another subordinate, instructing them to dispose of it. Turning back to Asher, Melissa inquired why Lariette was learning magic from the priest. She knew Lariette had talent but couldn't understand the ultimate goal. Asher shot her an irritated look and asked her to clarify her question. Melissa explained that while she understood Lariette might need other forms of magic, she couldn't understand why she needed the skill of stealth. Recalling Helene's words that Lariette would become a duchess, she asked why Lariette would need to hide and from whom. As Asher headed toward the exit, he told his subordinate that such questions were not hers to ask. Melissa bowed, offering a quick apology and asking for her master's forgiveness. As they left the room together, the Duke, seemingly noticing something in the corner, turned his head and stared intently, trying to see something there. Melissa immediately asked if there was something in that direction. Continuing his way up the stairs, Asher replied that it was probably just his imagination. Melissa, with a hint of humour, remarked that at this rate the Duke would soon become paranoid. Just then, in the very spot where the Duke had been looking, Lariette suddenly revealed herself. She covered her mouth with her hand to avoid giving herself away, wondering why she had come here secretly, without reason. She remembered Asher's dislike of lies and tried to convince herself that she had never lied to him. Besides, she had often seen such things at the Blanchett estate and had become accustomed to them. The reason for Gerard's attention to her became clear as well. He had simply been accompanying her. Lariette understood that these were minor issues, but she couldn't understand one thing. Why was her whole body trembling so much? A second later, she remembered Melissa's words about their continued protection and felt a wave of unease. She had no reason to feel this way. Until the end of the contract, there was nothing binding her, so why would they continue to protect her? Something felt off, as if she were missing something important. The main character was afraid to ask, fearing it might damage her relationship with Asher. She had no desire to probe further into this, and decided it was best to pretend she knew nothing. Nothing about Gerard, the Duke's strange obsession, or this unsettling incident. She wanted to leave things as they were. That evening, while sitting at dinner, Duke Candle suddenly called out to Lariette, making her look at him with alarm. She was afraid he might somehow know she had been in that place today. But instead, he asked if she had heard that relations between the Empire and the Danube Kingdom had significantly deteriorated. The main character replied that Madame Chet had told her about this, adding that the worsening relations had led to blocked trade routes, causing the prices of precious stones, mined only in the kingdom, to skyrocket. After thinking for a few seconds about why Asher had brought up this topic, Lariette understood everything. It became clear to her why he had started this conversation. Her eyes widened in shock as she realized the implications. Sadly, Asher lowered his gaze to the floor and explained to Lariette that he had been forced to participate in this war. After the phrase, a knife fell from Larette's trembling hands, hitting the floor with a ringing sound. She squeezed the tablecloth tightly, trying to steady herself. Lariette called those people scum, questioning who they were to force someone to go to war against their will, especially someone who had just begun to rest. Her whole body was trembling uncontrollably, and she struggled to calm herself. She added that the Emperor himself was to blame for the deterioration of relations, unable to understand why they were shifting the blame onto innocent people. As Lariette spoke, Asher looked at her in surprise. Then, unexpectedly, he chuckled quietly. The main character raised her eyes to him, alarmed, and asked what was so funny. The Duke covered his mouth with his hand, apologizing and explaining that it was the first time anyone had cared so much about him, and it was actually a pleasant feeling. He even blushed as he admitted it. Lariette, suddenly lost in thought, asked herself when she would need to prepare for his departure, wondering if he would leave before she did. She was concerned that the Duke might suffer, even wondering if he would ever return. She didn't want Asher to be involved in this conflict. Noticing the worried look on Larette's face, Asher gently touched her cheek and reassured her, saying that this was a very insignificant war, one that couldn't even be compared to the wars he had already experienced. He explained that he had been on the battlefield since his youth, with no reason to live and no family to return to. The curse gnawed at his skin, and every day he lived surrounded by a sea of blood. It had been so horrible that he was once ready to die on the battlefield. But now he had survived. And in that survival, he had found something to live for. Kneeling in front of Lariette, he took her hand and confessed that now, for the first time in his life, he had something to regret and a meaning to live for. She had replaced everything and everyone for him. She was like the sun among the black clouds in his life. Hugging her gently, he whispered in her ear that he would definitely return to her, no matter what it cost him. Duke Candle was ready to sacrifice everything for that one meeting with her one day. Later, the ladies gathered together for tea once again. Lariette was quieter than usual. Lady Shara looked at her with a slightly annoyed or even offended expression, perhaps because of their previous encounter. The princess, sensing the moment, turned to Lariette and admitted that her request last time had been inappropriate, even apologizing for it, though it was clear that her apology was reluctant. Lariette nodded, saying she forgave her, though she understood that Shara was only apologizing because Eliza had told her to. The apology felt insincere. Noticing Larette's reaction, Shara mentally became indignant, thinking that it was only because the princess was on her side that this commoner was acting so arrogantly. Suddenly, Madame Genevieve asked the ladies if they were considering investing in gold or jewellery, abruptly changing the topic. The girls began discussing this, quickly forgetting about the previous conversation. Sharia, noticing their reactions, looked at them irritably. She couldn't understand if the others were really so oblivious to how angry she was. She felt that she needed to be consoled, but instead they were engaged in what seemed like empty, superficial chatter, completely indifferent to her feelings. This irritated her incredibly, and she felt powerless to do anything about it. Unexpectedly, the butler entered the room and turned to Lariette, informing her that Duke Candle had arrived and was waiting for her. He assured her that she could take her time, as he would be waiting. Lariette apologized to everyone, saying she would need to leave first, but just as she stood to go, Lady Merton suddenly jumped up from her seat, asking Lariette to excuse her, as she needed to step away for a moment. She then quickly rushed out of the room. The girls looked at each other in shock, unable to believe that Lady Merton had actually done that. Lady Hanana, noticing the tension, declared that the issue with Lady Sharia needed to be addressed urgently, as you couldn't simply forgive everything forever. The princess, however, replied that she wasn't going to intervene, although Eliza herself thought everyone knew what happens to an aristocrat who is expelled from a ladies' circle. In her opinion, Lady Merton hadn't made any significant mistakes. Smiling, she said she would speak to her again, and asked the others to excuse this small prank one last time before inviting Lariette to accompany her. Lariette happily agreed. Meanwhile, Asher was waiting for Lariette near the entrance, peacefully looking around with his hands folded behind his back. But after a few seconds, he heard a woman's voice joyfully calling out to him. It was Sharia, running toward him, glowing with excitement. Asher looked at her in complete confusion. She reached him and tugged at his jacket, a confident glint in her eyes. She thought to herself that since the commoner had rudely rejected her favour, she clearly had no intention of tolerating this anymore. So she decided to take matters into her own hands, telling the Duke that she missed him. After hearing Asher's words, he seemed to fall out of the world as if what was happening made no sense at all. Sharia, on the other hand, thought that no one could resist her, believing herself to be the most beautiful and wonderful flower in the empire. She was incredibly confident and thought that Asher would be moved to his very soul. Smiling, she asked if he missed her, but it sounded less like a question and more like a statement. Without waiting for an answer, Lady Merton casually mentioned that she wanted to meet him again, even asking Lariette about it. Lariette turned away, making a sad face as if on the verge of tears, because the main character had rudely rejected her request. Sharia assumed that Lariette was simply very worried. However, Asher didn't understand what the girl was talking about and asked her directly. Sharia, gently running her hand over his arm, explained that she was talking about the relationship between herself and Asher, wondering if he had thought about it. She slowly traced her fingers to his hand, adding that Lariette was probably jealous, thinking she wouldn't be able to be with Duke Candle because of her status as a commoner. Boldly taking his hand, Sharia added that she didn't even dare think about a relationship with her friend's boyfriend. And then, with a smile, she suggested that they would break up anyway, and the situation would take a completely different turn. Unable to bear the nonsense, Asher jerked his hand out of hers and irritably asked what kind of absurdities she was talking about. He then declared that he had no idea what separation she was referring to. Slowly he walked toward her, his gaze stern, continuing to explain that Lariette was not even a commoner. He then asked Lady Merton what she thought about calling the only ducal princess in the empire that way. Sharia's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't believe that the person she had called a commoner was actually a member of the Blanchett family. Asher added that even if Lariette were an ordinary person, he would never break up with her. As he continued to approach, Lady Lariette stepped back, not daring to look at him. He explained that he and Lariette would be together for life if she wanted it, and if Sheria continued with her nonsense, her chattering tongue might be cut out. As Asha walked toward her, Sheria suddenly tripped and fell to the ground, still not taking her eyes off him, paralyzed with fear and unable to contradict him. Asha looked down at her with a cold, unsettling gaze, reminding her that he had asked her not to call him by name. He looked so menacing, it seemed like he was about to do something terrible. Trembling, Sheria, still looking at Duke Candle, stammered, "Calling him a monster." He grinned in response and slowly extended his hand toward her with a creepy smile on his face. But before anything else could happen, a loud female voice interrupted the moment. It was Eliza, rushing toward Lady Sheria. She asked for forgiveness on her own behalf and pleaded with Asha to let Sheria go this time. She looked at the princess, confused by her willingness to humiliate herself so much in front of him. Asha, clearly not happy with the situation, looked away and asked Eliza to leave with Lady Merchant. Then Asha's gaze shifted and he suddenly saw someone. Lariette was frozen in the doorway, watching the whole scene with a shocked expression. Her reaction was unreadable. She seemed lost in thought, not daring to move closer to the Duke. Lariette stood at the doorway, unsure of what to do, replaying Asha's words with Sheria in her mind. The girl's anger toward her behavior was clear, but when Asha said that he and Lariette would be together for the rest of their lives, everything shifted for her. Her world turned upside down. She immediately remembered their conversation about the 3-month agreement and felt confused. The grouply? Had their relationship not been based on that contract as they originally agreed? She had thought they would simply spend these 3 months together, enjoying their time, and then part ways without regret. That's why she had acted so cheekily. Now she was questioning everything, unsure of where she stood with Asha. Only now did the girl understand everything. It became clear to her that there had been a serious misunderstanding between her and Asha. Looking back, it seemed as though she had been playing with him all this time. She had been too frivolous, and seeing how he behaved with Sheria, the girl couldn't help but wonder what would happen if she told him that it was all a misunderstanding. One thing was certain, she was terrified of how he might react. Would Asha treat her as cruelly as he had treated others? The memories of his past cruel actions flooded her mind, and she feared that he might raise his sword against her in the same way. Her hands trembled as she gripped the fabric of her dress, and Asha silently observed her, seemingly waiting for her to come to him. But that did not happen. The main character silently turned around and walked away, not explaining anything or giving him any answers. The tension in the air was palpable as she left him in the room, her mind racing with uncertainty. Meanwhile, Duke Candle was in his office, replaying the words of the priest in his mind. The priest had said that he resembled his mother, and the Duke couldn't understand how Hyle could possibly know her, since their paths couldn't have crossed. The high priest had never been able to find any connection between the man and his mother, and the Duke was certain that there was no link. He even suspected that they might have met before his promotion to the service, but this uncertainty made him furious. He had been tracking his mother's movements for years, not out of love, but out of curiosity about how she had fared after selling her own son to the temple. But one day, the reports had stopped coming, leaving him in the dark. Determined to find the truth, he considered personally visiting her. However, the thought of going to see the woman who had sold him off disgusted him. The memories came rushing back. Memories of when he was just a child, calling out to his mother, begging her not to leave. She had only cared about the money in her bag while he reached out to her with tears in his eyes. He had promised to be good, to listen to her and even earn money for her, but she hadn't cared at all. As he wrestled with these thoughts, a woman's voice suddenly broke his concentration. Lariette gently touched his face, asking if he was okay. She looked at him with genuine concern, wondering if he was in pain. He replied that he was just thinking, and then asked her why she had used the stealth skill to get there, especially since she was unaccompanied. Lariette, still lost in thought, lowered her eyes to the floor. Then she sharply raised her gaze and, with resolve, asked the high priest for help. Lariette briefly began explaining the entire situation to her friend. She wondered if she should just tell Asha the whole truth, since she had always considered their relationship to be a mere 3-month contract. She realized that Duke Candle needed to know the truth, especially since she was terminally ill. But neither she nor Asher were in love with each other. They simply had mutual sympathy. That's why, sitting here now, she was contemplating how to end the relationship carefully before any deeper feelings developed. It didn't matter that the 3 months hadn't even passed yet. Doha, bowing his head, looked at her with interest and asked what she would do if the Duke suddenly wanted to continue the relationship. She replied that this couldn't happen, as she was planning to go on a trip soon. With a hidden grin, Doha added that he was worried about Lariette, because if Duke Candle thought she had betrayed him, he would definitely not sit idly by. Placing his palm gently on her hand, he asked her to tell him if anything happened, as he would come to her aid. Lariette simply nodded, answering with a quiet yes. Afterward, Lariette decided to go for a short walk to clear her mind. As she slowly walked through the streets, her head felt like it was about to explode. She couldn't tell if it was because she had been using the stealth skill for so long, or if something else was causing her discomfort. Suddenly, she had the distinct feeling that someone was following her. Turning around, she saw a very familiar face. The man who had betrayed Asher. He smiled and said, "It's been a while," and then he held out a rag to her mouth, asking her to come with him quietly. In that moment, Lariette realized that things were getting out of hand, and she needed to act quickly. She decided to use magic, which helped her push the man back a few meters, catching him off guard. Still, she was determined. Clenching her fist, she demanded to know where he was taking her, then grinned and told him to get lost. The man looked at her with admiration, as if she were an idol, before they both stood facing each other, waiting for the next move. Lariette could sense how bad the situation was. Even in good shape, she knew she wouldn't easily win against him. The man then said that he didn't want to hurt her and suggested that they quietly leave together. At that moment, Lariette understood just how dire things were. Doha had been right. Now was the time to defend herself, no matter what it took. But before she could act further, the man grew impatient and lunged at her with a sword, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He talked about how strong she was, almost as though he had fallen in love with her. Ignoring his bizarre comments, Lariette fought back with all her strength. She needed to slow him down to buy herself enough time to escape. Using her magic, she created a large hole in the ground, an abyss that prevented him from moving forward. Then, massive roots erupted from the earth, forming a trap. But even in this dangerous moment, the man only marveled at her abilities. He praised her for using magic from several elements, though he soon realized that Lariette wasn't yet experienced enough to defeat him. While she was distracted, he quickly cut through the branches with swift sword strikes. Lariette, her heart pounding, turned and ran for her life, screaming for help as she looked frantically around. But there was no one nearby. The eerie silence of the area made it seem like it had been prepared specifically to ambush her. As she passed an alley filled with boxes, she decided to hide there, glancing behind her to ensure the man wasn't still chasing her. Moments later, the man emerged from the trap, tossing his sword over his shoulder. With a sly smile on his face, he said, "I like strong girls like you." The man began to slowly search for the hidden Lariette. The main character tried to remain as still as possible, holding her breath while his heavy boots stomped closer, each step making her heartbeat quicken. He continued to speak as though having a conversation with her, claiming he meant no harm and just needed to take her to the Blanchett family. Lariette hugged her knees tightly, closing her eyes in fear. The attacker asked if she was pretending to be inaccessible, but she couldn't make sense of his rambling. Her mind raced, considering the temple nearby. Once she moved away from here, she would run straight there and call for help. But before she could make a move, the man's eyes appeared between the boxes. His smile was chilling, his gaze almost deranged. He whispered that he had finally found her, and with a slow, deliberate movement, he pushed the boxes aside, towering over her. With a sinister question about whether she thought this was fate, a crack, followed by a blow, echoed in the air. Lariette woke up in a cold, dark cell, handcuffed with anti-magic restraints. She lay on the floor, confused and disoriented, wondering why this was happening to her and what she had done wrong. Her only thought was that she had promised herself she would live her life as she wished before she died. So why couldn't they just leave her alone? Suddenly, the cell door opened, and the man who had kidnapped her appeared in the doorway, wearing a disturbing smile. He asked if she was okay, but Lariette was only interested in one thing. Who had ordered this? Immediately, she suspected Duke Blanc. The man seemed surprised that she didn't call him father, but he quickly agreed, admitting that he had never been a good father to her. Lariette persisted, demanding to know who was behind this, why it was happening. He responded that she already knew the truth, sounding almost impressed that Lariette had grown so capable despite the circumstances. She ignored his words, trying to figure out why they weren't at the Blanc estate. The answer was simple. Duke Candle would likely be able to find them there. The man explained they needed a place where only the two of them could be. Lariette was about to ask what nonsense he was talking about, but the man placed his hand gently on her cheek and said something that made her blood run cold. He told her he wanted to propose to her, suggesting that they run away together and be happy. He even asked if she was curious about how strong their child would turn out. Taking advantage of the moment, Lariette struck the man on the head with both fists, landing a powerful blow that caused him to bleed and fall to the ground. The key to her cell dropped from his pocket. Desperate to escape, she grabbed it and rushed to unlock the door, panicking as she wondered how she had ended up in this madness. When the door finally opened, she exhaled in relief. But little did she know, the man wasn't out for long. Enraged by the hit, he had already recovered and stood behind her. Slowly, he extended his hand toward her head, and Lariette didn't realize he was right behind her. She tried to escape, but the man grabbed her by the hair, pulling her back. He reminded her that he had promised not to harm her, but as he slowly dragged her along, she screamed for him to let go. The man threw Lariette onto the floor with all his strength, anger and frustration evident in every movement. Nothing was going the way he wanted. Slowly, he drew out his sword, repeating that Lariette kept trying to escape from him. Her body trembled from powerlessness as she attempted to rise but couldn't. He coldly declared that she had left him with no choice, and in a cruel moment drove the sword straight through her leg. A piercing scream filled the air, echoing throughout the building as pain coursed through her body. Despite the agony, Larette's mind wandered to Asher. She missed him desperately, and all she wanted was to be with him. Meanwhile, Asher was walking around the Duke's estate, sensing that something was off with Lariette. She had been acting strangely, and he could feel her pulling away from him. As he ruminated on this, Gerard ran up to him, shouting that something had happened to his lady. Asher's heart dropped, and he quickly turned to Gerard, fear overtaking him. They explained that Lariette had apparently left the estate through secrecy. Gerard had checked all possible exits, but she was nowhere to be found. For a moment, the world seemed to stop for Asher. He couldn't bear the thought of anything happening to her. His immediate suspicion was that her family was involved, so he decided to head to the Blanc estate, informing Gerard of his plan. Asher was ready to confront the Duke and take whatever action was necessary to ensure Larette's safety. When they arrived at the Blanc estate, the Duke vehemently denied any involvement, shouting that it was Duke Candle who had taken his daughter. Asher was confused. The Duke didn't seem concerned about his missing daughter. He was more irritated that she had disappeared again. It became clear to Asher that the Duke wasn't responsible for her disappearance. His subordinates had searched every corner of the estate, confirming that Lariette was nowhere to be found. Asher's knights and Gerard prepared to leave, but the Duke, with a feigned calm, placed his hand on Asher's shoulder, almost as if trying to push him away. Asher shrugged the Duke's hand off with a menacing tone, warning that he hoped the Duke had nothing to do with Larette's disappearance. Duke Blanc seemed suddenly uneasy, as Asher's words hit a nerve. The Duke had ordered Larette's capture. Either bring her to him or kill her. Now he feared that Candle might have known something, or worse, had already taken action. Asher and his men continued to prepare to leave the estate when Gerard urgently approached him, reporting that traces of Lariette had been found leading toward the old city. Hope flared within Asher's chest, and he hurriedly followed Gerard, certain that he was one step closer to finding his beloved. Meanwhile, Lariette was still lying on the cold floor, her body aching with pain from the wound. Her kidnapper, seated behind her, laughed cruelly, taunting her that as a sorceress she could live without one leg. He said that it was time for her to make a choice. Taking a strand of her hair in his hands, he smiled darkly and offered her a grim bargain. Either she would lose her leg or he would heal it, and they would live happily together. Larette's mind raced. She understood that the only way to heal her injury was to release her mana, but she was already too drained to summon any. Her body trembled, but, despite the overwhelming weakness, she resolved to survive. She imagined Asher in front of her, determined to survive for him. She promised to return, for his sake, and to clear the curse that bound her, so that he could have a happy future. Suddenly, a loud noise from outside the cell caught their attention, distracting both Lariette and her captor. The sounds of other voices echoed through the air, signaling the arrival of guards who had apparently been stationed to protect the area. The kidnapper quickly realized that he and Lariette had to flee, but frustration welled up within him. How could Duke Candel have found them in such a remote place? His eyes darted to Lariette, who stared at him with a knowing grin, as though she were playing him at his own game. It dawned on him then. She had led them here, along her own trail, guiding them straight into the hands of Duke Candel. Fury consumed him as he screamed, calling her a traitor. Without hesitation, he grabbed her by the throat, tightening his grip with all his might, hoping to suffocate her. He raged that she could still live happily, but in the midst of his anger, he suddenly realized something. Lariette had enough mana for their entire journey. It meant that she was incredibly strong, possibly stronger than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, Asher was closing in on them, every step bringing him closer to his beloved. His face was smeared with the blood of those who had dared to challenge him, his rage palpable. Lariette, on the brink of losing consciousness, struggled to hold on. When the kidnapper spoke about the arrival of the villain, her eyes snapped open. She knew exactly who he meant. Duke Candel. The Duke was closing in, and he would stop at nothing to get her back. The one who had dared to steal his beloved would meet a gruesome fate. The only thing Lariette prayed for was that she would survive long enough to see Asher again. The kidnapper dragged her towards the cliff, his grip still tight on her throat, and they both looked down at the pursuers below. The blood stain on her dress was visible from a distance. Asher, spotting the stain, stopped in his tracks, shock washing over him. He couldn't believe anyone would dare hurt Lariette. He shouted her name, drawing attention to himself. Lariette, barely clinging to consciousness, could feel the kidnapper's hold on her neck tightening as he chuckled darkly, glancing at Duke Candel, who had just appeared. The kidnapper mocked the Duke, laughing and asking if the demon of war truly wanted to become a prince on a white horse. Asher, eyes blazing with fury, extended his bloody sword toward the man, his voice seething with anger as he demanded that he take his hands off his beloved. The kidnapper, unfazed, held a dagger to Larette's chest, calmly warning Candel to remain still if he wanted her to remain safe. He whispered into Larette's ear, promising her safety as long as she didn't resist. Barely able to open her eyes, Larette's body was too weak to fight. Her legs no longer obeyed her, and her mind was clouded with exhaustion. Asher lowered his sword, staring down at the man with an intense gaze. He asked him what he wanted. The kidnapper spoke clearly, revealing that he was after a set of documents from the Duke. Larette's eyes widened in shock as she trembled. At that moment, Duke Candel quietly called to Gerard, who, with a single look, understood what was at stake. He and two other men quickly moved off in another direction, preparing for the next phase of the plan. The kidnapper's voice broke through the tension as he outlined his demand. He wanted the documents, or else they would leave with Lariette. Asher, determined not to lose her, agreed to their terms, but only on one condition. Lariette had to be released. The kidnapper hesitated, asking how he could be certain that Asher would honour his end of the bargain. One of the Duke's men suddenly appeared with a rope, and the tension in the air thickened. Lariette, already on the edge, began to chant "no" repeatedly, her voice trembling as tears spilled from her eyes. She begged him to leave, to just go. She needed nothing more than for him to walk away. Asha's hands were tied to provide some guarantee for the man holding her hostage. Looking up at the kidnapper, he explained that he would not stay idle if Lariette suffered any more harm. Still barely holding on to her, the kidnapper sneered and advised Duke Candle to worry about himself. But Asha found some relief in looking down at the Duke. Meanwhile, Lariette, with all the strength she had left, began to kick and grab the tip of the knife with both hands, shouting at her lover to leave before it was too late. She believed that she was the cause of this mess, the one who had drawn him into such danger. Her family hadn't cared for her, and Asha had misunderstood their relationship. Now, with her kidnapping, they were both caught in a dire situation. All of this was her fault, and she couldn't help but feel guilty for it. Asha, gritting his teeth, held himself back with every ounce of restraint. It was agonizing for him to hear Larette's cries, to see her so hurt and broken. He warned the Duke and his men that if they attacked, Lariette would be harmed. Lariette, looking at Candle, couldn't understand why he wasn't moving. In any other situation, he would have already taken care of everyone in his path. Asha, desperate to make a deal, told the kidnapper to cut off his hand to prove his sincerity. Lariette, too weak to hold on to any thoughts for long, could only wonder why Asha was willing to make such a sacrifice. He was a smart man, so why would he go so far? But when their eyes met, she understood. He was doing this for her sake alone. Anger swelled within her. She was angry not only at the kidnapper, but at herself, at how easily Asha was willing to sacrifice his life, despite knowing he was up against a woman like her, terminally ill and broken. Pointing the dagger to her chest, Lariette grasped it with both hands, still angry, still confused by his actions. The men around them watched in terror as she prepared to do something desperate. They knew she was about to end her own life, and there was nothing they could do to stop her. Lariette, fully aware of the consequences, could only hope that Asha wouldn't hate her for what she was about to do. With one swift motion, she drove the sharp dagger into the center of her chest, tears streaming down her face as her body slumped, her gaze growing distant. Her last words were an apology to Asha. She looked at him one last time and begged for his forgiveness before her body began to fall. In an instant, Candle rushed toward her, shouting in panic. He broke the rope with his own hands, fear and anger mingling in his voice. Asha, still running, was filled with dread at the sight of Larette's bloodied form. In the moments before her fall, Lariette realized the truth, that she had ignored Asha's flaws, pretending not to know them, all because she loved him in a way she hadn't fully understood before. Candle caught Larette's limp body, laying her carefully on his lap, his trembling hands hesitant to touch her, afraid of causing more harm. The pain he felt was unimaginable. Tears flowed from his eyes in a steady stream. He pulled her closer, unable to process what had just happened. One moment she had been alive, and now she was gone, her life slipping away. Asha, holding her in his arms, blamed himself for not letting her go when he should have. He thought that if he had just done things differently, none of this would have happened. He saw himself as a monster, desiring something he had no right to. The Duke's men were closing in on the kidnapper, surrounding him with swords drawn. The man seemed to understand his fate, and fear began to seep into his eyes. Asha, still lost in his grief and guilt, clutched Lariette tightly. He knew it was too late to return to the time before he knew her, before everything had gone so terribly wrong. His gaze locked with Duke Candle's, and the look of fury in the Duke's eyes was enough to ensure the kidnapper's fate was sealed. Asha knew that terrible retribution awaited him now. Thank you for listening to the story. If you enjoyed, please give it a like, and subscribe if you want to see more manhwa recaps. Let me know what stories you'd like to see next. And one last big thank you to everyone that left some really nice words of encouragement and really kept me motivated to keep posting these stories for everyone to enjoy. Until next time, bye-bye.